Is it worth believing in fate and the fact that it will lead to a different ending depending on the choice that was made? Or no matter what, the choice that was made will eventually lead to the same ending. Only human screams could be heard all around. They were running from something scary and frightening. And it was the monsters with human faces that they were running from that were killing people. There was a cliff ahead, so there was nowhere for them to run. So people started hiding behind rocks. Her clothes were tattered and her whole body was trembling. With tears in her eyes, she mentally begged that this monster wouldn't come here and notice her. But unfortunately, her prayers were not answered. Even before its own death, it kept asking not to. But of course, the monster didn't care about that. There was a guy sitting not far behind the stone who couldn't believe that this was the Devil's Star. This test is too difficult for beginners. They did say, after all, that he just needed to hold on to the Devil's Star for 5 minutes after using the job-shifting material to complete the task. But for a normal person to survive even a minute here is almost impossible. The protagonist's name is Zhang Kai, and now he is in the middle of a newcomer trial on this planet called the Devil's Star. The Devil's Star is a huge planet that appeared out of nowhere on Earth 50 years ago. The appearance of the Devil's Star did not cause a gravitational catastrophe that would cause the Earth to deviate from its orbit. However, since the appearance of the Devil's Star, the animals and plants on Earth have begun to change. They have mutated into monsters, now called beast gods, and now they're wreaking havoc all over the world. Beast deities are what current human technology is unable to unite. Their appearance has brought humanity to the brink of extinction, but even in this desperate period, the survivors learned that many mysterious portals had appeared on Earth. Digitally, people traveled to the Devil's Star by going through a portal. They realized that the Devil's Star seems to be a hyper-realistic virtual world. In this world, people could engage in various professions. Everyone has characteristics, equipment, skills, and they can level up as if they were playable characters. And they even found out that once one reached a certain level on the Devil's Star, one could utilize that supernatural power even on Earth. By then, humans will be as strong as the beast in the real world. And they will be so that they will be able to fight against the beasts. If humanity wants to get out of this predicament and survive, it will have to try and gain strength on the Devil's Star. And those who chose to go to the Devil's Star are now known as pioneers. This is clearly not good, for here now Zhang Kai is the only survivor. But he doesn't even have anywhere else to run. There's a cliff. Thoughts came into his head that he had spent all the money his family had saved. Did he really come here to wait for his death? Sis advised her brother to do it if he wanted to go to the Star Devil, and she and Big Brother will do their best to save up money for him. His younger sister had gone through all sorts of trouble at such a young age, just to save up money for Zhang Kai. The older brother is working hard despite being diagnosed with kidney failure. If they cannot raise enough money to pay for the operation, they should expect the worst within 2 months. But still, right now, he didn't even have time to finish changing jobs. Would he die here even after his dear family had saved money for him? And they too would then go to waste. The monster threw a weapon at him. No, he obviously can't die here. Instead of just sitting there and waiting to die, he was willing to risk his own life for his family. He must hold on to his one change to survive. After which, the guy fell off a cliff. The monster seemed to be watching the man's demise with a huge grin on its face. It was only then that a blue window appeared before his eyes. It was a system that told him that his actions perfectly matched those of those who gamble. So he became one of those once-in-a-million profession changers. A secret profession opens up. The system has reported that the player has completed a profession change. They hope that the guy will be able to glorify his secret profession. And that secret profession was the gambler. A little while later, he was able to wake up. The guy tried to get up, not realizing what was going on, and why he doesn't feel any pain after falling from such and such a height. Even all the wounds he'd suffered before had healed. He noticed that it was as if some other portal had begun to open in front of his eyes. A woman of unearthly beauty, with white hair and blue eyes, came out of there. The system window displayed that the user's characteristics had been updated after changing professions. This was tantamount to rebirth. Zhang Kai guessed that she was the artificial intelligence of the Devil's Star. The system replied that he could read as well. It congratulated him on his successful career change. Now the system would explain the talents he had gotten as a gambler. He has a talent called the multiplier. All rewards and punishments that the system gives out will be multiplied by 2 times. In addition, there is a 1% chance to activate the super multiplier. Its effect multiplies rewards and punishments by 10 times. A talent multiplier was triggered during the profession activation, so he will get another talent gambler. He was excited because he would be able to get another profession talent while others only get one. And the next talent was Super Crit. Critical damage from the user's attacks has been increased to 2,000%. Initially, the chance of a critical hit is 0.0 and 0.1%. A characterization window appeared in front of his eyes. Right now, Jiang Kai was at the first level. Strength was equal to a 4. 8 units of stamina. 12 units of agility and intelligence. In total, he had 36 characteristic points. Normal players only got 20 after changing professions. Therefore, he didn't understand how he got 36 at all. The system told him that his points after changing professions were also doubled. So even those points could be multiplied. This means for each new level he will get 20 points instead of 10. This is almost equivalent to saying that he will grow twice as fast as the others. In addition, he also has a talent called Super Crit. Other players have only 200% critical damage, but he has 20,000%. Even though his chance was only 0.1%, Jiang Kai would be able to pick it up, and then his damage would simply be abnormal. He walked over to the weapon that beast used. Jiang Kai only planned to change his profession as soon as possible after arriving here and earn money for his brother. Even with the weakest profession, there's plenty of money to be made on the Dev Star. But he couldn't imagine himself getting a hidden and so powerful profession. Soon he will be able to save money though, and his family's life will get better. He saw in the system window that he needed to get to the City of the Gods in one piece to complete the quest. Now, he has a difficult task in front of him, in which he needs to complete the quest of the training zone. The main goal is to reach the City of the Gods in 7 days. Getting there in one piece is extremely difficult, but the newbie zone is overrun with monsters. Upon death, the quest will fail, and the player will be teleported back to the ground. The body on Earth will not be harmed in any way, even if you die here. After that, you can come back here again. But this little problem is only for the rich. It costs a fortune to reload your profile on Devil Star, so the rich are not restricted from trying. The poor, on the other hand, are obliged to go through with it on the first try, which he must do. He heard a rather familiar scream. It was a man asking God to save him. He hates snakes, so let them get out of here. This kid's name is Yuanju, and he is Jiang Kai's childhood friend. He was now convinced that it was indeed his friend who was trapped by the snakes. Their venom is extremely powerful. Even humanoid beasts can die in one bite. Yuanju heard his friend's voice telling him not to be afraid. Jiang Kai will help him get rid of those things. Yuanju didn't understand at all what Jiang Kai was doing here. I'd rather he just forget the whole thing and walk away. These snakes have very high characteristics, and they're also poisonous. They don't stand a chance of winning. The protagonist threw the humanoid monster's weapon, telling Yuanju not to worry. Whereupon this weapon hit the snake. Yuanju definitely didn't expect that his childhood friend could even kill them. Still, Yuanju is a good distraction, so he can attack from the blind spot. But now those monsters were aiming right at him. The man yelled for Kai to be careful, for these creatures also have high agility. Fortunately, the protagonist was even able to dodge these lunges with ease. Yuanju was even more confused as to how he was even able to dodge such a thing. Jiang Kai's characteristics were twice as high and equal to the second level. His hunch was correct. Level 1 snakes were no match for him. Now, Yuanju must continue to draw their attention to himself. That way, they can win. A little while later, the man couldn't understand at all whether it was definitely his childhood friend or not. Besides, he had been distracted for a minute today, and Jiang Kai had really killed everyone. He may have a profession of high dexterity, but his strength is low. But at the same time, the damage is enough to kill the first-level monsters with one blow. This iron spear is great at helping him increase his strength for a while. Yuanju hugged his friend, and also mentioned that he had heard of newcomers being killed by monsters, but no turnover. How on earth was Kai able to do that? Jiang Kai said that he was lucky enough to be able to get a profession as a gambler. But this is not to be told to anyone. Yuanju's profession wasn't bad either. He was a master of martial arts. Now it was understandable how he held his own against the 3 snakes. This profession is ranked 5th in the realm of the gods. No one knows how many professions there are on the Devil's Star. But the first thing Daddy always does. People have to get a profession. The profession depends on the quality of the material that people will have in front of them. The rich spend tens of millions on materials for themselves. Thus, they get very strong professions after getting here. For example, like a Muram warrior, knight, or a murderer. The poor can't afford good materials to get a profession, so they are weak. Professions are given out randomly. The profession of a martial arts master cost at least 10 million. Therefore, Kai assumed that his friend had taken out a loan. Ju will talk about it later, because it's a long story. For now, they need to collect the materials with the snake. After all, they can sell them later. The money they will earn. Here you can exchange it for the currency of the land. This will help both the protagonist himself and his family. When it comes to Devil Star items like remains and equipment, once obtained, they do not turn into cards. They can be transferred and sold. And if judged by the battle, the gambler is stronger than the martial artist. A girl approached them and greeted the guys. Ju was immediately frightened, and Kai asked who was here. This girl's name is Su Ai, and she couldn't pass the test on her own, so she asked to be on their team. Kai apologized, for they were having a hard time themselves, and they would have an even harder time with this girl. Joe calmed down when he realized that this was just a first-timer. Su Ai asked me not to leave her. Besides, her profession is a healer, and she can heal their wounds. She could still extract the venom from the snakes and improve their weapons if they found more. Just so they don't leave her behind. Ju thought it was cool that she could both heal and buff. Healer is one of the 10 valuable professions. It would have been nice to have Hiller in this challenge. If he hadn't regained his health, then he'd be dead by now. Jiang Kai introduced himself as well as Yuan Ju. They should now reach the final destination together. She thanked them and shook Kai's hand. Ju even assumed that he liked this girl, so Kai changed his mind. Jiang Kai didn't want to explain anything, and just said that one more question like that, and he would get hit on the head. At the same time, the Kingdom of the Gods, Jiangzhong City, Base 18, Data Research Lab. These wristwatches are great inventions. With high accuracy, they can determine the location of the pioneers on the star. Most watches on the market easily give away all kinds of data devilry. And the more expensive the watch, the more functions it has. Su Lan, the rookie test inspector, asked how the progress was going, and if her little sister was okay. Professor Lee, based on the GPS data, noticed that most of the newcomers had already dropped out, and Su Ai is currently teamed up with 2 people. Was her sister so cowardly that she even joined a team with the others? She told her not to join teams. After all, the more newbies gathered in one place, the more monsters they attract. 3 minutes later, did the professor notice that there were 2 humanoid monsters near that group? Even one monster like that for a group of rookies is too much. I doesn't stand a chance. Death on a star is the same as losing a character in the game. A body that is on the ground will not take damage, but the psychological trauma of the experience can cause serious harm. She decided to take her sister for psychological tests. The professor only informed her that she wasn't dead yet. This is clearly something she didn't expect to hear. Everyone immediately went into a stupor as soon as they heard that the 2 humanoid monsters had died 3 minutes earlier. Ju almost cried, not realizing what kind of creature it was in the first place. I noticed that it was a humanoid beast. They better run faster. These monsters are so nimble that Ju and that girl fall right into their clutches. So he decided to take matters into his own hands as well, talking about getting his best friend to speed up. He clearly didn't want to leave his best friend here alone. Kai told him to run because he could figure it out on his own. Besides, if they went on like this, they would all die together. He'd better stay here to kill those things. It hit the target, and the monster couldn't even do anything. Just when he thought he had it all worked out, he suddenly noticed the monster's paw near him, after which he was thrown right back against the rock. Apparently this monster has so much health that it didn't even manage to kill it with one hit. After which they decided to finish off their prey. Is he really going to die in this rookie challenge? Ai's faces reflected shock, for they had literally almost seen a man die with their own eyes. Ai wanted to save him along with Ju, but his body was shaking. It was like he couldn't get a grip on himself. A residential neighborhood of a polluted river. Ju's mom brought tea for the man who gave her son materials to work with. She wasn't sure how Ju was graded, but even if he was tall, he was very shy, and if he met a monster, he would hardly dare to fight. Her child does fear the monster quite a bit, but the man realized that Ju would never leave anyone in trouble. Shy in this situation, he won't be. With a scream, he lunged at the creatures. Because of this, he was able to push them back. Ju wondered if Kai had decided to protect his friend because he was weak. They're brothers, so brothers should try to do things together. This kind of customization, Ju was even a little surprised by Kai. And they should die together too. After his words, he struck quite hard at that monster. Kai tried to guess if Ju could kill this monster with just one blow. The damage wasn't enough. Whether a martial artist can even pull it off. The results speak for themselves. Afterward, he felt his wounds begin to heal. I decided to cure him. There's a reason she asked to be on their team. Kai didn't really approve of her coming right over here. She's not a fighter. But she won't go away. A doctor has to treat people no matter how scared they are. Her father lost the support of a healer, and during a monster invasion and died because of it. So when a team needs support, how can they ever abandon their teammates? His wounds have healed. Looks like Ai really isn't afraid of death. Still, she thought that even together they had enough damage to kill a humanoid beast. Suddenly the guy remembered something. Namely Ai's words that she could extract poison and enhance the weapon with the same poison. He asked if she could extract the poison. The girl replied that she could. Afterward, the protagonist asked if she could treat Ju and extract the poison at the same time. She wasn't sure about it, but she would try her best to make it happen. If Jiang Kai guessed everything correctly, they would be able to beat them. He can't stand alone with that thing right now. But Ju can. Its damage won't be enough to kill the beast, but with Ai's improvement, anything is possible. If you look closely, their team is a great example from games. A combination of a tank, a main damager, and a healer. Meanwhile, the application of the poison had been completed. What does it even matter if he's a rookie or not? Kai asked if Ju could hold the beast for him. Ju replied that there would be no problem with that. Now they're working like a real team. Plus, they play their roles perfectly. It's okay even if someone finds out that some rookies like them defeated a humanoid beast. After all, they can still come and challenge them. The system sent a notification that a level 2 Ludo-like monster had been killed. And for doing so, he received 5 experience points. It was as if Ju couldn't believe that they were actually able to win. Ai was glad that their strategy had worked. Teamwork really helped. But another monster came out. But they can beat him too. After that, the guys quit in the winter. She couldn't believe the wristwatch glowed. And that team was able to kill as many as 2 monsters. How did the 3 of them even manage something that could single-handedly kill even a much larger group? You can't tell from Ai's watch that she has enough strength. The pioneers on her team are definitely not strong enough. Only Jiang Kai stands out. His profession was not found in the system. Even the inspector didn't understand how it was possible that no profession was found. Plus, he has the power to kill humanoid beasts. What kind of character is this newcomer? The system reported that player Jiang Kai had picked up 2 humanoid beast corpses. The guys lay on the ground and tried to rest. Ai was glad that they were able to pull it off. And Ju didn't even expect Brother Kai to be so bright. Since they had the strength to do such a thing, they would pass the trials without a problem. Ju felt that they should go to the very finals right away. But there's no need to hurry. There's still plenty of time before Shanxi. Therefore, they would slow down their pace a bit for now. Ju and Ai didn't understand his intentions. They should know that they get points after the challenge. The first 3 in the top will be rewarded with equipment. The equipment they will get after training is very good for beginners. Since they could kill beasts, they would be able to get points for their corpses. And with more points, they would be able to claim the top 3. So why not start by killing monsters for points and equipment? A few hours later, Ju asked if Kai really thinks it's worth it to earn points that way. Even though Kai asks to bait the beasts, he's afraid. I can't believe he's going to die first. Kai tried to encourage his friend. Ju should be braver. He's a martial artist after all. That's why this guy is designed to be a tank and a martial artist. Besides, they can always be treated by Ai, so it won't be so easy to die, especially when they have each other's backs. The system reported that 3 level 1 snakes had been killed. 10 heist experience was gained. But the Devil Star has rules that experience goes to the one who kills. And here he is the only one capable of killing. Because of this, it was decided that Jiang Kai would be the one to gain experience first. That way, he can keep his team safe. A day later, the system congratulated player Jiang Kai for reaching the full experience scale. His level had been upgraded to level 2. And also, the multiplier effect worked, so he gets double points. Still, that's pretty good. With just 1 land snake kill, he leveled up to 2nd. The guys congratulated the protagonist on his level increase. They also asked him if he was already feeling better. Kai told me that he had added 20 characteristic points after the promotion, and now he had 56 points after his level up. The guys clearly didn't expect to hear of Faith so great a figure. You could tell by the shocked expressions on their faces. Besides, they usually only gave 10 points, so it was unclear how he was even able to get the full 20. Ju only had 26 characterization points. Moreover, level 2 already has 56 points, and it seems that in terms of strength, he was already not behind the 4th level. Meanwhile, Ai only had 12 points. Jiang Kai revealed that because of his special profession, the rewards are doubled. But it also works with punishments, so it is not advisable for him to do badly. Even though Su Ai didn't fully understand everything about this profession, she's still very cool. It's even much cooler than a martial arts master. After that, the very same portal began to appear there. It was the same girl who explained that since the player had reached level 2, he was entitled to one new skill. But since the player has the talent multiplier, his skill is doubled. Genkai was also a little surprised that a new skill could be obtained at the second level. In addition, he would get as many as 2 skills. Ju couldn't believe that Kai was even capable of doing such a thing. I thought it was really cool. He is granted a skill called Card in the Ghost's Hand. When throwing objects, the strength of the flight is increased by 20%. When players use cards other than the same card, the effect of the action is increased by 200%. But the energy consumption is also increased by 100. At the same time, skills can be improved. The second skill gained is Focusing the Ghost's Eye. The user's range of vision is increased by 50%. Energy consumption is increased by 100. At the same time, skills can be improved. Even though he hasn't fully figured out these skills yet, they seem to be very useful for his profession. He had gotten stronger, so he could go on to earn experience points. Ju felt bad that this happened to Kai and not him. 2 days later, whether the professor has noticed it's been so long, but surprisingly the inspector's sister is fine. The song Nothing Bad is Happening. That rookie was quite tenacious. She even memorized Jonkai's name. A policeman ran in there with an urgent announcement that danger had been detected in the newcomer's territory. So he asked everyone to assemble. The enemy country has sent in their men to the newcomer zone. An invasion is expected. The commander-in-chief of Zhangzhong City, Wei Ying, ordered everyone to prepare. The inspector queried whether the information about a large-scale invasion was true. If it was a lie, Wei Yin would not have come here. They will be attacked by stowaways. This is a special profession of the enemy country that specializes in killing newcomers. Advanced players cannot and should not enter the beginner area so as not to hinder their development. But these stowaways are different from others. They have special skills that allow them to infiltrate another nation's territory as well. Moreover, he doesn't use very brutal methods to kill. Their goal is to make newcomers fear the Devil Star and increase the chances of other players successfully awakening. I is too weak. Therefore, if those beasts attack, expect trouble. We need to train the new recruits. The large-scale attack of the stowaway army has already begun. Therefore, we should prepare for the fact that none of the newcomers will survive. As the boys were walking, Kai heard something. Ju inquired as to what the matter was. Kai raised his weapon, indicating that there was something there. So he decided to check it out. Ju thought he was engaging in nonsense. Even I thought there was nothing there. But he spotted someone a little farther away. And it was done by focusing the ghost's eyes. After which he threw the spear at that place. The spear flew quickly, leaving a trail in the woods behind it. Afterward, the guy noticed that it hit something. He was glad that his scheme had succeeded, so he suggested that the team check to see what was there. But Ju still thought there was nothing there. What kind of vision is that anyway? The system reported that the first passes Jonkai had killed a level 2 wild boar. Current experience points, 199 out of 200. I can't believe this guy's eyes are so sharp. How could he even spot a boar from so far away? And kill it too. But there's nothing surprising about that, he says. It's all thanks to new skills. The system asked if the player wanted a wild boar carcass. 19 pieces of wild boar carcass with sharp spikes. The spikes can be used for weapons. He pressed the yes button. The current skill called Card in the Ghost's Hand has increased damage. By focusing the Ghost's Eye, the Ghost's vision has become better, and it is now possible to follow attacks. In other words, the enemy won't even notice it. He is now just 1 point short of the 3rd tier. Jiangkai suggested killing some monster. Ju was upset because he was still at the 1st level. Meanwhile, you could hear someone laughing, saying that the 2nd team was very lucky. He didn't even realize it would take so little time. Now it's time for some fun. Jiangkai immediately inquired who they were. The man was preparing to draw his weapon, talking about how they were good people. All they want to do is rip out his chest and make him bleed out, or skin him alive and then feed him to the animals. Roughly speaking, they have the same goal. Smuggler. Captain of the 2nd team, they just didn't want to let the rookies get tested. Ainai informed with shock that she knows these people. They are stowaways who specialize in killing newcomers. They just couldn't believe it, what they had just heard. Using her watch, she checked that they had all people above level 3, and the highest they have is level 5. The protagonist has begun to assume that all of these people are on level 5. If so, the situation is much worse. Junkai's current performance could at best reach the 4th level, but definitely not level 5. The captain of the 2nd team ordered his brothers to advance. The protagonist realized that he needed to do something right now. He ordered the two to stay together while he was separated from them. The captain was even a little disappointed, but after all, they were just now starting to do something. I wondered if all the newcomers were so slow. He ordered the people with level 3 to go chase after Kai. In the meantime, the rest of us would have some fun with those two. After which, they immediately ran after the main character. They admitted that this kid is pretty fast, but he can't get away from them. After which, he suddenly disappeared from their sight. That made the men stop. They were just laughing at the fact that this kid decided to play with them. As soon as they found him, they'd break 2 legs. Weapons started flying at them. The man prepared to block those weapons. He was even surprised that the guy had decided to play with them. But Trash was no match for them. But he had not at all expected such destructive power of just one blow. His partner didn't expect this either. The man then flew a fairly decent distance from where he was standing. He was immediately concerned and asked if she was okay with him. It was only then that he noticed his partner was dead. He immediately paid attention to the voice of the main character, who decided to show off. Kai himself didn't even realize that stowaways died so easily. I guess there's nothing to be jealous of. He couldn't believe how this rookie was able to kill his comrade who was at the 3rd level. After that, he checked the characteristics of the main character with his watch, but it didn't even show the critical hit probability and critical hit strength. His attributes at level 3 are only 45. This guy at level 2 already had 60. He didn't understand how this was possible at all. After that, he was hit, and the man heard the very question he was asking, but played by Kai. He was sitting near a tree just like his comrade. Milk's general characteristics and not inferior to the 4th level. So he was able to deal with the 3rd. He suggested running away to attract a small portion of stowaways. It's quite convenient to kill that way. His body began to dissipate. The artificial intelligence of the Devil Planet appeared in front of him. The system reported that it had succeeded in killing the stowaway. It also asked if he wished to take the man's experience for himself. He can get up to 100 experience points. These experience points will definitely not go to waste. Of course he agreed. It turns out that he can get more experience points just for killing stowaways. You don't even have to kill monsters. In that case, he needs all their experience points. The system was congratulating the guy on reaching level 3. He now has a total attribute score of 76 points. Fortunately, level 5 stowaways only have 60 points. Now it's time to come back and show everyone your power. Meanwhile, the condition of the boys left much to be desired. They had no idea that they would stumble upon 2 of the best professions at once. Namely a martial artist and healer. They wanted to torture them to death. I didn't even know if Kai would be able to return since there were 2 stowaways chasing after him. Ju felt that he would definitely come back. That guy would never give up so easily. Especially with such a beautiful girl by his side. Especially when his friends and loved ones are in danger. In this case, nothing matters anymore. The captain thought he was done with the foreplay, and now they must finish what they had started. And at that moment, Kai burst onto the stage with an epic appearance. Some of the spikes have already hit their targets. He knew that guy would come back. The commander immediately began to look around, because he wanted to understand who was here, and who dared to attack them. He demanded that this person come out and fight him, but the attackers never appeared in his field of vision. The man thought that some new profession had appeared, and if it really is a new profession, he has no choice but to run. Su Ai was a little perplexed by the fact that the stowaway had started to run away, but understandably, the protagonist did not even think of letting go of the one who dared to harm his brother. And this stowaway's life will belong to him. The spear pierced through the commander with devastating force. The man then collapsed. The girl immediately turned around as soon as she heard a voice behind the protagonist asking if she was okay. Now the stowaways were over. Ai couldn't believe that he was even able to come back. She immediately ran up to him, talking about how Ju was badly injured. Even though she's a Hitler, she can't help him. Yuanju knew that Kai would return, but he would go no further with them. And he can't hold on anymore. He fell to the ground. He enjoyed switching with Kai and Ai. Those were his best memories, but now they could take his share. He also advised them to try hard to pass the trials. His gaze faded. Ai started crying for brother Ju. Kai also seemed to have succumbed to the tragic atmosphere Ju had created, but he knew his childhood friend very well. He threw a stowaway on his body and told him to finally get busy. He didn't even kill that stowaway on purpose so someone could replenish their experience and recover. Ai remembered that in the Devil Star, you can recover by taking experience from another player. If that was possible, then it turns out he was saved. Kai thought that this guy was just pretending. In any case, these stowaways weren't going to let Ju live, so the victim shouldn't feel sorry for them either. The 2 of them wished him a good next reincarnation with a smile on their faces. Junkai also wished him good luck. Isn't it cool that he's going to be their donor? They'll just take advantage of his willing sacrifice. Stowaway even wondered who the devil really was here. At the same time, the Department of Transportation of Stowaways, Research Institute. They immediately woke up, not realizing how they were even milk destroyed by some rookie. That newcomer was too cruel. And besides, he took away all the experience points. Someone at the top of the city couldn't understand what it was and how the stowaways could have suffered so much. Could it be that there is a new profession that can resist stowaways? At the same time, the Kingdom of the Gods. Professor Lee remarked that the data showed that Ai and her team had encountered stowaways. Scary thoughts immediately popped into her head, and she thought of her sister dying in this world. Still, no rookie has ever gotten away from a stowaway before, so you'd better prepare for her demise. But Professor Lith doesn't think so. Ai didn't die during the battle with the stowaways. She even hung up her level. This is clearly not the news they were expecting to hear. How come they were able to level up when fighting the stowaways? Could it be that the stowaways helped them kill the monsters? I couldn't reach a new level so quickly by killing a stowaway. She had risen 2 levels. Is it possible she killed the stowaway herself? The commander-in-chief immediately wanted to see this data of the II team. The characteristics of II and Ju, who had reached the 3rd level, immediately appeared in front of him. But Jiang Kai's profession and level was unknown. These guys are up to level 3. Without killing the stowaways, they would not have been able to rise 2 levels in such a short time. I don't see how that's possible. It's not like II has any fighting ability. Maybe Jiang Kai has dealt with all the stowaways. But even so, it's very strange. My gut tells me it's that guy's handiwork. The commander-in-chief also wondered why his indicators were undecided. He decided to check the information on this. All pioneers are given a special watch to determine the information. But Jiang Kai's is the oldest. It was the very first watch used at the Devil's Convention. This model's server stopped being serviced over 10 years ago. And it's not connected to the internet. That's why the information isn't available. Do you really enjoy antique clocks? The commanders-in-chief recognized that this is quite interesting. He asked to gather real information about Jiang Kai's performance. Wei Ying wanted to see his characteristics. Ju really didn't think that he would completely recover the full scope of life. I was glad the same thing happened to her. Moreover, the man has obtained a professional skill called ground stomping. Thanks to that, he can hit the enemies that are nearby. And she got the skill benevolence of a healer. And now her abilities are improving. Those are decent skills for a healer and a martial artist. Ju began to scoff that he was now 1 level higher. Maybe now he could fight on equal footing with the stowaways. Jiang Kai showed his characterization window and explained that he had raised the level as well. Ju couldn't understand when Kai had just managed to raise the 4th level. He had just reached level 2. In addition, he now had a total of 96 attribute points. This was equivalent to level 8. When he killed 2 stowaways, he was given level 3. And when the guy came back here and killed 5 more, he was able to reach level 4. Ju was starting to get angry that this guy was better than him again. I wondered what they would do next now. He had heard of their captains saying that they belonged to the 2nd group of stowaways. This means that there is a 1st squad that they will also kill. Half a day later, somewhere in the woods of a newcomer's neighborhood, the stowaways laughed, for they didn't understand where only such people came from. I wonder how weak the guys on the 2nd team were that they got blown out so quickly. It was about time they were replaced. First stowaway squad, level 5. The captain of the 1st stowaway squad, who was also on the same level, advised them not to relax. The superiors had said that this was a serious matter, so they should behave accordingly. In any case, beginners are limited to level 5, so it shouldn't be too difficult to figure out. Ju didn't like the idea that Kai was thinking of fighting 9 level 5 stowaways. I also suggested that they should all go together. There's no need to worry. Even if Kai can't kill them, he will definitely be able to protect his guys. Besides, if they don't try to kill them, those guys will kill the other newcomers. That's why we need to strike first. The captain informed his boys to be careful, for someone was approaching. They checked that it was only a level 4 rookie. This kid had leveled up pretty quickly. He must have been the one who defeated the 2nd squad. Looks like it's time to get down to business. He's ordered everyone to stay on alert, and they must not even think about losing. Looking at all this, the protagonist realized that these guys also maintain the line. The original plan was to lure the enemy, and then slowly get rid of them one by one. We had to catch the stowaways one by one. But this squad is too big, so it's definitely not going to be easy. Now the main thing is to save ourselves, and if possible kill some stowaways. The problem is that the guys have no countermeasures, and if he wants to get rid of them all at once, he'll have to do things differently. and he's going to have to put a lot of effort into it. The stowaways didn't understand at all what this rookie was doing, or why he was running at them. Is this rookie so scared that he can't even decide which way to run? The man attacked him and destroyed the protagonist's weapon. He had to accept this injury. It wasn't close enough. Afterward, the man noticed that Jiang Kai was running away further. They were all ready to skin this newcomer, but the guy kept running at them, figuring he wasn't close enough yet. Surprisingly, he was able to dodge all of their attacks. Even the stowaways didn't get the point. Stowaways are level 5, and this guy's only level 4. How could he even withstand their attacks? Only then did the man inform the captain that something was wrong. They had too little time to determine all of this guy's characteristics. But it was worth it for the stowaway to analyze with a high-tech watch, and found that all his attributes were beyond even his ability to discern. But at least dexterity is about 30 points. The captain clearly didn't expect his dexterity points to equal 30. But the man thought this one was a mistake. After all, he had less than 20 points at level 5. So how could this guy even have that many? How could they ever defeat him? But the captain realized that the clock couldn't be wrong. If this guy really does have that much agility, in which case, who is even following who here? The man ordered his men to retreat, for they were under attack. They clearly did not expect such an order. I'm surprised those idiots finally realized it. Jiang Kai fooled them pretty easily. But it's too late for them to run. Wenju jumped towards them. And to do so, he used his new skill to knock them down. Kai complimented his friend on a job well done. Now he'll deal with the steel one. It's finally settled. Even Ju couldn't believe that this guy had destroyed 9 level 5 representatives. What's wrong with this Kai guy? The system reported that the first timer was getting 2,000 experience units for killing level 5 stowaways. His experience has reached the maximum, so he is now promoted to the 5th level of beginners. He finally managed to get to level 5. For every pioneer killed who was above level 1, the experience he received was doubled. So, he got 400 units from each level 5 owner. I was glad that Kai had already reached level 5. She had heard that this was the limit that could be reached in the beginner's zone. Ju was shocked that this guy had already reached the limit. Kai thought that it was nothing after all. A lot of experience just fell off these guys. Besides, there were still survivors left, so we should hurry up. Ju asked what they would do next. Previously, he needed to kill monsters to get experience points. Now this is no longer necessary, so he will just help his team members. After they accumulated enough points, they would then head to the finish line. Ju was happy that it was finally his turn to become stronger. You have to be careful. On the way to the finish line, you need to score as many points as possible. But the closer they get to the finish line, the more ferocious the monsters become. Even in the beginner's zone there are bosses, so you need to be even more careful. Suddenly they heard her monster roar, but surprisingly they saw that 2 Ludo-like men had been defeated. The guys didn't expect to see a monster corpse here at all. And there were a lot of bites on it. Someone must have bitten them to death. Jiang Kai engaged a talent called Focusing the Ghost Eye. Just then, he saw a golden light in the distance. Perhaps it was that golden creature that could kill the monster. I couldn't even guess what kind of golden creature it was. Ju was afraid that this unknown creature might also attack them. The boys did not see what was behind their day at all. That golden creature started tearing Ai's clothes. It did the same thing to Ju's clothes. It looked like it was following them. After which, the creature headed straight for Jiang Kai. Ju asked Kai to be careful, for this thing was very dangerous. But the protagonist is determined to catch the creature. Surprisingly, it was some kind of small animal. Or rather a mouse who didn't expect to be caught either. Ju was shocked that Kai was able to catch him so quickly. Plus, he was already holding it in his hands. And this is the thing they thought was fast. Isn't that just a mouse? This mouse right here could be heard squeaking. But he called the main character a bastard and also mentioned that this guy will be sorry yet. This mouse is even too cocky. In that case, he'll just let the creature go. The mouse was angry. He bounced off the ground and immediately headed towards the Kai. Yuanju didn't understand why Kai let him go either. After all, he had already been able to kill the monster. But Kai caught that mouse a second time. After that, she did the same thing as the first time. The guy didn't worry much, because this mouse was too slow for him. Thanks to the Ghost Eye's focus and agility attribute, he had already grabbed this mouse 10 times in a second. Ju was a little perplexed by Togo that such a one was already so fast. Ai thought it was cool. And so, a few minutes later, the mouse raised the white flag. He lost. It looked like the mouse had nowhere to run to now. Ju didn't understand how the Kai had such speed. He doesn't even know if this mouse will come in handy during the battle, but a free helper won't be superfluous. Ai had almost reached level 4. She has to find the corpses now, and then take the rest of the experience from them to reach level 5 at the end of the challenge. I noticed that this mouse is very cute. It feels like he's a scum of some cloth martial arts master. He finally got here. After so many days, he managed to make it to the pledge area, Shenyao City. The unidentified man walked straight to the gate that leads into the city. The gate has opened. A rookie attendant named Xiao Tao came out from there. He congratulated the rookie for passing the test, and now this guy could officially become a Devil Star pioneer. But unfortunately, he didn't come in first. The ranking isn't really that important. It's the passing itself that matters. He took the captain's hand off his shoulder. The boy recognized that he really hadn't come first. But what made Xiao Tao think that the man was eager to come running? The guys were surprised. Rankings are based on points. And this man has a lot of monster kills. Therefore, he can exchange them for points. Xiao Tao asked the newcomer how he was able to kill so many monsters. He took off his hood, talking about how it was just nonsense. The second master of the Huang family, Huang Wei, stated that he was the future head of the guild after all. The guy had undergone special training before he came here. Could it really be the Huang family who is a member of the Xuanwu Guild? This guild is one of the top 10 of Shenyao City. Therefore, it's no wonder this guy is so capable. Although in terms of points, this guy wouldn't be the very first. In terms of might, Huang Wei would definitely be in the top 10 of Shenyao City. Huang Wei will definitely become great. Winning first place is only the first step. If he is given a little more time, the devil's entire star will fall at his feet, somewhere in the back of the rookie zone. They had already traveled half a day but hadn't encountered a single monster. What's the reason? This situation is quite strange. The mouse must be scaring them away. I thought that was impossible because the mouse was very cute, and a second later they heard someone's roar. A pack of dusky wolves came out towards them, and behind them was the boss of the rookie zone of Shenyao City, King of the Shadow Wolves. Now I see why there were no monsters around. As it turns out, this is the boss's territory. Besides, their group was surrounded. Zhu had heard that the Shadow Wolf King was the most powerful creature in the newcomer zone that no one had ever managed to kill before. What will they do now? Even Kai didn't understand what they should do now. There were too many wolves. He himself would be able to escape, but the others would not. In that case, he will fight to the death. The guy told Zhu and Ai that they can't escape, so the only thing left is to break through. We must kill the king quickly. Zhu decided to use his skill. He jumped right after he ran, after which he landed right in front of the wolves. That's really a fine skill. After which, Ai should take advantage of his skill, and it was Kai's turn. He used a skill called Focusing the Ghost Eye, and also the card in his hand is a ghost. Cairo spears the body right into the Wolf King, but it just bounced off his thick hide. Ai and Zhu definitely didn't expect such a twist. Kai couldn't believe that he hadn't been able to break through this wolf's defenses either, whereupon the wolf let out his howl as if commanding his pack. The rest of the wolves immediately swarmed to attack the boys. I guessed that the Wolf King had ordered his companions to attack them. Zhu replied that they wouldn't be able to attack the Wolf King. Therefore, they need to think of something else. But what can he even do in this situation? The king's defenses are too strong and the other wolves have surrounded him. The blow traveled down the cheek of the mouse, who had been sleeping peacefully, but woke up because of it. Mouse didn't understand what was going on here, but she wasn't happy. She then turned her face and saw that the wolf was the one who had hit her. The power of the mouse was at its maximum, after which she quickly began to make her way through the crowd of wolves. And with the list, it went straight to the king. The main character didn't even realize how a mouse could bite the Wolf King. But it was good. He used the focus of a ghost's eye. It's amazing that this little mouse was even able to traumatize the wolf. But thanks to the mouse. Now this wolf's defenses have been breached. All that's left is to put a little pressure on the wound, and then the Wolf King will lose. The guy hit it right on target. The mouse jumped off that wolf, and at the same time, Jiang Kai was preparing to make a final strike. If he used focus to strike, then perhaps he could win. After which the wolf was struck by a 200th discharge. I was confused from being hit so hard by the Kai. Was he really able to kill the king of the Shadow Wolves? The system congratulated the pioneer Jiang Kai for defeating the newcomer zone boss, the king of the Dusky Wolves. The guy actually thought that the battle would last for a very long time. It turned out that this wolf had managed to defeat this wolf with a 200th critical strike. It was also the first time Kai had been able to recreate a critical hit of such power. The boys noticed that the wolves were starting to leave as well. Jiang Kai asked the two if they could still fight. The guys said they could. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Since the king is gone, the remaining wolves are just pathetic bugs. Zhu had to admit that they had barely survived this battle. so now they must not let these wolves go alive. Afterward, the boys set about destroying the wolves. A little while later, they finally finished. Yuanzhu didn't expect at all that they would be able to defeat the boss of the rookie zone. I thought that their group was very cool. Kai turned to the guys, indicating that they should pick up the glasses. Zhu wondered what they were going to do next. Now they have a lot of points in reserve, so they can go for the finish line. A few hours later, they arrived at Shen Yao City's territory on the Devil Star. It was very lively here after all. This was natural since Shen Yao City is the largest vacation base on the entire Devil Star. Ai and Kai noticed that the mouse started to run away, but Kai calmly accepted it because this mouse is absolutely free. If fate brings them together again, the boy won't mind. Reception hall after the tryout in the freshman area. Xiao Tao congratulated them on passing the test. The man introduced himself and also explained that he was the guide for all the newcomers. Kai asked the captain if he could see the rankings. There stood Huang Wei, who didn't even expect that his employee had decided to take part in the challenge as well. Therefore, he decided to show the ranking himself. Zhang Kai didn't expect to see Huang Wei here either. Huang Wei reported with a mocking smile that he was the first in the rankings. But these guys were also ranked first. However, from the end, the others didn't understand how this scum had the conscience to come here. They're just trash. To save up for a trip to the Devil's Star, sister worked at Huang Wei's house. That bastard used to harass her a lot. In addition, this person often beat up Zhang Kai. Yuanzhu became furious, saying that he was about to wash this man's mouth out with soap. Jiang Kai tried to calm him down. He intervened in their conversation, informing them that the rankings would soon be changed, because these three would become the leaders. As soon as people heard this statement, they immediately laughed. Huang Wei didn't understand what kind of impudence this was. These guys were already the first from the end. What more do they need? It was time to get a psychologist. They called the trio idiots. Kai advised his friends not to react to these taunts. Zhu chuckled, saying that things would change soon, and now it was time to change things up. Many cards with slain monsters appeared behind them. The shock of the people seemed to make them speechless. Huang Wei couldn't understand how these three of hers were able to kill so many monsters. Because there were not only ordinary monsters, but also dusky wolves. And as they looked closer, they saw the king of the dusky wolves. He thought it was ridiculous. How did they even manage to deal with the king of the dusky wolves? Was it possible? Zhang Kai replied that he could believe it or not. The rankings are indicative of everything. The others also started discussing that the rating had been updated. It turns out that their statement was true. Huang Wei verified with his watch that these three were indeed in the top three. But that wasn't all. They took out the watches that the stowaways had. Zhang Kai asked if it could all be translated into glasses. Even Xiao Tao didn't expect to see hours of stowaways here. Huang Wei began to claim that the three were lying. Which rookies were even able to kill the stowaways? They're just liars. Where did the stowaways come from for the contest in the first place? A man asked others if anyone had seen the stowaways. Some people supported him, saying that they had not seen anyone. He addressed the captain, saying that no one had seen the stowaways, so these guys are lying. He advised that their points should be cancelled and they should be checked to the fullest extent. Xiao Tao was confused. There were many who demanded that this matter be sorted out, and they be punished. A man appeared there and explained that stowaways had indeed appeared. However, there was no time to report it. It was the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangzhong City Military District, Lu Jun. He too was surprised when he heard about this. Lu Jun proposed to reward Zhang Kai and his comrades for their dedication. Of course they knew the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and his presence is proof that these guys did kill the stowaways. In order to reward Zhang Kai in some way, it was decided to increase his equipment reward. As soon as Huang Wei heard this, she was immediately perplexed. The original second and third place award was upgraded from rank B to A. As for the first place, the award was upgraded to S rank. The boys rejoiced at such wonderful news. The main character gave thanks for it. Others were shocked after hearing the news. Whether such equipment even existed. Devil Star gear is currently categorized from F, lowest quality gear, S, the best quality gear. As a rule, B and C gear is considered to be pretty good. Rarer are the A and S ranks. This is what every first-timer dreams of. Not only had Jiang Kai displaced him from his position as leader, but he had also obtained equipment of such a high rank, and it was infuriating him. Huang Wei thought that this was unfair. He also started to argue that there was something wrong here. Zhang Kai's family is lower class. How can he even reach out to him? The protagonist wondered if in this situation, it was a big deal. He warned Huang Wei not to dare insult his family. Huang Wei drew his weapon. Isn't Kai trying to say that he was wrong? His family are beggars, after all. His brother is sick, and his sister is a cleaning lady. And Jiang Kai has been crawling at his feet, but today he decided to change everything. I mean, he himself knows that his little sister still works at Huan's house, so Kai shouldn't even think about pissing him off. Or one day, he'll get to that girl. The protagonist couldn't stand it and immediately struck back at him. Others didn't expect it at all. Today is a day for surprises. It turns out that Jiang Kai had defeated Huang Wei. But after all, Huang Wei is from the Huang family, which is one of the top 10 guilds in the country. How did Jiang Kai even have the courage to do such a thing? Huang Wei couldn't believe that this bastard dared to harm him. Apparently, he had no idea what would happen to him now. But Huang Wei was the first to insult Kai's family. Does Huang Wei really think Kai doesn't know who he is? Family is the most important thing in his life. It doesn't matter who insults his family. In any case, they only have one outcome. Huang Wei's body was shaking, and he asked not to do that. He'll kill anyone who dares insult his family. The man walked away screaming in pain. The system sent a notification that the pioneer Jiang Kai had killed a level 1 traveler. By doing so, he had earned 6 experience points. Kai was disappointed that he only got 6 experience points. Was his family really that poor? Others began to discuss that this person dared to kill the Huang family's heir. Even though he was still alive in the real world, the Huang family's anger was going nowhere. This was a very bold decision. Lu Jun thought this guy was truly amazing, for he did not lose his composure even in such a situation. He had to intervene in the situation, saying that Jiang Kai had killed Huang Wei in self-defense. He then suggested that the matter be closed, and these 3 should follow him to get their reward. Dian Kai said thank you for that. Zhu replied that his friend was very cool. I also thought it was amazing. The deputy commander-in-chief led the boys to a gazebo, inside which 3 boxes stood on a table. Now they could look at their equipment. The boys opened the boxes that were on the table. Su Ai had the Jade of Life. This is the gear that every healer dreams of at the first portals. Jade of Life adds 15 points to build and spirit, which has a very positive effect on the healing process. And Yuanju had armor, and a very nice one at that. Black Rhino skin armor increases defense by 16 points, and the damage received is reduced by 16%. This equipment is great for both offense and defense. This is what Zhu had dreamed of. Ai asked to see what she got, but the guy was busy opening his award. The system reported that it was unidentified equipment that needed to be checked. Lu Jun assumed that this equipment required a special ID. Yuanju thought that this equipment was very cool. Very good gear usually requires an ID. He has that kind of gear too, so he can help with that. The system window displayed information about the 10 Blades of Pursuit. This equipment adds 9 points to strength, durability, and agility. For each pursuit, the critical hit rate and damage dealt will increase by 10% until it reaches 90. Once critical damage is dealt, bonus effects will be doubled. Even Lu Jun was a little surprised that this equipment was responsible for critical damage. The attack power of a mere beginner is usually not high. Therefore, the critical damage of an S rank seems not as good as that of an A rank equipment. The guys thought that it looked like he was just unlucky. Ai asked if Kai could change his equipment. The red-haired man replied that it was very troublesome, but he could try to do something about it. But Kai refused. There's no need to change anything. This outfit fits him perfectly. This is a really good gear that you can't even think of a better one. Now its damage would not be 2, but 200 times more powerful. After such a critical hit, even a Shadow Wolf Rabbit would go for 1 hit. Too bad his critical strike isn't usually particularly high, so it definitely won't be easy. Normal players take 10 critical damage per minute. He has 1 critical damage in 10 days. But each use of the 9 pursuit blades will increase the speed by at least 10%. After a few hits, the speed of the wash critical strike will be increased by as much as 90%. This is the perfect item for a gambler. Lu Jun had no choice but to agree since the protagonist liked it. And now they could return to Earth. But he also warned that Jiang Kai might be looking for someone. He better be careful. So Lu Jun himself decided to walk the guy home. Earth, Kingdom of the Gods, the poor neighborhood of Jiangju City. He hadn't even expected the ordeal to go so smoothly. The boy was curious to know them, what his brother and the others would say. He saw expensive cars. I wonder if someone is going to develop the neighborhood. Afterward, he returned home and called his brother with Ying Zi. Jiang Kai happily announced that he was back. Let me try to guess who passed the rookie trials. It was only then that he noticed that there were strangers in his apartment. Huanda was glad that he was finally back. It said that Kai passed the rookie test. Kai immediately guessed that it was Huang Wei's brother. He didn't understand what they wanted at first. The guy didn't even have time to do anything before the two men brought him to his knees. Huang Da revealed that his little brother had to undergo psychiatric treatment after Jiang Kai killed him in Devil Star. No one has ever dared to do that to Huan's family. Kai has dishonored Huan Wei, so Huang Da do the same to this guy. He swung the bat to hit the protagonist. Kai didn't even realize what he could do in such a situation. Suddenly someone kicked the door, which fell right on the two men holding the guy. All three of them went down. Huan Da didn't even realize who could have even come here to help this bastard. Two men came in and repeated the words of warning. They told the boy to be more careful when he returned home, didn't they? So why did this guy let the warning slip through his fingers? Su Lan Lan told everyone to stay in their seats. The military is already here. They immediately recognized the commander-in-chief of the city military district, Wei Ying. But they didn't understand why the man had come here. The commander-in-chief said they came here for Jiang Kai, and these guys weren't supposed to touch him. Huang Da definitely didn't expect the commander-in-chief to come here just for Zhang Kai's sake. Who the hell is this guy dewy-eyed commander-in-chief anyway? Kai was also wary of the fact that such a powerful man had come here just for him. Huang Da was picked up by law enforcement. Jiang Kai thanked the commander-in-chief for his help, but he also wondered why they had come here. Wei Ying replied that they had come here for a reason. In the rookie trial, he and Yuanzhu as well as Su Ai had performed well. Kai probably didn't even know that after he left, these two were invited to join the military. And so they came here to invite the protagonist too. As a member of a new profession, the inspector asked if Kai knew what the new profession meant as well. Currently, there are many professions for first-timers, but they can be changed once one reaches the 20th level. Whenever the profession changes, the attributes of the new and two are modified. Some pioneers become stronger, while others become weaker. Currently, current professions are not so necessary, so the military prefers to change them by learning new ones. The profession of Kai is a new one, so we asked her to join the army. They won't rush things, so the guy can take it easy. But before arriving, they received information about Kai and his family, and, according to their data, the main character's brother is seriously ill. So, if Kai agrees to join, they will definitely protect his family and cover all of his brother's medical expenses. This guy already went to the Devil's Star to cover his expenses, so if he agrees, let them come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow he can find Su Lan Lan. Surprisingly, Kai refused. These two clearly didn't expect rejection, and they wondered why. Kai knows very well that every person dreams of joining their organization, especially those who have the profession of warrior and healer to help them. But Kai is different, and his profession is different too. They should remember the time when the profession of drunkenness appeared. All the military was fascinated by it, trying to attract such people to them. The military helped the drunks in everything, because of which alcohol began to be freely available and distributed. And that's when the military discovered that binge drinking wasn't having the expected effect. Of course, after that, the piano player was just thrown away. This time, the Huang family took the guy by surprise. He didn't think that these guys would strike so soon. They would leave the Huang family's land as soon as possible. The guy thanked them again for their help. Besides, the three of them had lived together for more than 10 years. So they have long been accustomed to taking fate into their own hands rather than shifting responsibility to others. Of course, she did not understand the meaning of his decision, because now mankind is experiencing the end of the world, and his profession could really help the world. Humanity needs this guy more than ever before. Why would he even have such bad thoughts about them? Kai only apologized, talking about how he just wanted to protect his family. And just as the inspector wanted to say something, she was stopped by the commander-in-chief. Wei Ying understood what this guy wanted to say, so there was no need to interfere anymore. It's hard to change habits that have been developed over 10 years in a couple of days. But Kai realizes that his brother doesn't have much time, and in the future, Kai won't be able to fight alone. The commander-in-chief proposed a wager. For the next month, the military continues to protect his kin from the attacks of the Huang family. And if Kai can save up for his brother's surgery during that month, they can assume that they accept his independence and will not interfere any further. And if Kai doesn't have time to save up, the military will cover all medical expenses, but he'll have to join them. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he agreed to this venture. Now you need to get back to the Devil's Star as soon as possible to save up for a cure. He left him a note wondering if brother and sister were still working. Kai passes the test, but is forced to return to the Devil's Star again. As long as the family is in danger from the Huang clan, then he can't leave them in a place like this. They need to move to a better neighborhood. You'll have to work really hard to earn the full amount you need. The Devil's Star, in the City of the Gods. Jung Kai could now officially begin his journey. Now that he had changed his clothes, he could go to work. First, you need to join a guild. Since the monsters on Devil's Star are very strong, there's no point in fighting alone. Because of this, all newcomers must join a guild. A guild is a large pioneer organization. This is where you can create a team to fight monsters side by side and level up. He really wanted to see where he could join. The guy said he wanted to join a guild. The administrator immediately recognized Jung Kai. She also informed him that he was currently banned from joining the guild. And when the guy inquired as to why, she told him that the Huang family had blacklisted him. So now he can only fight alone. On the edge of the safe zone. Selection. You can't expect any guild to accept him now. I wonder if his adventures will end before they even begin. He was approached by a fortune teller who asked him if he had decided where he was going. If not, she would help him decide on his own. The cost of one divination would be 100 coins. This girl was at level 29. Kai apologized, talking about how he didn't believe it. She tried to stop him. She even agreed to read his fortune for 80 coins. After that, the price plummeted to 30. Or the fortune-telling would already be free. Let him consider it a reward. Jung Kai immediately changed his attitude. Free divination is something he really likes. He's not so adamant now. This parasite took the freebie, but there was nothing left to do but try it anyway. With her skill, she saw that this guy was in crisis, so she suggested we go to the Valley of the Ruler. It's pretty dangerous. But in the safe zone, no one can harm his physical body, so he is safe in it. Nowadays, newbies usually earn experience for leveling ashes. Players from level 1 to level 10 gather here, but there is a small chance that the Huang family will send someone here to kill him. The mountain pass is usually frequented by travelers from level 15 upwards. Therefore, if he went there, he would die. As for the Valley of the Ruler, it was created for level 10 first-timers. With his current strength, Kai would hardly be able to stand up to the monsters that dwell in those places. He assumed that the Huang family wouldn't even think of him going there. Since the guy isn't allowed to join the guild, then he will work on his own, and the Ruler Valley would be his starting point. He thanked the fortune teller and ran away. She really didn't expect him to go in there alone. The fortune teller was talking about a team. This guy probably doesn't know what this place is. It's gonna get him killed, but it's none of her business. We need to get out of here before a negative review comes back. Valley of the Ruler. The protagonist wondered just how strong the monsters in the Ruler's Valley were. Suddenly he heard the monster scream. Something was obviously wrong. A giant ape threw you off the pioneers. The man with the sword shouted to his team to hold on. Against them was a giant monkey that was on the 11th level. If the boys tried hard, they could defeat this monkey. They have to put more effort into it. Still, this is a pioneer team battle, quite lively. Besides, the monsters in the valley look strong, so Kai doesn't know if he can handle them alone. Only then did he turn around to see that there were 3 giant monkeys standing behind him. He immediately recoiled, sensing something wrong. The guy had just thought of those monsters, and they had come here right away. There's no such thing as coincidence. He used his watch to check that the level of the first monkey was 12th, the second was 13th, and the third was 14th. And, according to the watch's assessment, they were dangerously close to his current level. The system reported that a team of celestial swordsmen had killed a level 11 giant ape. The guys rejoiced and thought that they were very cool since they could defeat it. The captain, who was at level 10, was able to defeat a level 11 monkey without a loss. Even the records they would be able to break. It's only natural since they have a very cool captain. The boys immediately turned around when they heard some noise. It was the main character being chased by 3 monkeys. Looks like he wandered into their territory by mistake. They were shocked that this guy is fighting alone against 3 people at once. Plus, each monkey is the highest level of the team, but we have to help this guy. But this idiot must have attracted them himself. This guy can't be helped, or they risk dying themselves. Therefore, he felt it was necessary to escape. The system reported that a level 12 giant ape had been killed. He was finally able to try out his new weapon. The critical strike speed has been increased, and the supercritical ability has also been added. He was puzzled by the fact that they had all fought together to kill a level 11 monkey. And this guy had killed a level 12 monkey in a matter of seconds, all by himself. He was still being chased by 2 monkeys. After that, the protagonist attacked another monkey. A system notification appeared, stating that a level 13 giant ape had been killed. This time, the critical strike speeds increased by another 10%. It couldn't be better. They clearly couldn't find a logical explanation for it all. And now he's going to deal with the last monkey. But after all, it's a 14th level giant ape, and it's the strongest one here. So the man didn't believe that he could kill her too. Kai's physical strength is almost at an end. We won't be able to run anytime soon. Gonna have to speed up and deal with that monkey before he gets caught. Therefore, he will kill the monkey first by firing 3 daggers. The daggers hit right on target. The critical hit was just right. And this time, the system reported that a level 14 giant ape had been killed. It had fallen right in front of the other humans. This kid killed all 3 monkeys. Even a team of 12 couldn't handle it, and he killed them all by himself. Who the hell is this kid? Kai didn't think he would have to sweat so much. But now that he had 3 monster cards, it didn't seem so difficult. After which, he went on his way. A great man is leaving. What will they do now? And why didn't anyone arrest him? That's a shame. The others didn't understand what was going on with their captain. Plain of Ashes. In this place, there were 3 warriors, 1 soldier, and 1 healer. And it was the famous Falcon team from the Huang Guild. But why would they come to a region for newcomers? It's too easy a location for them. All of them were at the 20th level. The healer complained that they still searched but never found Jiang Kai. The warrior heard that it was the fortune teller who had seen Jiang Kai. So let her tell him where that guy was headed. The fortune teller didn't understand why they needed that guy, but they believed that the fortune teller knew him. And it just so happens that Jiang Kai provoked the Huang family. And for that, he must be punished. There was nothing left for her but to admit that Jiang Kai had gone to the ruler's valley. They would be able to find him there. The man let the fortune teller go. He also threatened that they would find her if she lied. After all, this is the strongest team of level 20 hunters. Jiang Kai definitely won't be able to put up a fight against them. How can these people even be called strong? The fortune tellers will never tell the truth to rude people. She made a hexagram that revealed something very entertaining. If they went to Jiang Kai, a very sad fate awaited them. A day later, Valley of the Ruler. He was able to kill 16 giant monkeys and broke through to the 6th level. They say the corpse of a giant ape can be sold for a very decent sum. If he can earn money, he will pay all of his brother's expenses. Suddenly he heard an offer to join the team. This interested him a little, so he turned back. They have 3 teams of humans who hunt giant apes in groups. If a guy joins them, he can gain access to elite treasure chests. The man inquired as to what his decision was. What team are we talking about if he doesn't have a team of his own? I don't think he's going to be alone. There's no need to worry about that. He should just help them. After which they came to a place where 4 elite giant monkeys reside. And the cave next to them holds a treasure chest. But there's 4 of these monkeys and the level is high, so they can't do it without this guy's help. All he has to do is take one of these monkeys away to help the others. They'll sort themselves out. And for that help, he'll get access to the chest. I say the ticket chest holds a lot of good stuff. They can also be sold for a decent amount of money, so we need to get them. These guys aren't at all concerned about Jiang Kai's safety, since they only asked him alone to speak. Most likely, they're just hoping the main character doesn't come back alive. It looked like it was time to show them your true skill. Kai agreed, after which they all rushed to the attack. The monkeys woke up because of the noise. The man didn't understand what this brother was doing, after which he attacked the monkey to get its attention. His plan worked, and the monkey chased the guy. The captain recognized that this guy was actually pretty good at his job. It won't be long before they can get their hands on the chest. So it's time for them to get in on the action. He could barely do the math. Most likely, the elite giant monkey is much stronger than the ordinary one. Therefore, you should be more careful. But Jiang Kai is also far from an ordinary person. All of his blades went straight into the monkey, whereupon it exploded. The system alerted that a level 15 elite giant ape had been killed. Kakaya didn't even think he could defeat it in just 1 critical hit. It's worth the effort for the chest. These guys have to work harder, because they still have awards to share. Unnoticed, the protagonist crept up to the cave, and when he noticed the monkey attacking the captain, he went inside the cave. This cave was covered with vines, but luckily, there was a golden chest. The guy didn't even expect to be able to get to it that easily, and the chest is right there. Looks like he's got a big payday waiting for him. It was clearly worth it to take such a risk with killing a level 15 ape. Just then he heard someone growl. Saliva fell on his armor. Another monkey was right above him. He managed to jump away from where the monkey had hit. Of course, Kai didn't know that there would be another level 20 elite giant ape here. Those guys hadn't even reported her. According to the system's assessment, it was dangerous for the guy to fight with the strongest elite ape giant of the 20th level. So this monkey was hiding here on purpose. Looks like we're going to have a fight on our hands. But this elite ape's defense was so strong that the protagonist's blades couldn't even penetrate it. The system displayed the information that this strongest elite giant ape had 23 defense points. Therefore, the player would not be able to deal damage so easily. Kai can only remove 9 points of defense, but this monkey has 23. So we have to remove the defense first, and then we can get on with our basic life. It's just like the king of the Shadow Wolves. The elite monkey swung around to hit the guy, after which the protagonist was thrown right back against the cave wall. It was very painful, so much so that he even got dizzy. The attributes alone were not enough. He even wondered if he would die in this adventure. Death on the Devil's Star will not be in vain. To come here again, you'll have to wait a month. If that's the case, he definitely shouldn't have come here. So I had to join the army to help my brother and sister. It's too hard right now, though. Memories of someone asking him to wake up popped into his head. He was just a child then. His whole body was wounded. He was carried by his wounded brother. The older brother asked the younger one not to fall asleep. Big brother will definitely pull him out of the battlefield. It was 10 years ago, after the battle of gods and beasts. It was as if he came to his senses at that moment, not realizing how he could even fall asleep in such a situation. The older brother risked his own life to get Kai and his sister out of that nightmare. Can Kai die here? The monkey swallowed the guy. She was satisfied with her snack. But the truth is, it was her last snack in this life. The system sent an alert that a level 20 elite giant ape had been killed. He's managed to do it after all. Although the monkey's external defenses are top-notch, its insides and mouth are very weak. If you attack from the inside, there's no way she can defend herself. Just like the king of the Shadow Wolves. And now this elite treasure chest will belong to him alone. Half an hour later, the rest of the team won. They were thanking this kid for getting one monkey out of here. Well, he must be dead by now. And if he's dead, they'll get more reward. All in all, it's not such a bad outcome. Then they immediately moved forward to retrieve their promised chest. They were already anticipating how rich they would be. But as soon as they stepped inside the cave, they noticed that no elite chest was here. The man didn't understand what was wrong. How come there was no elite chest here? Another crew member reported that during the battle, that kid seemed to have gone into the cave. The captain didn't understand why the guy hadn't mentioned it earlier. He thought he was imagining things. How could that guy even survive? Does it turn out they fought for nothing? But it's been days of slogging away. Even if the chest isn't here, they should still get some kind of reward. Besides, the captain already owes him for months. He was furious that some kid had tricked them. It was very hard to believe. The Valley of the Ruler, the other side. He couldn't have gotten the chest without these people. Now it's time to see what's hidden in that chest. Once the chest was opened, there were all sorts of rewards inside, from gear to ore. The protagonist immediately thought about how much coin he could sell it all for. The value of the Devil Star's equipment is quite high, and now he's rich. His gaze was drawn to another piece of equipment that lay in the chest along with the ore. He put on these gloves. Kai was curious to see how the gloves could help him. Kai immediately felt a sense of relief. It was possible that the equipment could increase dexterity and strength. He decided to test his new characteristics now. The protagonist let out his spikes. What also caught his eye was the flames appearing on the spikes. So this equipment adds flames to all weapons. There are many types of flames on the Devil Star that do different damage. The damage of a simple flame is extremely low, so it's unlikely to be used for attacking. But it can be used for cooking. Do you really only need them to barbecue? After that, he heard the roar of some monster. After which, 4 elite giant apes appeared in front of him, and their level was 18th. Kai assumed it was because of the gauntlet attack. Just now he could barely handle 1 monkey. Now he's got 4. And now he can only focus on attacking on his own. The monkey closed his mouth abruptly. The system reported that it was impossible to penetrate the monkey's defenses. The damage done is 0. How do these monkeys even know it's the mouth that needs to be protected? Even if they run with their mouths open, you can't kill them that easily. I wonder if he's going to die today after all. It was only then that he noticed that his flame was working after all. At one point the monkey was simply burned alive. The flames did a lot of damage. The main character couldn't even believe that the fire was that strong. After that, the other monkeys began to burn as well. The fire was taking away a huge amount of their health. Kai didn't yet understand why the monkeys were suddenly dead. The system sent a notification that 4 elite monkeys had been killed. The guy thought about the fact that the flame damage was 10. How on earth was it able to increase to 2,000? He got the maps of the burned group of monkeys. It looked like the damage had gotten 200 times greater. It turns out that the flames from the gloves aren't so simple. Not only do they increase damage by 200 times, but they also increase the strength of the critical strike. It also does team damage. It turns out the flames don't touch the monster's defenses, killing it from the inside. Kai will be able to get up to 2,000 points per second. This is really great gear, and the damage is pretty good. There's no reason to worry now. He'll always be able to breach the defenses. Thus, that night, all the monkey giants of the Ruler's Valley became the victims of true genocide. They had never seen a common man kill them with a common flame. They saw nothing but the blood of their kin. It felt like a demon was wielding the valley. Now everything within a 10-mile radius has been cleared. The next day, the Valley of the Ruler. In just one evening, he killed a dozen giant monkeys. In addition, he was also able to level up. Kai is now at level 7. Currently, the damage from the gauntlets has become much higher. So the guy assumes that at level 20, he will be invincible. And now he has 10 elite treasure chests and giant ape corpse cards. He'll be able to sell it all for a lot of money. But there was something he didn't like. It's loneliness. Kai missed the days when he fought side by side with Yuanju and Ai. He was curious to know how the guys were feeling now along with the military. It seemed like they were doing much better than Kai right now. On the other side of the Ruler's Valley, Ju didn't understand what this place even was, and why no one was there. Where did all the monkeys go? I don't know why he came here in the first place. Haven't seen a monkey in days. Who killed them all anyway? Ai lacks Jiang Kai's quickness. They were approached by a man who called them soldiers and told them to stop talking. It was Li Bao. He was a horseman by profession and was currently at the 38th level. Previously, it was easier for them to fight monsters because they were in the beginner zone. But now, things had changed. If Jiang Kai had brought them here, nothing would have changed anyway. Li Bao specifically brought them to the Ruler's Valley to become independent. So let them leave their whining alone. Whereupon he ordered you to continue your search for the giant apes. But the guys still missed Jiang Kai. 3 days later. Who would have thought that they would only come across ordinary giant apes after spending so much time in the valley? There was no problem with them, since they were too weak to be sharp. The man also thought that killing Jiang Kai would be much easier, but he believed that killing man and beast were completely different things. A few days ago, they had seen one deity single-handedly kill 3 monkeys, and it was pretty cool. It seems cool for low-level players to see one person kill as many as 3 monsters. That attitude pissed him off a little. With the watch, the man showed a picture of Jiang Kai and asked if they had seen the man. It just so happened to be the same deity who had single-handedly killed several monkeys at once. The man with green hair thought he was handsome. Well, of course they didn't believe in this nonsense. Let them take a closer look. It's only a level 5 rookie. It's just nonsense. If they don't believe it, they'd better check it out for themselves. The captain said that they had seen this guy coming out of the Ruler's Valley. The girl was glad that he had even had a chance to say hello to him. His face immediately brightened with the realization that they had an opportunity, especially with Jiang Kai somewhere nearby. It's time to accomplish the mission. Finally, they can finish this guy off. The guys were a little perplexed that they were trying to find a deity. Besides, the deity looked very strong, so it wasn't even surprising that he might be hunted. At the same time, a crowded exit from the Ruler's Valley. No one understood what had even happened to those damned monkeys. Where could the rest of the monkeys have gone? Some of them didn't even have time to do anything to him, because they had already been killed. That's when the cause of all their troubles passed them by. Well, they didn't even know about it. In these 3 days, he had killed several more giant apes, and even managed to level up to 10th level. In addition, he had obtained 19 elite treasure chests. Looks like it's time to go back to the city and sell everything. Of course, as his level went up, his attributes increased as well. Just then he heard someone shout his name. It was the same group that came over his head. He'd been sitting with his head hidden for too long, so it took them quite a while to find the asshole. The others immediately recognized the 5th team of hunters in the Huang family. But the guys didn't understand why they were so interested in this guy. Sai immediately realized that they had been sent by the Huang family. The man assumed that he was afraid to ask even such obvious things. He had provoked the Huang family by his actions, so he will pay for it with his own life. Kai was confidently able to duck from that lunge. But he really didn't understand if it was worth it for Togo. He had only overtaken Huang Wei after all. They didn't really care which one of them was right. He can't even guess how much they were paid to kill him. Since these people rate everything in money, let them not blame him. After which he threw his daggers at them. They sort of dodged his weapon on the flames were still on their bodies. Of course, these guys didn't even believe that some measly flames could stop them. The girl even wondered if the young lord had definitely died at the hands of this scum. The audience thought it was too corny. That guy's flame was too low level. Some expected Kai to be stronger, but he only looked like he gave them a light. He was really amused by the attitude of these guys, especially how much fun they were having. Now he was very interested to see how they would absorb his current damage. It shouldn't bother them if the flame damage got a little stronger, right? It was only then that they noticed how their captain began to speak at a clip. The man didn't understand at all why the damage was suddenly so severe. After saying those words, they immediately looked at the flames that were on their bodies. Like a timer, they too began to burn. Their facial expressions were full of shock. There was something wrong with them. After which one could observe a solid fire and a body burning in it. The system reported that the pioneer Jiang Kai had killed a team of 5 and was stealing the experience of the team members. Everyone present didn't understand at all what was going on here. Since these guys are so sleepy or find Kai, he'll take their attention. They couldn't believe at all that this guy was able to take out an entire team by himself. Moreover, this was a level 20 elite. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that this guy was killing people with ordinary flames. Everyone wondered who he was. The system activated the experience credit. With the watch, the man wanted to check its characteristics, but the user information was not available. Is it really a flame god who relies on his equipment to kill everyone around him? Everyone immediately agreed that he was indeed a flame god. How great that he was able to go up 2 more levels. But also, Kai wondered why they couldn't see them his characteristics. As it turns out, it's all thanks to the gambler profession. At the current level, there should be completely different characteristics. And since they are very different, it can shock others. It is because of this that his stats are not visible to anyone. But it's a good thing they can't see anything. They'll be less jealous. The Devil's Star, Shenyao City, a swap store. He came there because he wanted to sell his equipment. A sleepy girl greeted him. Doesn't anyone come into this place at all? This place is definitely not a good place. But he didn't have a lot of stuff. He asked the salesman to count it. She reluctantly decided to see what he had decided to offer. But the girl clearly didn't expect there to be how many giant ape corpses. He also revealed 19 elite treasure chests. He asked if he could see it. The guy also wanted to know how much he could get for it. She assumed a professional hunter was standing in front of her. But where did he get so much stuff? She reassured the customer. It just so happens that he has a top salesperson in front of him right now. That's why she's going to do the math today. This customer should by any means necessary to get it to her. At the same time, Kai apologized for disturbing her. The girl calculated that the corpse cards could be sold for 10,000 and the chests for 170,000. And he will receive a total of 180 Devil Star coins. 1 Devil Star coin can be exchanged for 10 coins to Shenyao City, and he would receive a total of 180,000 coins. This way, he would be able to cover all the medical expenses. One could even begin to consider that he had fulfilled his part of the bet. Not only would Kai not have to go to the army, but he would be able to pay the hospitalization expenses. He heard a rather familiar voice. It was the same girl who had told him the last time. Then she advised him to go to the Valley of the Ruler. The fortune teller suggested that he was in trouble there. Jiang Kai admitted that this trip to the valley had helped him a lot, so he thanked her for her advice. In that case, the girl asked if he could help her with her request. He didn't mind at all. As it turns out, her name is Hu Yan, and she asked to join his team. She really wanted to fight side by side, but he didn't even want to hear what she had to say next, and asked to go with her. Hu Yan couldn't believe that he would actually leave. It was probably a normal reaction. Even the military rated her profession as the most useless. So it was not to be expected. But Hu Yan decided to turn the topic to the fact that this guy was interested in gear. Therefore, she offered to take her gear away. Hu Yan was willing to give it away for free. It was the last time she would enter the Devil Star anyway. Since this is the last time she comes in here, she's probably poor too. Does she really want to shut down for good? Doesn't the girl want to try to earn money? She wanted to give it a try, but there was no way to make money anyway. After all, no one would want such a profession. When the military decided that Feng Shui Master was an important profession, she managed to reach the 20th level. And then she became a fortune teller. But the Feng Shui Master's original ability was a more acute perception of place and time. And after acquiring the profession of a fortune teller, she can only predict fate. And when the military realized that fortune tellers had no combat skills, they decided to give up the profession. Since fortune tellers are weak, but no one wanted to accept them in the team, so there was no way to advance. No one takes her to fight the masters, even though she comes here every day. And if Hu Yan returns to Earth, she can earn money as a construction laborer. At least she can get some money. It's really hard for her right now. Kai understands her well, because he is not from a rich family either. He has to worry about his brother's health and medical expenses all the time. The girl confessed that she has a brother and sister on Earth, so she can't put her hands down. It was as if the image of his older brother, who had said he would fight, appeared before his eyes. She's like his brother. He too was eager to evolve into a devil's star, putting himself out there for the sake of a shared future. After the responsibility for Kai and his sister fell on his shoulders, he decided to give up on his dream. And once his body reached its limit, things got even worse. Hu Yan again inquired if he still needed her equipment. She would get everything right now. In any case, she would have to return to normal life someday. After which, she bid him farewell. But suddenly she was stopped by the protagonist. Kai introduced himself. He would disconnect now, but then he would come in again. If they meet again, then they can form a team then. It was as if they were the very words she'd been wanting to hear for a very long time. The girl interrogated if he was telling the truth. He confirmed the truth of his words, and if Kai lies, he won't be able to earn another penny. This man is very concerned about money. That's why he didn't swear on it. She immediately hugged him and thanked him. Afterwards, she called him a wonderful man. He immediately pulled her aside and inquired what she was saying. Hu Yan replied that it was a pleasant word. Lan, Jiang Kai's house. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, announced that the brother and sister no longer needed to work. The money is already there. The girl asked her brother where he even got the money from. Is it even legal or not? Kalya explained that he earned it from the Devil Star, and now he would be able to pay for his brother's surgery, and she would continue her studies. The man suggested that the younger brother was having a hard time, but he said it was fine. The brother tried much harder. There's no need to worry, because he's been through enough. So now Kai wants to help too. They decided to drink to their real family and to their health. After that, the guy noticed someone calling him. It was the commander-in-chief, who already knew that Jiang Kai had won the bet. Therefore, the man inquired if he was free right now. He's sending someone for Kai. The commander-in-chief wanted the kid to see that. Outside of Shen Yao's safe zone, battlefield. It had been so many years since the last time he'd been here. Was this what the city had become like in his childhood? Kai inquired of the commander-in-chief as to why he had been called here. Suddenly they heard the roar of a monster. A huge monster appeared there. He was already being chased by 3 men. Kai was a bit puzzled that there was a man out there fighting a beast. Currently, every Devil Star pioneer who has reached the 20th level occupies a certain level on the table. Level 1 through level 80. Although they have divine power on the Devil Star, it is worthless in life. But those who have awakened are completely different people. Some who are from the 81st to the 120th level become special. And then, they get certain abilities. And the power that can normally be used on the Devil Star is available to them on Earth as well. They activated the counting skill to defend against this attack. The emergence of this power in real life not only makes a huge difference in the military might of mankind, it also helps to counter the monsters that inhabit the Earth. And this is the most effective help to humanity. He really liked the way they killed that monster. But these words didn't seem to impress the commander-in-chief much. He should know that it was an ordinary beast to begin with, and they only have 2 awakened ones at their disposal so far. In the past few days, the situation is not the best. Jiang Kai shouldn't think that he will always be safe. But since he won the bet, Wei Ying won't be pressured. He will once again ask to join the army. As for the Huang family, he had already made arrangements. That family won't bother them anymore. He too thought it odd that this guy would bother him so much. His intuition seems to be to blame. Intuition tells the commander-in-chief that Jiang Kai might be able to become the strongest person in Shen Yao. Wei Ying realizes that the guy only wants to protect his family. And after joining the army, he will have to go to the battlefield where it is very dangerous. But still, everyone is responsible for the ups and downs of this world. Somebody has to fight the monsters. One day, the commander-in-chief will also die in battle, but he is a resident of Shen Yao. So a man is willing to die for his country. And that is his duty. He won't come out to force Jiang Kai's hand. Wei Ying only hopes that one day he will be able to protect his home. And then he can fight for Shen Yao. Jiang Kai then rested on the ground for a few more days before heading to the Devil Star. Now he saw how optimistic the commander-in-chief was. Would Kai really be able to become the strongest in the future and protect Shen Yao? But for now, he decided to think about it later. No longer was the monkey giant from the Ruler Valley no longer a threat. It was time to meet another monster. The Banshee is an elite monster. It deals powerful, devastating damage to the first mover with a scream. She has the body of a ghost, so she is not easy to hit. A banshee's scream can immobilize first responders within a 10-meter radius. Causes a powerful sense of fear. Only attacks from less than 10 meters away can harm the banshee. It is a really strong monster that deals the strongest damage. Therefore, you can't approach it closer than 10 meters. But you can't attack it further than 10 meters away. The monster looks much more powerful than the giant ape. In that case, you'll definitely need a teammate. Meanwhile, the fortune tellers were all standing in the plaza with a sign asking them not to yell at her. Hu Yan was waiting for the team captain. Some even thought that she was sick. Jiang Kai inquired if she had been waiting for him since she had passed out. Hu Yan immediately woke up. She knew Kai would come back. She's been waiting for him, and he knows it. After all, he had promised that he would take her to fight alongside the monsters. Besides, Hu Yan had found him a strong teammate. The fortune-telling revealed that this person would be of great use to him. He was curious to see who would help with the monsters. And Kai hoped it wasn't some drunk. He was a man named Yuan Yu, and he's a drunkard. He immediately burst from his seat, shouting that he was not agreeing to this. Hu Yan was a little perplexed by the fact that he was pulling the same trick twice. She asked to accept this man, for he was very obedient and hardworking. Yuan Yu will do whatever Kai wants him to do. He'll be a great teammate. This guy is even willing to share the rewards. Kai immediately changed his attitude and introduced himself, saying that he would be the captain of this team. He saw the talent in Yuan Yu at first sight. From now on, he would become a member of the team. And today, they're off to hunt banshees. After all, they're a family now. It's time to hit the road. Yuan Yu hoped that the captain was not saying it seriously. But the girl replied that it was serious. The truth is that they are not family, but free laborers. It seems like their captain has gone insane. Valley of the Ruler, the realm of the elite banshee monster. Elite banshee monster, level 20. Kai asked the boys to be careful. The banshee is much stronger than the giant ape. If they are discovered, they will be killed immediately. Therefore, we must be quiet. He also wanted to point out that a banshee could only receive an attack if he stood no more than 10 meters away from her. Therefore, they would need to get closer. He heard a voice addressing the captain. Kai thought it was Hu Yan, so he asked to be quieter. But she didn't understand what he meant. Just then, they heard the voice calling for the captain again. Kai advised Hu Yan to calm down. The girl mentioned that she didn't say anything. They immediately turned back to see who was speaking, if it wasn't her. It was a drunken Yuan Yu, and he was glad that the captain had found him. He used a skill called Like Thunder that pierced his ears and shouted that he would drink to the captain. The banshee, of course, heard the scream and immediately located its source. She was preparing to attack them. Kai started cursing Yuan Yu. What is this guy even doing? And didn't Hu Yan say that he would be useful in fighting monsters? Hu Yan admitted that she was just trying to persuade him. She used a skill called heartbreaking screaming. The system announced that the user's state has changed. The current state is miserable. It was too scary. This banshee is very strong. Kai couldn't even move. Even Hu Yan realized that they couldn't stand and would probably have to wait until they died. Suddenly, Yuan Yu rushed towards them, who didn't realize where such a pretty girl had come from. Could it be that she had come for him? He immediately hugged her. Fate must have brought them together. He asked for permission to caress her. These drools are very adorable. The boys noticed that their ability to move had returned. The miserable state was lifted. Could it be that Yuan Yu is controlling the banshee? Of course, the heartbreaking screaming banshee has time to recharge. So they must deal with it before this banshee uses its technique again. We need to do this as soon as possible. He really wanted to bestow a sweet kiss on her. From now on, this beautiful girl will be his wife. Whereupon the banshee exploded. He didn't realize what had just happened to his beloved wife. The system alerted that the elite banshee monster had been killed. Hu Yan began to admire the captain who had killed it in a matter of seconds. He fell to his knees, his entire body shaking. This pervert had burned Yuan Yu's wife. Afterward, tears appeared on his face. The guy started claiming that this was the love of his life. He would never be able to love anyone else. He was mourning his late wife. Kai inquired about the part of his Yuan Yu catching squirrels. This guy is an alcoholic. He just can't help but drink. Plus, he has a tendency to fall in love with ugly things at the time of drinking. Hu Yan wanted to deliver an elite chest and a banshee corpse map for the captain. It was surprising to remember that that guy wasn't afraid of the banshee at all, so she could have handled it alone. What people dislike most about drunks is that they get out of control when they get drunk. But is that really a disadvantage? He can ignore his fear. The girl returned there with the trunk and noticed the expression on the captain's face. At the same time, Kai realized that Yuan Yu was the real threat to all banshees. The fortune teller thought about how this guy has a pretty creepy smile. Another banshee hut. These two will do anything for Yuan-Yu. And he was excited to see another hottie. The banshee used a skill called destruction, but Yuan-Yu completely ignored this skill. This beauty even made him drool. He kindly inquired if this beauty would treat him to her juices. He immediately hugged the banshee. So she likes him too. And this time it was a successful deception. Now it was time to act. At the same time, Yuan-Yu mentioned that they were in for a hot night. He seems to have fallen in love again. After which the protagonist threw his blades at the banshee. Right before Yuan-Yu's eyes, another one of his wives exploded. The system reported that Jiang Kai was killing an elite banshee. He started cursing those perverts who had burned his wife again, whereupon he fell headlong. And these two seem to have caught the general wave. Time to hit the next more while this guy's still on the liquor action. For the next 3 hours, they all killed and murdered Yuan-Yu's new wives. Those fiends killed his 23rd wife again. He tearfully begged for the release of his 35th wife. In front of them stood a chest. Kai didn't think he could take down 35 banshees so quickly. And it was all thanks to Yuan-Yu. Hu-Yan couldn't dream of such a thing either. After killing 35 banshees, he had risen 2 levels at once, and now Kai is already at the 14th level. And the price for all this is the broken heart of a comrade. Hu-Yan was right after all. Yuan-Yu was very useful to them. Hu-Yan thinks that he should support Yuan-Yu after breaking up with his girlfriend, but support won't help here. Hu-Yan walked over to Yuan-Yu. At the same moment, he called her a beast. In the Banshee hut, he managed to collect 2 skill cards, so now he would be able to get an additional skill. The first skill is praying for rain, thanks to which you can summon rain. You can even create entire lakes and rivers on certain terrain. Hu-Yan is already at the 29th level and her spirit power is much higher than a Kai. Therefore, this skill should belong to her. She really didn't expect someone to give her a skill card. The girl cried and thanked the captain. She finally had a new skill, and finally she would be able to fight too. From now on, she will worship Captain Kai. The protagonist said not to do that. Hu-Yan was glad that she wasn't a scum now. At the same time, Kai activated a hidden skill. The system said that using this card would activate an additional hidden skill of his profession. But this skill can be used only once, after which it disappears. Even though this is a disposable skill, it can still come in very handy. The system congratulated him for activating an additional skill called Casino Theft. When this skill is activated, the user can steal a few of the enemy's characteristics and add them to his own. After half an hour, the skill expires. He was disappointed to see such an effect of the skill. And such a valuable extra skill can only steal characteristics for half an hour. He has over 200 points, but you can only steal 0.2 points with that skill. What's the point of this at all? At the same time, Yuan-Yu woke up, and the guy didn't understand why a living heart ached. Hu-Yan wondered if he had forgotten that he had managed to become a widower 35 times overnight. All the memories rushed through his head, which even caused him to start vomiting. He apologized to the captain, for he only interfered with his profession. If the captain says so, he can leave the team. Kai didn't understand what this guy was talking about. Yesterday, he was a great hero, so he decided to give away Yuan-Yu's equipment. If it wasn't for him, there's no way the team would have dealt with the Banshee. Yuan-Yu is the core of their team. The guy replied that he didn't need it. The most important thing is that he can be there for them. But Kai insisted he take this outfit. The guy in these promised that he would treat his comrades well. Besides, Hu-Yan is also entitled to the outfit. In Hu-Yan's eyes, this guy didn't exactly look different. Back then, he was saying that she would also get an outfit. Their eyes immediately glazed over. Now the boys will always follow Captain Kai. They would even die for him. The main character really didn't understand what they were doing. Devil's Star, Swap Shop. The store owner welcomed his favorite customer. Today the total amount reaches 840,000 Devil Star coins. That's 8.4 million Shenyao coins. Now he's sorted out all the expenses. The locker room of the swap store. Now not only does he have enough to live on, but he can also buy things. Kai decided to buy pants and a cloak to help him sneak around undetected. The dark pants increased dexterity by 11 points, strength by 6 points, and defense by 3 points. At night, the user can go invisible for 3 minutes. In addition, he now also has armor that allows him to resist deadly attacks. The Ghost's leather armor increases dexterity by 24 points, strength by 8, physique by 9, and spirit by 14 points. Every 10 minutes, users will be able to activate a blur attack. The gloves are doing their job too. Thanks to the flames, he can now spew powerful attacks. The arsonist gloves increase dexterity by 7 points and strength by 6. The user can spew powerful flames in conjunction with the weapon. The flames make powerful attacks on targets. The quality of years was much stronger now than before. Now he would be able to withstand a level 20 pioneer as well. So now the protagonist is confident of his success. When you noticed the captain. He also told him that he had gotten something here. It would take too long to tell, so he decided to visualize it. He threw the blade in straight at the Kai. The guy thought that Yuanyu would still hold a grudge against him for the 35 wives he had killed. The blade stopped right in front of the protagonist's eyes. After which, Yuanyu ordered the blade back and threw the log above him. After which the blade flew straight back. Captain Kai often has to worry about his own safety, so Yuanyu decided to help out a little. Now he could rely on the power of the magnet to suck up anything that flew at the captain. Kai rejoiced, for now he had nothing to worry about. In addition, tilting the weapon in this manner can cause damage to the enemy. Kai didn't realize that Yuanyu was so talented. Yuanyu revealed that he had studied it himself. Did he really impress the captain? He held up 3 thumbs up, assuring the guy of the truth of his words. Suddenly there was lightning. After that it started to rain. Kai didn't understand what else it was at all. Yuanyu began to doubt that the captain had not deceived him. It was Hu Yan. The girl studied the plea for rain, but it seemed to be useless. But can her skills be useless? Let her just look at her surroundings. If you can increase the rain, it can even wash away opponents. The enemy will become a live target, and then she can kill anyone she wants. Turns out she can be so helpful. In that case, she would train even harder. Kai wished her luck. Now Hu Yan and Yuanyu had acquired new skills. This team had become much stronger than before. Other first-timers complained about this downpour. All the equipment is now wet. What if the Huang family starts blaming them for the delay? Kai stopped them and wondered if they were now talking about the Huang family. This guy must be off the internet. The Huang family guild is going to send 200,000 people to the Permafrost Island to hunt the boss. Defeating the boss will allow them to expand the Devil Star. Therefore, many pioneers are sent to hunt this boss. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of this world. Didn't he know about this news? The boys ran, for they might be punished for being late. It was surprising that Huang's family wanted to hunt the country's boss, and maybe Huang Wei would be there too. At present, this beast is rampant all over the earth. Not every country can withstand it, because it requires a lot of resources. But the resources of the Devil Star are guarded by bosses of completely different levels. So first you have to kill a monster to get the necessary materials. The monster levels on Devil Star range from low to high. Normal, elite, warrior, team, king-level boss, map boss, and guard lord. So for a king-level boss, you need to gather hundreds of thousands of soldiers to oppose him. Does the Huang family want to make such a massive contribution to become the first on the Devil Star? Perhaps Huang Wei's family has decided to reform and stop their atrocities in order to bring hope to the world. He remembered the commander-in-chief's words that everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of this world. After all, someone has to stand up and fight the monsters. Had Huang Wei decided to become the one who would risk everything for this world? The Devil's Star, Permafrost Island. Hu Yan assumed that Captain Kai didn't know that the Permafrost Island was so cold. Of course he didn't know about it. They were approached by the captain of the other team, who asked which team they were from. Don't they know that it is better not to walk on the lake? Kai replied that it was their first time here. But why can't you walk here? I wonder if these guys are new. As they all know, there is a monster's lair under the island. And now they're walking on thin ice. Don't the boys know they'll only alarm the fish? Monster bipedal fishman, 22nd level. These idiots are only going to die in vain. It takes a team of level 22 humans to bring down a level 22 fish. As they all know, Fishman specializes in melee attacks, so countering this fish is frustratingly difficult. These rookies are definitely finished. The boys were worried about the captain. Kai used a ghostly armor blur. Blurring complete. And he thought this monster would be stronger. After which he attacked his opponent. The fish started to burn. Of course, this was not at all the outcome they expected. This guy survived a human fish attack. What about the level 20 team it takes to kill it? He's probably level 10, right? And that kid was able to kill her in seconds. And now it's not so cold in here. His strength was now 76 units. And the critical strike power does a minimum of 15,200 damage. But it's best not to consider it a special bonus. This is only the lowest critical strike damage. His damage is currently rated at level 20. Therefore, the guy is able to overpower his enemies at this stage of development. The system has started to free up storage space. Hu Yan reported that she had taken the human fish map. Kai thanked her for that, and also suggested that she go up further. Jiang Kai called them elder brothers and asked if they knew of them where Huang Wei was now. But they clearly didn't consider themselves older, more like junior, and they happened to know where this man was. They might even be able to show the way, somewhere on a permafrost island. Kai didn't want the guys to see the showdown with Huang Wei, so he left them somewhere else. I think the others said that the guy should be here. He wanted to talk to him alone, but the protagonist didn't even have to look. A smile appeared on his face as soon as he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei himself, on the other hand, was not very happy to see Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai was impressed with Huang Wei's decision to kill the country's boss. He also thought it was necessary to strike past grudges and contribute to the country's development together. However, Huang Wei thinks otherwise. He wanted to kill this guy. Fortunately, Kai was able to react. Kai didn't understand why he was doing this at all. He had only come to talk to him. Jiang Kai killed him. Huang Wei had to undergo a long treatment, and now Kai has decided to arrange a reconciliation. Huang Wei wants revenge for killing him in front of such an audience. But the military has ordered the Huang family not to touch Kai. That's why he decided to take the initiative and gather a whole group to go after the country's boss. During this battle, no one will be able to protect Kai. Now we know what his goal is. Huang Wei was determined to prove his words with actions. Besides, he didn't even think that this jerk would come here himself. He had the brains to think of such a senseless action. Huang Wei will just use his credit for killing the boss, and then he'll be safe, if he kills Kai. It seemed that Kai had given himself too much credit for Huang Wei. He was still the same person Kai had known before, but if Huang Wei wants to kill him, then let him do it with the whole team. After all, Kai and his mercenaries have already been dealt with, but the guys thought that he was only able to finish off those mercenaries because of the military's help. Besides, the gentleman is level 10 and has S-rank equipment, so he can definitely handle that jerk. But just then, with the help of his watch, he saw that this guy had reached level 14 too quickly. And at the same moment, Huang Wei began to burn, gradually losing his health. He didn't understand why he was burning at all. The boy turned to his team, asking for help. The others were trying to figure out what had happened to their master, and why the fire was so powerful. Their master is dead. Therefore, the others had better stay out of Jiang Kai's way if they didn't want to follow his fate. But as it turned out, he was still alive. The equipment helped preserve 1% of life, so Huang Wei was still the same. He demanded that they help finish this guy off faster. They must torture him to death. And the boys were determined to carry out this order. Surprisingly, they decided to continue despite Kai warning them. But this is a great opportunity for him to try out a new technique. The daggers flew just past them. They were laughing with Togo that this guy had so many down, but none even hit the target. What's with this guy's accuracy anyway? Isn't it scary for him to fight them, knowing that they are in the 30th levels? He decided to start on his own. It would seem that Kai was only happy that they weren't even listening to him. In that case, why don't he shoot a bird? After that, the opponent who stood in front of Kai burst into flames. Maybe now they would realize the weight of that warning. The guys didn't expect those daggers to come back at all. Also, a guy with less than level 20 killed a commander who was as low as level 32, and he did it in just a second. He appeared behind his next victim, reminding him that he wasn't done yet, after which he returned another blade. Another man began to burn. Of course, they didn't know what this skill even was, or how it got so deadly. Could this guy have made some kind of deal with the devil? Huang Wei didn't understand how the vermin couldn't even see that he was only good at long-range attacks. All they have to do is attack together, and to do that, they have to get close to him. It turns out that Jiang Kai is good at ranged attacks and deals a lot of damage when he is far away. Therefore, we just need to get closer to him. But no sooner had the two men done anything than they began to burn. Guys were being burned alive right before his eyes. Jiang Kai thought that there was only one complete garbage around. What is the difference between the two in the first place? Huang Wei thought it was simply unrealistic. There was too much difference in levels between them after all. What did this Kai even do? And after all, Kai had even planned to forget about their grievances. But Huang Wei still continued to haunt him. The man asked cautiously what he was going to do. It's no big deal. Huang Wei wanted to kill Kai himself, so Katz is going to retaliate in kind. Kai already killed him last time, so why shouldn't this guy die again? Shouts could be heard in the valley of the vegetable frozen ground. A few minutes later. After all, Kai had quite a bit of experience in killing pioneers. He didn't even think that after killing Huang Wei and their other level 30 pioneers, he would rise to level 17 right away. The system reported that for killing 10 first-timers, the user receives a bloodthirsty killer penalty. This is a punishment state. By activating this skill, everyone will have access to the user's location. If they kill a Kai, they can get triple experience. This punishment can only be removed by using 10 drops of tears of repentance. But isn't that a serious negative bonus? The person who receives this punishment becomes everyone's target. Now everyone knows of his whereabouts and can kill him. There was a talent involved. Doubling punishment and rewards are increased several times, so you need to keep a close eye on all the effects you receive. The talent doubling Kai increased the punishment tenfold. Once he dies, he will immediately lose more than 30 characteristics. This means that he will be equated to a level 1 power. He'll never be seen in public again. And we need to find those tears as soon as possible to get the punishment lifted. Permafrost Island, the Huan family garrison. Huang Wei's father, Huang Tong, and the head of the garrison of the Permafrost Island couldn't believe how they let Huang Wei die. The whole family had to fight for the future of the star. But now, his son was dead. Wouldn't that set up their principles? Huang Wei's older brother, Huang Da, deputy head of the garrison of the Permafrost Island, asked his father what they would do now. Right now, they must go after the boss. Once they defeat this boss, then even the military wouldn't stop them from taking revenge on Zhang Kai. And then that little bastard will pay for everything. Half an hour later, and somewhere on an island of permafrost, Hu Yan asked the captain how many titles he already had. Yuan Yu couldn't believe that the captain was now a bloodthirsty killer. Kai asked about her screaming so loudly. There's no time for explanations now. He took revenge on the Huan family, and now it's time to leave. It was only then that they heard some unpleasant noises. Isn't this a battlefield? It looks like the Huang family has started a war. Hu Yan asked the captain to take a look at it. The ice was starting to crack. After that, many monsters appeared there. Mountain animals also appeared. Also the boss lords of frozen fish. His level was unknown, and his current health level was 100%. There was a lot of pressure coming from this boss. Yuan Yu was scared. Huang Tong told the warriors to get ready, because the boss was already here. If they defeat him, they could earn everyone's honor. They will make a valuable contribution to the development of the Devil Star. And their families will be rich. That is why they must prevail. There's nothing to be afraid of. The army shouldn't even think about retreating. The boss battle begins. The troops immediately rushed out to attack the monsters. Yen Yu asked the captain if they needed to go there. It's a battle involving 200,000 people, but they won't go there yet. The boys were surprised at his decision. As long as the battle is on, Huang family can't control Kai. It will be better if they watch the battle with this boss. Kai thinks it will be quite exciting. A monster appeared in front of the soldiers, a simple fishman of level 25. The captain tried to support his army by talking about how it was just an ordinary fish. There are plenty of men, so they will definitely be able to handle it. But he couldn't even do anything about the way he was being grabbed and prepared to be swallowed. After that, screams of pain could be heard, and also cries for help. They were horrified as soon as they saw the fishman had eaten the man. Hu Yan hadn't seen that a simple human fish could eat a human either, and there are quite a lot of monsters here. Kai heard that as long as the boss didn't die, the fish army wouldn't stop appearing. In fact, the main event of the whole thing is not a battle between an army of humans and fish at all. It's a boss battle. The 8-man team was able to break into the boss's territory. All participants need to be on their guard. If they try hard enough, they can overpower the boss. After which there was a bright flash of light. If this is the power of the special ones, looks like the boss is about to die. But of course that's not all. He asked the boys to be more attentive. After that, Kai used the focus of the ghost's eye. These guys seem strong, but only Kai sees the truth. And the truth of the matter is that even the boss's defenses were not broken. They couldn't believe that they couldn't even break through this boss's defense. After that, the boss attacked this group of people. It was the first group that was able to get close to the boss territory, and it was defeated. That this boss had killed an entire group of special representatives with just one blow was a shock to everyone gathered here. He was able to kill 8 special ones in just one strike. Is that really the power of a king-level boss? Another person decided to speak for the boss. Kai didn't understand his decision either. After all, even the 8 representatives died fighting together. So, where is he running alone? The others also thought it was another wasted death. Surprisingly, the man was able to stop the boss's punch. It was noticeable that the boss himself also didn't expect to find someone who could take this blow. This was overwhelming news for the Kaya group. For others mostly too. He was furious that this monster dared to kill his comrades. This pioneer's name is Jiang Fong, and he's not even thinking of giving up at all. This guy's specialty is spearman. He has the rank of the strongest in the Xuanwu Guild. No one else will die at the hands of that fish. Fan had a special talent called Blessing the Dead. Every time a comrade of a particularly high rank died, the user would receive 25% of their power. He was determined to destroy that damned monster. The system sent a notification that the boss's defenses had been breached. It's great news that the boss's defenses have been breached, and now the rest of us have hope of killing him. Huang Tong doesn't even know who else can doubt Xuanwu's efforts and guild. Everyone died so that Zhang Fang could become stronger. His strength has been increased by over 200%, which is pretty good. And now the power of this man is equal to several dozen men at once. Fang gave another blow to the monster. The man thought there was no longer any doubt, especially that this battle will end successfully. From afar, Hu Yan cheered the fighters on. But the group of protagonists didn't even notice the elite monster standing behind them. A 32nd level fishman. Huang De noticed an alert on his watch. A large number of human fish were detected coming out of the permafrost island. Huang Tong immediately realized that there was an army of entire monsters approaching here, and there are hundreds of them. All of them are elite fish people above level 30. Now we need to help Zhang Fan fight the boss. The battlefield is now divided into 5 regions according to the levels of the 5 fishmen. They are divided into normal, warrior, boss, team creatures, and elite. He allocated a large number of people to fight against the fishmen in each district, and there was finally some balance on the battlefield. But if the rear is broken through, it won't be easy for Zhang Fan to kill the boss. It can be assumed that there is even a risk of them dying. It takes Zhang Fan at least 30 minutes to kill a boss. Huang Tong wondered how long it would take these Pisces to reach the battlefield. The system gave a warning that the fishmen were approaching, and it would take them a little over 10 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was busy destroying the monster that attacked them from behind. The system sent a notification that the pioneer Jiang Kai had killed an elite fishman. Hu Yan saw that there were too many monsters here, so she put forward the option to leave this place as soon as possible. Kai noticed that the balance of power was about to be upset. If a single enemy broke through, they would die. But the Huang family is his enemy, so he would love to see its demise with his own eyes. This is the worst possible situation. What should they do now? But even if the Huang family is his enemy, then the future of 200,000 people is unlikely to be bright. He remembered the commander-in-chief's words again. Every man is responsible for the ups and downs. Someone has to go out and fight these monsters. Jiang Kai informed his team that they couldn't leave this place. They had doubts about the captain's decision. Kai felt it was necessary to bring all enemies upon himself. He could handle them himself. This is clearly not the smartest decision on his part. 10 minutes later, he suggested the captain retreat, for there were too many enemies here. If they were surrounded, it would be all over. We must leave before that moment. The guys were in favor of the idea. They'd better leave, or they won't be able to get into the game for a month. And if he can't make money, the landlord will just kick him out. They're all gonna die here. But the captain refused to run. How could they not have realized it at all? 10 minutes had passed since the enemies should have caught up with them. But there's no one in sight yet. Isn't that strange? And then they also noticed that for some reason there was no one here. They must have miscalculated. But the Huang family didn't station their troops there. This only proves that there was a very powerful man lurking in the rear. There must be someone very strong indeed. Kai turned around to launch a counterattack. It had been completely different the last time. He jumped right between them. These guys are pretty tall. Kai has killed over 20 fishmen, but they keep coming one by one, making it very hard to kill. Hu Yan ran with a shout that called out a lot of fish. Yuanyu had already been here as well. Kai praised the boys for a great job and told them about hiding. Hu Yan asked the captain if he would be able to kill all those fish, whether he would be up to the task. Even Yuanyu thought that it was quite difficult. In fact, it pissed him off a little bit to kill you each one by one. But one thing he knows for sure, it's a lot easier to kill that way. The system reported that the pioneer Jiang Kai was killing 257 fishmen. Could this be the true strength of Captain Kai? Yuanyu has only just learned the essence of strength. How could the captain have so much power? The others also noticed that there was a massive explosion in the rear. In fact, this explosion was hard to miss. Huangda reported that all the fishmen from the rear were killed. I wonder if the military did it. Huang Tong doesn't think it was the military. How could they have arrived so soon? Since the military is here, the situation should get better. Now they must help Zhang Fan fight the boss. Half an hour later, the current health of the boss is 65%. They were able to take down almost half of them. The guys thought they could definitely win this one. But as it turns out, after such a loss of blood, the boss enters a new stage. At the frenzied boss stage, the attack speed would be so fast that it would be almost impossible to track down. Zhang Fan is only advised to reflect the blows. He is unable to do more than that. The key to defeating a boss depends on its resilience. The system sent a notification that the health of the pioneer Zhang Fan had dropped to 5%. I can't believe this guy's gonna die like this. But does this beast think that's enough to kill him? The talent of the special one was engaged. Battle armor. Thanks to the armor, the effect of the boss's attack was reduced. The boss has hit back. Kai liked this durable armor. Not only does it give immunity, but it also deals damage. Is that really the talent of the special one? Zhang Fan was about to kill the boss. Huang Tong had said that Zhang Fan wasn't that easy after all. His talent could deal 50% damage to the enemy for 90 seconds. The boss was just at the aggravation stage and had an extremely high attack speed. The boss's health dropped to 35%. In other words, the higher the boss's attack speed, the more health it loses. He was glad that the boss's health in general would soon drop to 30%. The boss is about to be overthrown by the troops of the Huang family. There was a flash of light, after which a tentacle came out, which was able to pierce through Zhang Fan's armor as well as causing him serious damage. The impact caused him to fly backwards. The system sent an alert that the defenses had fallen. Zhang Fan had 1% of his health left. Who would have thought they would witness the overthrow of a god? As it turned out, the boss used his skill, the name of which is armor destruction. Huang Tong didn't understand how they could be so wealthy, and not even find out all the information about this boss. Where did he even get the armor destruction skill from? A realization came into his head. This was truly the end. Zhang Fan had lost the battle. Even if Zhang Fan fell, this battle would still be lost. They've used all their trump cards in this battle, so what do they do now? Someone suggested we run away. Li Bao was wrong. He shouldn't have brought Yuanzhu and Ai here. The man just wanted to prove that he was more powerful than that Jiang Kai. But Kai had never condemned them to die, had he? Li Bao didn't want them to die here either. He was a terrible captain after all. The guys were worried about Captain Li. She turned back around and begged for at least someone to help the captain. She didn't even have the strength left to heal. The boss can't be killed anymore, and his army continues to advance. If no one does anything about it, things will continue as they are. Will no one come to their rescue? The man was already thinking that this was really the end of him. Right before his eyes, the blades hit the monster's body, and it caught fire. Li Bao didn't understand how this happened at all. With the team's help, the protagonist got his blades back. Of course, Ai and Zhu recognized that voice. It was their friend and former Captain Kai. He was indeed glad to see them, but not under these circumstances. Kai had advised them to run, and he still had a boss to fight. Zhu even thought he was starting to be let down out loud. Who would have thought that Kai was going to fight the boss? But the guy didn't even realize why he saw him so clearly. I had the same situation. After a second, the guys felt the approach as well. Apparently, it's a bloody murderer's punishment. The guys didn't understand what Captain Kai was doing now. Had he forgotten what state he was in? After all, he is now before the eyes of 30,000 people. They've been waiting for that bloody killer to die. Who would have thought he would arrive here so soon? If they kill this man, they can get a lot of experience. Then they can go fishing. Of course, they planned to kill him first. There was an explosion. Zhu didn't understand what the big deal was. Did they really kill him? Ai was also worried about Kai. In fact, it only took the protagonist one punch to deal with such a group of people. Did they really think that would stop him? The wounded pioneers didn't understand how this guy had so much power in him. Didn't he have a level 10 with something? What happened? They were immediately relieved when they saw that Kai was okay. He was actually able to deal with them. Monstrous power. Li Bao was also a little shocked that Jiang Kai had been attacked by members of the 20th level or more. But he remained intact. Huang Da sensed that Jiang Kai, who had killed Huang Wei, had appeared on the battlefield, and he seemed to be close to the boss. Could it be that Jiang Kai had gotten his hands on the boss as well? In any case, they should try to cut their losses now. Huang Da didn't understand why his wife's heart was so heavy. And why did he have a hunch that Jiang Kai would be able to fight the boss? Still, it wasn't a bad decision to go into the battlefield and try to fight the boss. He remembered the commander-in-chief's words again. If Shen Yao was in danger in the future, the latter hoped that Kai could fight for him when he was strong enough. At the same time, Kai didn't understand why he had made such a promise. Right now, the country is in crisis and needs a large area to get resources, and it just so happens that he has some free time on his hands. Kai informed the artificial intelligence that he wanted to activate the disposable skill he had gotten earlier. This was the skill called stealing in the casino. The user would steal 0.1% of the characteristics of anyone who looked at them. they would be credited to the first person for 30 minutes, after which the characterization would be removed. And to tell you the truth, at first he didn't even understand what the point of this skill was. Kai didn't even think he could use it, but as long as he is in the state of an assassin, everyone is paying their attention to him. They all felt that the killer had come. Kai can only steal 0.1%, but there are about 300,000 people here. Even if it takes that percentage of characteristics away from 200,000 people, that's already a very large number. His attributes were beyond reason. Huang Da informed his father that Zhang Kai was running straight to the boss. Huang Tong didn't understand what was wrong either. Her watch told her that Zhang Kai's performance had become very high, even higher than the general himself. He clearly wasn't expecting to hear such news. Zhang Kai's location, Fishman Zone. A Fishman warrior that was at level 51 appeared in front of him. That monster pounced right on the Kai. Huang Da had doubts whether he could even handle an ordinary monster. Huang Tong doesn't know if his characterization is true, but the bite of a toothy fishman is a skill that level 60 first-tier monsters should be wary of. Looks like this is the end for him, but the protagonist was able to tackle this island with just his fist alone. He didn't even have a gun on him, and he was able to kill the toothy one-handed. I wonder if his description is true. Would he really be able to kill the boss? Right now, he's already in the Fishman Commander's area. Zhang Kai was spotted by the Fishman Commander, who was at the 74th level. The commander began to use his skill. It was such a loud sound that it made the Kai cover his ears. To fight against the commander, you need new special equipment and skills. What's the use of his characteristics now anyway? He shouldn't have tried to go after the boss. After which, she wanted to attack him. Ai and Zhu began to worry about him. Yan Yu entered the game. He shouted that he wasn't weak either. This guy is just as good as the captain. So why is the beauty so seductive only to him? Is a high-class man like him not even attracted to her? Let him give her at least one kiss. This time no one will burn his beloved wife. When Yu started kissing that monster, she immediately shoved it away from her. And he liked this girl with a personality. He loves that kind of thing. Right now, he is in a drunken dreamer state. Yuan Yu can greatly reduce the damage received and has a negative effect on those around him. Could it be some general too? He didn't even care about the commander's punch. It's amazing that this guy managed to hold out. Kai didn't understand and why this guy had come here. Didn't he give an order? Did the captain think they'd abandon him? Huyen tried to use the learned prayer for rain. She told the captain to leave, for Yuan Yu won't last long. The gulf between him and the human fish commander was too great. He was glad his wife had come to him. He was surprised that these guys followed him. Even so, a smile appeared on his face. I guess there's nothing to do. Others, however, did not understand why the girl had activated the rain prayer. Could it be that fish people would die because of a simple rain? Zhang Kai relied on his team. Huyan only assumed that these people hadn't studied physics at all. Only then did they notice that it wasn't rain in the sky, but shards of ice. It's really a terrible technique. How did the rain even manage to turn into ice? And why it hits people too? Considering the cold weather on the permafrost island, the rain here is more convenient than ever. Before, she couldn't attack at all. And now 200,000 people are being damaged by her technique at once. As long as her prayer for rain works, the enemies won't approach it. The fishmen can't let such an attack go unheeded. They will be distinguished by her, and he can deal with the boss. He saw before his eyes what she had done. Those monsters really didn't notice him. They're a team, and the captain has to remember that. He's not alone. The guys were happy that they would finally be able to kill these monsters. Yuan Yu once again mourned the death of his wife. He underestimated these guys after all. In fact, he was very grateful to them. And now it was his turn. A shard of ice even accidentally fell on him. The two of them couldn't believe that Zhang Kai could slay the Fishman commander. Even their team of 10 couldn't handle it. What kind of monster is he? The guys were cheering up Kai as best they could. Now he has quite a few characteristics, and Kai has become very strong. No one can stop him. Finally, he was able to get to his destination. It was frightening to see that monster from afar. But it's different now. After all, this huge monster is very ugly. The boss had 35 health left. Huang Tong and Huang Da were once again shocked. This guy was actually able to reach the boss, who was already standing right in front of him. The others immediately cheered up, for they believed that he could kill this boss. Hu Yan also encouraged the captain. She believed in his victory. He will live up to their expectations. Well, just when the boss noticed someone approaching him, he decided to act. Looks like it's over. The boss is about to strike a critical blow. With this strength and speed, Zhang Kai was definitely finished. But fortunately, he was able to dodge every lunge of this boss. Even if the boss got faster, that speed isn't much for a Kai. Perhaps he should keep ducking. Everyone seems to be hallucinating. The boss hadn't even thrown a single punch at him. She was happy for the captain. And these two couldn't figure out if his agility was really that advanced. After that, Kai ran at the boss weapon. The entire tentacle appeared there. The boss used his skill. But even the protagonist was okay. He threw his weapon right at the boss. His tentacle exploded. But the system window was alerted that health was down to 25%. The others also noticed the health plummeting from 30% to 25%. The assassin was able to reduce the boss's health by 10 units. And this he was able to do in just 10 minutes. What kind of man is this? How can he be so strong? Everyone present felt shocked, as even Zhang Fan couldn't handle the boss. And this guy was able to do so much damage. This boss should have realized the power of the Kai by now, just like the others. But of course the boss didn't think of giving up so easily. However, Kai won't fall for that trick again. At that moment, the boss decided to attack him with his trident. Because of such a powerful blow, someone thought that killer was dead. But as it turned out, it was just an illusion. The killer couldn't have died that easily. This opponent was starting to get on the boss's nerves. Didn't that monster know that Kai had some pretty good weapons? It was amazing that this guy didn't even take damage from the boss. What kind of monster is that? The question even began to swirl as to which one of them was actually the boss. He's tired of wasting his time on this. Now it's time to do some damage and finish this monster off. The spot where the main character's blades hit began to burn, after which the boss dropped to one knee. His current health was 15%. Kai didn't even think about slowing down. He decided to do the same with the monster's other leg, after which this leg exploded as well. Vaz started screaming in pain. His current health was already at 5%. Does this boss want to say that Kai is disrespecting him? And shows his arrogance? But he had long since gotten used to it. Once again, 2 explosions from the main character's weapon sounded. It's time to call it a day. With a serious expression on his face, he looked at his defeated opponent. The boss's health was 0.1%. Huang Tong really couldn't believe that this guy had defeated the boss. Plus, he was unharmed himself. Lu Jun said that Huang Tong had asked for help from the military, but it was worth it to come. But the place was completely sorted out. Jiang Military District. Deputy Supreme Commander Wei Ying. He Sheng, the Special One. And standing next to him was also the Deputy Commander-in-Chief and Special Lu Jun. He Sheng didn't understand. And what should they do now? Lu Jun himself had not expected this battle to have such an outcome. But this is the young man the Wei commander has high hopes for. The rain had stopped, and the boss was almost taken care of. Huang Tong shouted that the boss still had health left, so they shouldn't let Zhang Kai finish him off. He ordered the Xuanwu Guild to stop fighting the fishmen. They must let the head of the Huang family strike the final blow. After that, they must defeat the assassin. Whoever can defeat the bloodthirsty killer will get 50 million at once. But if Kai kills the boss first, then everyone else won't get a penny. People did not understand how their family should even be fed if they were not paid at all. Someone has a sick child who needs treatment. They don't even count on 50 million. They don't care about the fish people anymore. What we need to do now is take down the killer. All of them immediately supported the idea and wanted to attack the bloodthirsty killer. Literally all of the pioneers started running straight towards where Jiang Kai was. The Huang family couldn't handle the boss, and now they're sending a whole mob to kill Kai too. It's pretty funny. He helped the best warrior of the Huang family up and inquired if he was still alive. Zhang Fang didn't understand why the bloodthirsty assassin had brought him up. Besides, Kai had already almost killed the boss, so why did he decide to help Fang? Fan was the first to attack the boss. Can Kai leave him here? If he takes down the boss, the Huang family will end their suffering. In addition, he will also receive generous payments from the family. The protagonist inquired if he was a member of the family. Kai believes that it is the Fan who should be the one to strike the final blow. He didn't understand the point of this guy's actions at all. Fan had better hurry up, because if he didn't do anything, those people would kill Jiang Kai. Now he realized perfectly well what was happening now, and even thanked the Kai. Fan then attacked the boss with his weapon. The boss's death cries could be heard on the mountain. The system reported that Xuanwu's guild members had handled the boss. Someone even began to wonder if it wasn't the assassin who did it, but Jiang Fang specifically. The defeated boss began to vaporize, and the Fishman army began its retreat. Since the boss was killed by a great god and not a bloodthirsty assassin, they could still get the reward. These two also didn't expect that Zhang Fan would be the one to kill the boss. It appears that Jiang Kai has decided to forgo the final blow. Others started to cheer, and also mentioned that the bloodthirsty killer wasn't so bad. a folk hero who refused to give up his boss. They hoped that now no one will dare to hurt the benefactor. Zhu noticed that Kai was gorgeous as always. Ai noticed that she was quite beautiful. Li Bao was also happy to see this event. He was now convinced of Jiang Kai's greatness. Everyone started praising the bloodthirsty killer. Now they know how great the captain is. They picked the wrong leaders. And now you can see how disgusting the Huang family is. This family doesn't care about the lives of others. They just want to achieve their own goals. And they refuse to pay. All of us don't want to. Huang abruptly sided with the family. All these people can do is boast about money. Let them come down if they have the courage. There were also masses of people wanting to leave the Xuanwu Guild. 200,000 men have refused to take part in further battles. Their position may fall. He'll remember that bastard Jiang Kai. They should leave now. They could take revenge on Jiang Kai the next time they met. Jiang Feng introduced himself and also revealed that he was now his debtor, and he'd like to know what this guy's characteristics are. Jiang Kai introduced himself and also mentioned that he was able to exchange the characteristics of the other people. And it was a one-time thing. In reality, Jiang Kai wasn't that strong. A tentacle emerged from some ravine. At the same moment, Kai was telling that he had taken advantage of the bloodthirsty killer's punishment, and before he could fully tell his plan, he was grabbed by this tentacle. Even Jiang Feng didn't expect this. Those tentacles began to pull Jiang Kai somewhere. Hu Yan immediately came running over there, wondering where Captain Kai had gone. Zhang Fan began to think that it was his fault. He also inquired if this guy was her captain. The girl confirmed these words. Fan was sorry, but he had to break the bad news. There's a high possibility that Jiang Kai provoked the boss's posthumous revenge. Postmortem revenge is a unique boss skill that activates after death. As a rule, revenge is always successful. A terrible punishment awaits the pioneer. He will be tortured to death, and this is only the first step of revenge. The worst part is when a person returns from the Devil's Star, people simply cannot recover from thoughts of punishment. She couldn't believe that the captain would have such an outcome. Hu Yan tried to the end not to believe that none of this was true. He started to come to his senses a bit precisely because of the pain. At the same time, the guy didn't understand what had happened to his body, and what it felt like. He opened his eyes, not realizing what this place was. Only then did he see the whole picture of what was happening. This boss seemed to enjoy tormenting Jiang Kai. The tentacles were penetrating his body, and it was quite painful. The system sent a warning that the disposable skill's all characteristics were about to disappear. There are 20 seconds left. The user must be ready to delete the skills. Time has begun to run out. This monster seems to be draining Kai's energy and characteristics. If all characteristics disappear, he will immediately die. Suddenly the boss began to speak as if in human language, screaming that he would kill him. The system reported that the boss was activating his revenge. He was able to free himself from those tentacles, after which he landed downward. Kai didn't realize if his original characteristics would return, and the time was getting shorter and shorter. That boss wanted him dead all the time. Right now, his body is too weak, and he won't be able to handle himself. Even the system advised him to take out all the spikes. We need to take advantage of the characteristics. After which he pointed them straight at the boss. Time was running out, and when the timer reached 0, there was an explosion. Fortunately, he was able to escape the clutches of death. The system has congratulated the pioneer on his rescue from the posthumous vengeance of the Fish Lord of Men. And now the exploration of a secret treasure area, where no one has ever been, is available. He was welcomed into the underworld realm of fishmen. This is the secret treasure room of the frozen fishman lord. A 10-minute countdown begins before the hall is destroyed. The user is advised to collect as much treasure as possible in 10 minutes and escape from it. And there was that countdown again. The boy wondered what would happen if he couldn't escape. If the pioneer fails to escape, he will die. All the boss treasure he collected previously will disappear. Only successfully escaped in the user will be able to retrieve the treasure. Why did it start so suddenly? Anyway, you just need to collect more treasure and escape. Plus, it's all worth a shot to get it done. He opened the doors and a mountain of gold coins as well as ore was revealed before him. The system congratulated him on discovering the secret drug of the fishmen. Consuming it could increase a total of 60 characteristic points. There's no time, so he's going to knock it out now. The system then asked him which characteristics he wanted to increase. Kai wanted to put everything into agility, after which she congratulated the discovery of the boss's secret treasure chest. How wonderful to see more awards in front of me. Besides, it looks like they're not below rank A. Kai has about 7 minutes left, so we should speed up. The system sent a friendly reminder that the Underground Kingdom's treasure chest had a time limit of 90 seconds. He must retrieve it as soon as possible. Kai didn't expect that even the chest would be time-limited. Time was slowly starting to run out, and he was still in a hurry. 90 seconds later, finally, he was able to detect the tears of regret, and now he will be able to eliminate the bloodthirsty killer's punishment state. That's not a bad help to him. Now he could not only make money, but he's also gotten rid of his bloodthirsty killer status. Now the guy's rich. Also, a specialty transformation formula caught his attention. He should use the formula to transform a 20th level specialty. Once a Pathfinder reaches level 20, it will be possible to change professions. Would he now be able to change his profession at level 20? The next day, the guys had even already started the funeral because the captain had been gone for too long. Zhongfan's words seemed to be true. He said it was impossible to avoid the boss's posthumous revenge. The boys were crying because the captain was dead. Suddenly they heard someone start climbing. Hu Yan thought it was another fisherman. They won't let the fisherman interfere with the funeral. The boys will protect the captain's grave. My hand slipped, and the rock went right through my head. That's where Zhang Kai fell. He's been climbing for so long. Hu Yan thought that voice sounded very familiar. Yuan Yu didn't want to let this ugly fish near the captain. Kai ran after his comrades. He and the guys really hadn't seen each other in a long time. He didn't even think they'd see each other again. Well, they didn't think so either. After which he started throwing his daggers at them and asking if they really wanted to kill him. Those two don't even realize how hard the climb was. They still dared to attack. Hu Yan and Yuan Yu shouted that they didn't mean to do anything wrong. Earth, Zhangzhong City number 18, the base of the Devil Star entrance gate. They never managed to contact Kai, but they did find the reason for his rapid increase in strength. That guy was using a one-time skill. I see now. Of course, if a level 20 child could so easily obtain only the characteristics himself, there would be no use for special ones. But anyone who falls under the boss's posthumous revenge dies. So it's unclear whether Zhang Kai is still alive or not. He Sheng doubts that he could stand it. Looks like that guy's done. But the commander-in-chief felt that ordinary methods of thinking would not help in Kai's situation. He asked his guys if it was possible that Zhang Kai not only survived the boss's revenge, but also got his hands on the treasure. He Shen thinks it's impossible. 50 years after the appearance of the Devil Star, there are only a few people left who could survive the revenge and obtain the secret treasure. And all these people are outstanding individuals. Zhang Kai has been registered in the Devil Star for about a month, so he also doesn't think the guy has a chance of outlasting the boss together. However, intuition told Wei Ying something completely different. Su Lan Lan rushed in there and said that the goods had been registered. The men thought she announced the opening of the auction. After which, Lan Lan reported that Zhang Kai had registered them. Not only did he not die, but he also opened a private outlet here for the devil. The total value of the goods sold amounted to over 400 million Shenyao coins. A few minutes later, the report said that he had just sold one whole 1.8 kilograms of ore in a matter of seconds, worth 18 million Shenyao coins, and a white rune. That's 3 kilograms for 63 million. More solid ironstone, basaltic iron spar, black basaltic iron spar, black obsidian, and wood ore. I'm surprised it's all sold out already. That's right, for 400 million. There's only one way to make a sale like that. The commander-in-chief only laughed. He had said that this kid would be able to find the boss's treasure. Lan Lan reported that more Huang family would like to talk to the commander-in-chief. A few hours later, the Devil's Star, Shenyao City, a trading house. He sold so much stuff, it's like he opened a whole store. He even got a little confused, but he was able to make a lot of money, which is pretty cool. That's real good luck. He's got something set aside for these two, too. They can split the spoils. They didn't even expect such generosity. For Hu Yan, he took the Frost Jade. It allows you to use the element of ice. It can reduce the opponent's dexterity. If users keep attacking their opponent, they can be frozen. And for Yuan Yu, the Ice Tower Shield. It adds 38 units to defense, 19 to defense, and 16 to physique. But this shield also takes away 4 units of agility. Hitting an opponent with the Ice Tower Shield can put opponents in a frozen state for 1 or 2 seconds. However, if he encounters an opponent whose level is very different from the user, the probable freeze and reduced. He also got a few items that will help a lot in improving his performance. There are 2 ways to increase the skill level in each profession. One is a special skill book that corresponds to the profession in question. These kinds of books can usually only be obtained through monster chests or special missions And the other way is the universal enhancement item that Kai got from the treasure chest of the fishmen. This item can increase the skill level too. Eternal Residue Page. The Eternal Residue Page can be used as a valuable and sought-after item, as it is a treasure that everyone needs, without exception. As soon as the pages appear on the auction, they are immediately bought up for about 500,000 coins. Depending on the strength of the skill, the number of pages of holy residue required to advance the skill varies. For example, the more advanced the skill related to battle, the more pages are required to advance, so they can familiarize themselves with part of the pages. In Huyan and Yuanyu's eyes, the captain looked completely different, and he was offering to enjoy all these benefits. The two men immediately hugged him. Now they will pray for the captain's well-being every single day. If the captain dies, his soul will definitely go to heaven. Kai asked for it to stop, for he was already uncomfortable. There came Huanda, who was surprised that this guy even understands what shame is. Kai no longer knows how to draw attention to himself and behaves like a savage. Huyan wondered who he was. The protagonist called out the man's name. He warned Kai not to be too arrogant. Don't let him think that because he's protected by the military he can fight against the Huang family. He also came here to tell him something. Next time he'll nail Kai at a guild battle. Let the military see that this guy is a waste of time who doesn't even deserve protection. After the military left, then Zhang Kai's death would be just around the corner. The protagonist wondered what guild battle he had just talked about. Huyan was surprised that the captain didn't know about it. This competition is specifically created to select the best guild. To participate, level 21 is required as the minimum entry threshold. That is, the first stage is level 21, the second stage is from level 21 to level 41, and so on, all the way up to level 100. Each guild sends at least one team of 5 to compete in the competition, which battles other teams of the same level. Finally, the top 3 are determined. Since the military generously rewards the top 3, many guilds participate each time, and the strongest guilds are like gods. But after all, Zhang Kai isn't even going to participate in the competition. So why did Huang Da decide that he would do it? Well, we should forget about it. There's still a lot to do. Kai wanted to see his family, so he's going to pass out. Earth. Jiangzhong City. The man asked the Kai why he had bought so much stuff and how much it all cost. But after all, his older brother had just had surgery, and now he needed to get better. However, he still thought the boy had bought too much. Too much stuff. Even now his room was full of presents. It's like a vault now. Besides, this hospital is expensive as it is. As soon as he's discharged, he'll help with the finances. But it shouldn't be done. Kai remembered how his brother had once dreamed of becoming an outstanding man who could fight the beast god for humanity. Once he's discharged, he can be a first-timer. It's going to take a lot of money for him to get on the Devil's Star. Kai then activated his watch and showed the balance. He had told his brother not to worry about money, hadn't he? He wouldn't have to work. He didn't understand how Kai had so much money. He had millions. Kai told them that it was all received from the Devil's Star. The older brother had worked hard all these years for his younger brother and sister, and now that Kai had opportunities, the older brother could live as he wished. He still remembered how the elder had saved Kai and his sister on the battlefield with the god beast, relying only on his own strength. If he becomes special in the future, then crowds of people will be grateful to him. He couldn't even believe he could ever be special. Well, what about his body? He handed him half an apple, indicating that it was fine. Finally, the image will be able to realize his dream, so there should be a celebration. That's where Liu Jun arrived, who told Zhang Kai to get in here faster, and the main character asked why they were looking for him. He was busy, and he had to meet his sister from school. They came here to see him because of his sister. His little sister was in a car accident. They arrived on the scene. Kai immediately ran to the car and called out to Yingzi. He heard his little sister's voice. Yingzi was standing in a crowd of other people, and thankfully, she was fine. Kakaya immediately ran up to her and asked if she was all right, and what had happened here in the first place. The girl told her that there had been an accident here, and fortunately, she was fine. It was very lucky that she was rescued and saved by someone who knows Zhang Kai. It was Zhang Fan who greeted Zhang Kai. The protagonist clearly didn't expect to see a special one from the Huang family in front of him. Liu Jun and He Xing came over there. First of all, it should be said that the car accident was not really an accident. The Huang family set the whole thing up. The Huang family's hatred only intensified. They wanted to use all their strength to overpower the boss and prevent the military from continuing to protect the CI. The military has to make many concessions to protect the Kai, but the commander doesn't want to let the situation go that easily. During the negotiations, the guard commander refused to participate in the guild competition that was about to begin. It was said that if the Huang family could defeat the Kai, the military would cease operations. He hopes the kid can handle it, otherwise more. He can't help him. That's the limit of what they can do. The Huang family forces Jiang Kai to participate in the competition. Otherwise, the family will be in danger. The Huang family is too powerful. Even the military is not omnipotent against it. So as long as the family doesn't attack directly, the military will continue to turn a blind eye. There are two ways out. The first is to agree to a bet with the Huan family. The second is to join the military and officially get the protection of the military. Yingzi wondered if the military would be able to protect them. At this moment, Jiang Kai's profession is very valuable. As long as he is in the army, the guard commander will have more opportunities to protect Kai and his family. At least this way, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Well, now my brother needs to join the troops. The possible future events immediately flashed through his mind. And the bloody bodies of his brother and Yingzi. Did Jiang Kai really think that he could be calm even if he started serving in the army? That's why he can't join the army. If he does, he will relax and rely only on the strength of the military. Which means he might disappoint them soon. And then the Huang family will get to the Kaya family. Now in terms of wealth and power, he cannot equal the Huang family. But his talent doubling will double his attribute points. So soon no one will be able to match him. When fighting against an opponent of the same level as Kai, he will be several times his stats. And even when facing a stronger opponent, if he follows a certain strategy, he can deliver a lethal blow. Hambler is a new profession, so the Wan family knows little about it. Doesn't that make the main character unique? It's better not to try to seek asylum, to leave things as they are. We should take this opportunity to publicize the conflict with the Huang family and let it go public. If Kai continues to defeat the Huang family, the military will continue to pay attention to him, providing protection. And if the Huang family decides to strike again, it will be more difficult for them, because they will have to consider not only Kai's strength, but also the strength of the military. Liu Jun took his silence as consent to join the army, so he decided to prepare everything necessary for the transfer. Kai started talking about taking part. His team must consist of 5 people, and at the moment he only has 3. So he can only ask for help from the military. He clearly didn't expect such a decision from Jiang Kai. Kai wanted to participate. Liu Jun asked this guy not to be so impulsive. If he faced the Huang family, a battle would be inevitable. Jiang Kai revealed that he was thinking as soberly as possible right now. He was grateful for what Liu Jun had done for him, but everyone had their own way. So Kai chooses his own path to his happiness, and he wants in on the battle. Liu Jun continued to talk about Jiang Kai being too impulsive. He Shen intervened in their conversation. Now he was convinced that this guy was really not bad, and he will support him because Kai is worthy of it. He Shen introduced himself. He also thought that if Kai joined the army, the Huang family still wouldn't back down and he could help. Even Zhang Fang was admiring Jiang Kai's courage. And besides, he owed this guy a debt of gratitude. Therefore, he will help confront the Huang family. Yingzi will also support his brother. Liu Jun didn't understand at all. They weren't children anymore after all. So why follow Jiang Kai? He Shen replied that they were now ready. He also asked if Liu Jun himself was ready. In any case, he wouldn't be able to stop them alone. Besides, the commander had said that Liu Jun should also help Jiang Kai. So, he's safe to take care of the safety of the protagonist's family. And now the guy can focus on getting ready. He turned to Liu Jun, Jiang Fan, and He Shen. Jiang Kai would like to thank them for their concern. If they need the guy's help in the future, he will definitely help. Yingzi asked her brother if he was sure he wanted to see the house specifically at night. Since the Huang family has shown their true colors, now sister and brother can no longer live in the slums. The girl had her suspicions about whether they had come to the right place. The houses in this neighborhood cost hundreds of millions. They can't afford it. The address was the one. This is their new home from now on. She didn't expect at all that they would have such a beautiful new home. There's even a pool. The living room was much larger than their previous home. And this is the dining room. You can put a lot of dishes on this long table. And this is where Big Brother can train and rebuild his body. This is the room for Yingzi. Kai asked her little sister if she liked the room. She liked the room so much that she even thought it was all a dream. She liked the room so much that she thought it was all a dream. And it was beautiful. So she didn't know if they could really live here. The protagonist confirmed the words that this is indeed their home. Moreover, everything is just beginning. Now she and her brother have nothing to worry about. The quality of their lives will improve. The next day, did Yuanwenju's Yuan perform so poorly, so the military abandoned it? The captain said he'd be replaced soon, and the new one would take Ju. They just have to wait a little longer. But why did everything lead to this? I didn't understand either. Suddenly they heard a very familiar voice wondering why these guys had such sad faces. It was Jiang Kai. Only then did they realize that he was the new captain. Ju inquired as to what had happened in the first place. I assumed that he had joined the army. The guy revealed that he hadn't joined the army, but had just temporarily borrowed the help of the military. In a month's time, he will participate in the guild competition. The Huang family wanted to kill the boss to put pressure on the military. They even attacked the Kai family. And to help, the commander-in-chief made a pact with the Huang family. If Kai wins the contest, the Huang family won't touch him again. So Kai has to win and shut the mouths of the Huang family. He wondered if the boys would help him in this endeavor. Of course, they agreed. Ju was angry that that bastard from the Huang family had decided to act. Yingzi hadn't grown up yet after all. Therefore, he was ready to beat him up with his own fists. I didn't like the insolence of those rascals either. Ju asked if Kai was sure he wanted to take them in. Kai didn't see anything wrong with that. The army has a fairly complex grading system. After joining, a person is assigned a certain rank, which can range from E to SSS. During the 2 months following the evaluation, the military will periodically re-evaluate. If the rookie's rating is E for 6 months, the military will drop him. He and I were initially rated C, and then became E. The boys thought the captain would regret it. But it doesn't really matter. They will be teammates for a month. When the guild trials are over, then they will return to the army. And when evaluation time comes, Kai will definitely give them at least an A rank. But after all, these two had only recently come out of the rookie zone. That's why they were afraid of letting Kai down. Besides, the captain must be above level 15, as the captain had spent. But does the Kai have that level right now? There won't be a problem with that. Commander Kai has already reached level 20. And now he's thinking of changing his profession. He hadn't even introduced them yet. They were Kai's new teammates. Hu Yan is a fortune teller by profession. The girl had already heard about these two for a long time. Yan Yu is a drunkard by profession. They all greeted each other. It was only then that realization came to them. These two only have level 9, and Kai is already level 20. The main character's goal is to get them to the 20th level. They have to fight the Huan family members somehow. But that's a little out of line. How did they reach level 20 in such a short period of time? Hu Yan believed that Captain Kai would be up to the task. Now the team is formed. It's time to come up with a name for it. They were even thinking of calling themselves the Fire Gods. This means that they have great firepower and will demonstrate their special abilities. Then with the name, they decided. Kai gave them time to gather energy. Tomorrow morning the Fire Gods will leave this land, after which the boys left. But something was tugging at Kai's mind. He thought back to the time when they were still deep in the rookie zone. In a few hours, they would be able to reach the end of Shenyao City. When they get to the Devil Star again, they can also regain their strength. Isn't Ju nervous? He's not nervous. He just thought that he might never be able to realize his professional talents as a heart warrior. In the last 2 days, he's been performing well. Joy protected both Kai and I during the battle. He tried to fight, but fear settled in his heart. Ju is scared, but he has to suppress his feelings. If he wants to activate the heart of a warrior, one must be fearless and think that Ju is an invincible warrior. But he simply can't do it. The warrior's heart profession talent can provide additional bonuses to full stats when switching professions and leveling up. In addition, the warrior's heart can allow you to use additional skills such as debuff, armor destruction, shock, energy sword strike, and others in combat. But the additional effect of the attack changes depending on the strength of courage and confidence. Right now, Ju is not confident, so his strength is not high. The most important goal of the next promotion is to strengthen courage and activate professional talents. Kai and his own strength could use some improvement. Earlier, Hu Yan and Yuan Yu had obtained a total of 55 remaining pages. The remaining 50 could be used to improve his Ghost Hand card skill, and the special skill of focusing the Ghost Eye. He asked to improve 2 skills, the card in the Ghost's Hand and focusing the Ghost's Eye. The card in the Ghost's Hand has reached level 2. When throwing objects, the strength of the flight is increased by 30%. When the user uses other cards, the effect of the action increases by 250%. But the energy consumption also increases by 110%. After the improvement, the flight power and increased by 10%, and the action effect by 50%. Even though the consumption also increased by 10%, it wasn't that bad. Gamblers love gambling. After much practice, the user became available bonuses. The system congratulated him on unlocking the additional status of the card in the hands of the ghost. Gambler's time. When entering Gambler time, the rate of fire is increased by 100%. The duration of the effect is 10 seconds. You cannot use the increasing effects of other items, but in this state, the consumption of physical and mental energy is increased by 220%. The cooldown time is 60 minutes. Firing speed is increased by 100%, and this is equivalent to doubling the attack speed. The focus of the ghost eye went to the second level as well. The viewing range and tracking ability increased by 60%. Mental energy consumption during use increased by 120%. For this improvement, tracking ability has increased, but also consumption has increased. He asked the artificial intelligence if focusing has any additional skills. In gambling, in addition to having deft hands, a player also needs the ability to confuse so that the opponent cannot read the cards. He has unlocked an additional ghost eye focus state, the rogue state. He can affect his opponent's judgment ability through gaze, determined by the difference in mental strength between the two sides. If the opponent's mental power is much higher than the player's, the effect is close to 0, but does not go into minus. Every 10 seconds, the mental consumption increases by 240%. The recharge time is the same. No matter how high the opponent's mental power is, the user can influence him. But the higher the mental power, the less the impact. The opponent might even ignore it. But no matter what the gap with the opponent is, there is no risk of reverse influence. It's a pretty good skill that can confuse the opponent, and it would come in very handy in battle. He couldn't wait to try out the new ability. 2 days later, "They're here. This is the right place. This is armored dragon territory. But there are many dragons in this territory. They seem to be above level 25. Huyen replied, "There aren't many here, in fact a decent amount. Dragons are social beasts. Their number in this area is at least 100 individuals, and if her memory serves her correctly, there are about 50 battle-level dragons here. Combat-level monsters are relatively rare. As a rule of thumb, 1 or 2 elite-level monsters are likely to appear for every 20 monsters. At the same time, only 1 combat-level monster can appear per 100 monsters. Almost all of the team members are below level 20, so it's unclear how they're going to deal with them." When Kai was on the Permafrost Island, he was able to defeat the Fishman Lord alone. She has faith in his abilities, but this time, he's not alone. There will be at least 25 battle-level monsters and 35 elite-level monsters against them. This is too much of a risk. After all, the gulf between the forces is quite large. In addition to increasing experience, teamwork is important to them, and simply killing monsters won't help the team unite. Only danger can stimulate the potential of each of them, and real combat can make people progress quickly. Moreover, the materials for improvement in such areas are very good. There's a chance that the treasure chest of a white-purple armored dragon of combat level will give them materials. They are needed for a level 20 healer and drunkard. In the treasure chest of the black armored dragon, there might be a material to upgrade to the 20th level of the martial arts master blood warrior. It turns out he wants to gather materials to be promoted to level 20. Huyan assumed that the captain was no longer affected by the assassin's punishment. Kai replied that it was a secret for now. Of course, the murderer's punishment doesn't affect him. After which they set out on the road. They noticed tracks that may have been left by an armored dragon. So the guys have to be careful. Zhu had heard that Yuanyu had even fought against an elite banshee. He wondered how this guy even overcame his fear of her. And he wasn't scared. Of course, Zhu didn't understand the meaning of those words. In fact, alcohol prepared by drunkards has special effects. He handed over the freshly prepared wine. After Yuanyu refined his skills, the effect of the preparation became much better. But he is a martial artist after all, so Yuanyu advised me to drink during the fight. Zhu thanked his brother Yuan. Suddenly the protagonist felt something. He immediately informed his own that something was coming, so he told him to walk. And he himself jumped up. It was an ordinary level 25 armored dragon. After that, Kai landed on the ground. It was only then that he noticed that the armored dragonkin was running straight at him. Of course, the whole crew was worried about the captain. He was already ready to fight back, having his blades ready. But Kai hesitated. After all, he still hadn't had time to practice. This was not a good time to use the technique. It is an ordinary dragon in iron armor. Ju was currently a 9th level martial arts master. It seemed to him that the dragon shouldn't kill Ju. As for Kai, he can certainly stay alive after an attack. That's why he decided to take the risk after all. He needs to prove to Ju that he's not weak at all. The guys were yelling at him to be careful and do something. Hu Yan noticed someone burst forward. It was Yuan Ju who rushed to Kai's aid. He landed right on top of the armored dragon. Of course, few expected this outcome. But everything went right according to Kai's plan. He praised Ju for his good work. But the armored dragon recovered too quickly from that blow, then attacked the guy. He started screaming for help. After that, Kai joined the battle. The protagonist revealed that he had attacked this monster at its weakest point, and now Ju must deliver the final blow. Of course he was scared, but he was still able to do it. The guys asked Ju to open his eyes. The boy wondered if it was all over. The system sent a notification that a level 25 armored dragon had been killed. That armored dragon just popped up too suddenly. It's just creepy. And Kai's reaction time is too slow. If he had just a little more, he would have been eaten. Kai told me that something in his head was foggy. He also remembered Ju's words that he would override Kai. Ju did say that. But Kai should know that Ju is just a coward. I thought he was very brave. In the past team, the guy didn't even show that much initiative. Hu Yan didn't even expect Ju to be so strong. The guy laughed, saying that it was a common thing. One wouldn't expect anything else from a martial arts master. Now it's worth continuing the journey to the lair of the armored dragons. They spotted 3 elite armored dragons that were at the 35th level. Those monsters must be guarding the armored fighting dragons. There are too many obstacles in the stone forest. They will definitely have a hard time with the 3 dragons. Previously, with the help of the skill and the card in the ghost's hand, Kai had managed to slay not a few fishmen. Must be able to do it now. Kai asked Hu Yan to summon rain for 10 minutes. Her rain prayer had been improved. Therefore, using the technique for 10 minutes wouldn't be a problem for her. Hu Yan prepares a prayer for rain. I prepares the poison, and Yuan Yu provides protection for the 2 girls. As soon as it starts to rain, Ju must run boldly forward. The dragons do not need to be killed, only delayed. Then they began to put the plan into action. Shu ran right behind Kai to launch his attack. Quite a few armored dragons came out. Kai's hunch was confirmed, and now it's Ju's turn to defend. It won't be a problem for him. The guy used his skill. Kai can increase his strength by 100% within 10 seconds, right? It's time to try the technique in real combat. He used the Gambler attack. After the blades hit the small armored dragons, they exploded. The guys admired the captain, for he was able to kill 9 armored dragons at once. And this was the first time Yuan Yu had seen Ju use such strong skills. These guys are very strong. When the 3 of them were rookies, they worked on the same team. The dragon's armor is too strong, and the belly is their weakest point. But even the captain can't hit it. Another level 35 armored dragon was killed, after which Ju advanced to the 10th level. The system reported that the corpse of an armored dragon had been received. Kai himself believed that Ju could do it. Hu Yan noticed that the 2 of them worked well together. Now their team will definitely become stronger. Not even an hour later, Ju had already raised his level. I knew that if they worked together, they would quickly achieve success. But she didn't expect it to be this much. The girl also wanted to become as strong as them. Hao said that the elite treasure chest should be hidden in the rocks or crevices of the area. He suggested that I should also search for it. A little while later, the her approached a place that should probably have an armored warrior-level dragon in it. Ju suggested that the captain rest, for he had expended a lot of energy. Kai replied that he could still move. Therefore, there was no need for rest. There could be many paths in the stone forest, and it would be better to choose the most suitable one. If they procrastinate, the armored dragon will summon helpers, and then they will definitely be finished. Now it's time to start the monster hunt. 10 minutes later. It was so quiet that I was already doubting that there really was a dragon here. Kai also thought it was strange that no one could be seen here. He used the focus of the ghost's eye, but even focusing can't see the dragon. Kai must have miscalculated somewhere. Ju folded his arms as if he was freezing. Yen Yu thought the same thing. Ju didn't know why, but with every step he took, he became more and more gloomy. Hu Yan told her that they still had a long way to go after all. They came to a huge mountain. It was only then that Jiang Kai realized that there was a clear problem with this place. He shouted for Ju, Hu Yan, and Yuan Yu to stop. They immediately turned their attention to their captain. Some sort of giant tail appeared from behind the mountain. The boys immediately ran as soon as they saw they were about to be attacked. A level 58 destructive dragon appeared in front of them. They did almost die. That dragon was the same color as the stone, so they didn't see it. Kai told Ai to investigate him. She immediately activated her watch to do just that. She saw that it was a level 58 destructive dragon that was about 36 years old and weighed about 2 tons. It is also known as a white dragon. And why was it that the first dragon warrior they encountered was immediately so strong? The dragon was hit by 2 critical blows from the Kai. Zhu and Hu Yan were happy that everything had worked out. A single critical strike dealt very powerful damage, and there were 2 of them. The stronger the mutant, the better the treasures will fall from them. But the power goes up as well. It gets harder. This dragon has skin covered in steel, warrior level. Not only has over 35 points of defense, but also has a steel form, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, and extremely difficult to pierce the defense. Not only that, its chest and belly also forms a layer of protective film. The protection period is about 20 hours. It has high temperature resistance and corrosion resistance. They were surprised that the defense couldn't be penetrated. How are they supposed to defeat this monster then? The data shows that the dragon has spiritual power equal to 100 or 153 points, and dexterity from 150 to 170. His strength ranges from 380 to 420 points, and his build ranges from 440 to 480. He pounced sharply on the protagonist. Even the system warned him that this beast was extremely dangerous. The boys shouted for the captain to be careful. Luckily, he managed to bounce away from the point of impact and was fine. As expected, this guy has high heat resistance. Therefore, Kai can't even take a critical hit. The only thing left to do is to run. Fortunately, thanks to his premonition, it was possible to avoid this strike. This dragon's strength was about 400 units, and if the dragon caught up to Kai, he would definitely be finished. The treasure that Kai had gotten from the fishmen's lair had increased his agility to 60. So if Kai is more careful, it won't be able to kill him. We need to let Zhu show his talent and destroy the monster's armor. But if things don't work out for the protagonist, he'll just take the dragon as far away as possible. And if it comes out the other way around, Zhu will be even more talented. Kai shouted for Yuanju to help him. He was going to do it anyway. We need to stomp that monster down hard. He landed between the destructive dragon and Jiang Kai. But this dragon didn't seem to care about that. Suddenly, Kai shouted for Zhu to run from there. He began to run with tears in his eyes, not understanding why it was so scary. This dragon was then attacked by Kai with his weapon. He took Yuanju and thought of leaving. After all, the armor was kind of pierced. Suddenly, another man whizzed by them. Hu Yan reported to the captain that Yuanyu had been drinking. This alcohol can cause corrosion if it gets on the skin. If Yuanyu started to fight against the dragon, he would definitely lose. He flew into that dragon with his shield that the captain had given him at the time. This strike dislodged the dragon a bit, but it also threw Yuanyu back as well. Yuanyu lands a jab. Only then did he see that his opponents were the dragon, not beauty. It was because of this that Kai thought the man had sobered up, for he didn't call the dragon a beauty. Hu Yan doesn't know this either, but it seems Yuanyu drank freshly brewed second-grade alcohol. Yuanyu thought that the alcohol would relieve his fear after drinking it. Yuanyu had long been searching for an enemy that could be worthy of him, so today he's going to get the heart of the dragon. Finally, he's found the one he's been looking for. Of course, the dragon didn't understand at all what the man was talking about. He ran to the dragon, calling it his love, and also wanted to live with this dragon until old age together. I began to assume that Yuanyu was thinking about him being a dragon as well. Once again, the love of his life began to explode before Yuanyu's eyes. They'll never be separated. And don't let her be shy because tonight is their first wedding night. The more she resists, the more he cares. If this guy keeps this up, Kai's brain will melt soon. He asked his wife's permission to warm her lonely heart. Yuanyu is definitely not himself right now, and Kai is going to have a hard time getting this guy away from the dragon. He turned to Zhu, talking about how his talent was the only salvation for them right now. Now he saw what the absence of fear meant. Brother Yuan really is a god after all. He remembered the same conversation in which Yuanyu had said that he hadn't even thought about overcoming fear. After all, this fear he didn't even have. Therefore, he decided to repeat after Yuanyu. The system reported that Zhu was in a state of alcoholic confusion. His strength, agility, and other parameters changed. After that, the system began to report a serious danger. Yuanyu was about to run to his new wife. Kai, Hu Yan, and I were even more worried about this guy. Yanja rushed over there as well and began to claim that he was the strongest in this world. After which he struck that dragon. Kai couldn't believe that Yuanyu's alcohol had helped Zhu destroy the armor. Most likely, alcohol lured his mind. It was for this reason that any notion of fear fell away from this man. Blind confidence allowed him to activate skills that were able to shatter the dragon's armor. The dragon armor is much stronger than the giant ape and wolf lord, but this guy still made it through. He is the best fighter, so no one would dare to defeat him. After which, the dragon's tail hit him right on his face. This blow caused Ju to fall to the ground. At the same time, the dragon was about to finish him off. Fortunately, Kai reacted in time, after which he also took Ju away from that place. He thanked Ju for this excellent work, and now Kai is going to help strike. The dragon began to have a lot of health taken off. After destroying this dragon's armor, Kai can now put his skills to use as well. But the last blow, he left the names for Juzi. He began to claim again that he was the strongest warrior, so no one would dare approach him. Ju got into a fight with this dragon. I began to worry if Juzi was definitely alright, but there's no need to worry about that. Ju just interrupted. He had already broken the dragon armor anyway. After a while, Ju was finally able to defeat his opponent. The system congratulated him for killing a level 58 armored dragon. The dragon corpse and the dragon treasure were obtained. And now the pioneer Yuanju was at level 15. Yenju said he was the #1 god, right? After which he fell down and fell asleep. Hu Yan thought that this guy wouldn't wake up for a while yet. Kai thought so too. Suddenly, I remembered that they seemed to have forgotten something. Now Kai wondered about that too. Hu Yan also did the same. Only then did they realize that it was Yuan Yu that they had forgotten about. At the same time, Yuan Yu was mourning the one and only love of his life. He treats these guys like they're his kin, and they kill his wife. After which, the kid smelled some odor that made him feel heavy. Yuan Yu fell down. Hu Yan and Kai guessed it was I's doing. I didn't understand why those two were looking at each other like that. Brother Yuan thinks he's a dragon, so he won't just let go. I used a sleep potion on him, so let him rest for a while. But that wasn't really what the two were talking about. They even praised her for doing a great job. Hu Yan asked to share this potion, because she also wanted to use it someday. Kai also supported the idea. It wouldn't be a problem for I. Night had fallen. The boys made a fire, and some of them even went to bed. Yuan Yu and Ju were sleeping sweetly in each other's arms. I offered water for the Kai if he wanted it. He thanked her for that, and was even surprised she was still awake. Too much had happened today, so she still couldn't move away. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ju was able to overcome his fear. Who would have thought that Yuan Yu's alcohol would be able to activate Juzi's talents? I asked Kai's opinion on whether he would be able to activate the other talents anytime soon. This guy's never been weak. Today's confidence could be attributed to his inebriated state. It was because of this condition that Ju was able to break through the armor. Yenju even repeated in his sleep that he was the #1 god. This guy might need a little more time. Either way, Kai hopes his confidence will still come around. I believes in him too. It's morning. Yanju recognized that he was a true hero yesterday. Hu Yan even admitted that Yuan Yu's dragon craze yesterday had also taken its toll. She complimented him on his excellent work. Yuan Yu asked not to talk about it. He was even disgusted by the memory. Now the boys decided to finally open the chest. Everyone was curious to know what was inside. Hu Yan explained that it was a chest of very rare items, but judging from Captain Kai's hexagram, luck is not on his side. So it's better to let I open it. She'll be much luckier than Kai. The girl didn't even expect that she could take something for herself. Since Hu Yan is their fortune teller, she should be trusted. Therefore, I should open the chest. Hu Yan also advised her not to worry, dare to open. In any case, all the danger is already behind us. After which they looked inside the chest. I activated the watch to check its contents. There was a phosphate ore essence that boosted defense. It weighed about 10 kilograms and was valued at 500,000 Shenyao coins, and a core weighing 17 kilograms, which can help in construction. It is valued at 100,000 Shenyao coins. An essence and blood crystal weighing 48 grams that can be used to produce, optimize, and upgrade important equipment. It is valued at 300,000 Shenyao coins, Tianchai bones. They are considered an important item for ascension, valued at 210,000 coins. She then noticed a crystal of mutated blood essence, weighing 0.6 grams. It's one of the materials used to make the secret medicine, valued at 6 million Shenyao coins. Kai was surprised that they should pay 1 million for 0.1 grams. It was also considered an important item. However, he had already had a history of taking secret medicines when Kai had fought the fishmen. Could it be that he just swallowed a few million? Secret medicines are considered very valuable because the materials for them are extremely expensive. There aren't that many of them, There are only 20 kinds. One bottle can add 10 points to skills, and the cost is about 150 million Shenyao coins. Ju recognized that it sounded really cool. If Kai had known about it, there was no way he would have taken those medicines. Who knew they were so expensive? They also noticed the holy water there. You only need 5 milliliters of water to go to the 20th level of healer, and there were as many as 15. 5 milliliters is 1 million coins. That makes it 3 million. Ju was glad that such good materials had gotten to Ai. She is very lucky today. The probability of this treasure appearing is extremely low, so she is a real lucky girl. Now their income is about 8 million, and that's just the basic ones. And if you take all things as a whole, the income rises to 10 million. When Yu noticed that Hu Yan was very fond of money, Hu Yan asked the guy if he was sure that not the entire Kai team was like this. Considering the past treasure chests, their treasure chest income had increased to 15 million coins. The guys just remained silent seeing that look on the captain's face. After that day, the Fire God's team would sweep the area on average once a day, but sometimes much more often. As the battles continued, Yuanju's attacks increased, and he was becoming a great assistant for Jiang Kai, especially after a drink. Then he thought he was god number 1. 10 days later, the Fire God team had scoured every available land, clearing out all the dragons. Yuanju and Yuanyu had reached the 20th level, while Ai had increased her level from 9th to 12th. The guys wanted to make something to eat. Hu Yan wandered to the captain where they would be going now. They had already cleared everything after all, so she didn't think there would be dragons here anytime soon. She turned her attention to her watch. It made me drop the berries from my hands. Kai Kai and Hu Yan noticed her uneasiness, so they wanted to know what was wrong. Even her face changed. I got the message. It just so happened that one of the guilds had encountered a monster attack, and that guild was destroyed. The Fallen Corpse Lord is a very powerful boss who is famous for his intimidation and elusiveness. More often than not, his level is above the 60th level. Even more than an armored dragon, and the power of the Lord is unimaginable. But at the moment, the lords were injured, so they had to recover. It turns out that the guild was even able to previously manage such a monster, which was even surprising. If they could defeat the Corpse Lord, they would be rich. The only pity is that most of the members will probably die. It's a real shame, but the guys went along with it. Kai asked Ai if she had just received the notification and if she knew anything about the numbers. The girl told me that she had just gotten the news. There was still no full information yet. The other guilds had also received the news, and they should be rushing to help by now. He remembered that there are certain restrictions on catching the boss that don't specifically apply to this one. He thinks there will be a lot of people going after the wounded Corpse Lord now, and they can't miss an event like this. In any case, they had already dealt with the dragon. Even if they couldn't defeat the Lord, it wouldn't be a problem. If it wasn't for the Kai team, Yuanyu wouldn't even think of defeating the dragon. Ai wanted to get involved too. Their team wouldn't be able to do it without the great warrior Yuanju, so he would go as well. In that case, the team's next target is a mutated Fallen Corpse Lord. It's time for them to move out. The next day, they were walking in a rather desolate place that was also hot. Even the trees here look strange. These are the 20th level Tanho trees. And then there will be 30th level Tanho trees, which are called Tanho spirits. There is a possibility that after cutting a tree, the heart necessary for the elevation of the flame will emerge from the tree. It was a very tempting opportunity for him. After that, the guys noticed the Qinglun Guild. The closer they got, the more people could be seen. It was like the whole team had a serious attitude. There was another team nearby. Of course everyone came here. Looks like they should speed up too. They got here pretty fast. Who would have thought that so many people would have gathered already? There are both experienced and newcomers. Hu Yan is right, so we should be on our guard. There's no telling what kind of people will still be here. That team must be waiting for support. He turned his attention to the lagging Ai, who seemed to be having a hard time. But the competition for the boss was too high, so one must hold on. She didn't want to let everyone down. Afterward, she noticed someone approaching her. Jiang Kai offered her a drink of water and a little break. From the beginning, Kai had only paid attention to Ju's promotion to level 20, since Hu Yan and Yuanyu's levels were suitable for passing. They had already reached the 29th level. As for Ai, she's only level 12, so she's having a hard time. She shook her head, indicating she wasn't tired. Healers are generally weak in stamina. They're only good for healing, aren't they? In that case, just let her sit with him for a while. Ju noticed that there were quite a few high-level people here, so they'd better wait it out. She wanted to object. Flaming Ridge is the place where the fallen ruler resides. The territory is large, being on the order of 5 or 6 kilometers. There are many other monsters that also pose a certain danger to lives. While others are searching, they should gain an advantage in speed and strongly. Hu Yan asked the Kai captain what he meant. Kai suggested we think it over. What advantages they had in finding a master. Yuan Yu didn't understand why their team should be the first to find the monster. I also didn't understand what they would rely on during the search. Whether it would be luck. Yenju suggested Hu Yan to calculate the hexagram, whether they would be lucky or not. But this kind of calculation is quite difficult, so it's all about luck. The team's advantage is that they have Hu Yan. Hu Yan didn't realize whether the captain was joking or talking about praying for rain. Did Hu Yan forget that she used to be a feng shui master before she became a fortune teller? The fallen corpse lord was seriously injured, so they are currently resting somewhere. What would be the best place for it? Hu Yan assumed that it must be a place with yang energy. The lord probably doesn't have the energy to search for the perfect place, so he found something simpler. We need to calculate the area he can be in. Now she realized what the captain's plan was. This is her main job. Therefore, they can rest now. Hu Yan will definitely seek out the lord's hideout. A little while later, Kai was thinking about something. He thought about it so much that he didn't even notice Yuan Ju walking up to him. Ju apologized for scaring him. The man was curious to know what his friend was thinking. Kai just thought that I had already gotten the materials to go to level 20. Even though he understands what materials he needs himself, it's not that easy to find them. Kai already knows about them, doesn't he? Ju asked what kind of materials they were, and if they were rare. It's not that they're rare, it's just that Kai isn't really good at them. Earlier he had found the formula to go to level 20 in the lair of the Fishman boss. After unraveling the mysterious words, he realized something. We need living water from unknown sources. Flames that spontaneously erupt from the air. A quiet breeze, floating soil and impermanent metal. Ju didn't understand at all what this unknown source of living water and flame that spontaneously ignited from the air was all about. He even thought that it was some kind of riddle rather than a formula. That was the only thing there. Apparently he would have to puzzle over it. Kai thought the water from the unknown source was rainwater. But what about the rest? Still, it could very well be. It's possible the flames could be on Liaoyan Ridge. Haven't heard of that ridge yet. Ju heard that there was no fire there, but it was very hot. Perhaps this will do as well. And there's some truth to that. They heard the voices of a man who recognized Zhang Kai, who took advantage of his good fortune and put on a grand show on the island of Eternal. There was a group of people who had level 40. This group consisted of 1 knight and 4 warriors. Juza wondered why they were talking about Kai like that. He must have done something to them. However, these are the first time he sees these people. But from the looks of it, they are looking for trouble on their own head. And 80% of them are members of the Huang family. Since they are members of the Huang family, we need to teach them a lesson. Kai said not to touch them. They're way above their level. And they're not the target. Zhang Kai confirmed that it was him, and also inquired about what they wanted. Earlier, he had killed the members of the Falcon 5 team, and then he had also killed Huang Shao during the battle with the Fishmen. He's got a lot of guts. Ju started to protest that Kai was just defending himself. Huang Wei had brought his minions, so there was no other choice. She sharply attacked Ju, saying that it was Jiang Kai that the captain was now having a conversation with, and not the pathetic dog. But before the stone could reach them, Kai had already destroyed it. She wasn't happy that this kid had interfered. Kai is very annoyed by annoying people. The man wondered if that was too bold of him. It looked like it was time for them to die. They will never forgive those words. Since these people are determined, this battle clearly cannot be avoided. As it turned out, I knew this person named Shu Fei Fei. She didn't understand at all what he was doing. And was he really going to fight them right here? Kai, of course, noticed that the two knew each other. Shu Fei Fei remembered that Su Ai was in the troops, so he didn't understand what she was forgetting here. Ai revealed that she was a member of the Fire Gods team, and Jiang Kai was her captain. Therefore, if he harms the captain, she will not sit idly by either. The man informed the captain that her sister was working under her superior, Wei Ying. Their first priority was to kill the fallen corpse lord, and they could deal with Jiang Kai later. He put his sword away, saying that they were lucky today. He wouldn't touch them. But he remembered that Kai was very fond of hiding behind women's skirts. It seems that he also likes to throw. In that case, Shu Fei Fei was not surprised that such a sneaky person only knew how to use such a sneaky weapon. Let him remember that next time he'll give the main character a good thrashing and pluck out his eyes. Kai clearly felt threatened. The boys praised their captain for such a fiery speech, but they even wondered how such a backward team could get so far. Yuanju didn't want to leave it for nothing at all, but he was stopped by Kai, saying that now was not the time. Therefore, let them leave. He asked Ai how well we know this Xu Feifei. She doesn't really know much about him. This guy used to live in a military district before becoming a real warrior. His actual combat ability right now was probably equivalent to the heir's combat ability. Yuanju and Yuanyu knew about this heir. They were very surprised when they heard about it. Since the profession of a martial artist is highly valued by the military, he has a good reputation. In addition, he shows himself to be very honorable. From the 1st to the 20th level, a person is called a martial artist. From the 21st to the 40th level, a warrior. From the 41st to the 60th level, heir. And from the 61st to the 80th level, an ancient warrior. Who would have thought that this guy's strength would be the same as the heir? The Huang family has gone to great lengths. His agility is also high, so you have to be careful. Kai doesn't know why, but he has a very strong premonition of the one that they will see each other again at the guild competition. Hu Yan came back to them and chose the 3 most suitable places. The first place is the Twilight Cemetery in the northwest direction of Liaoyangling. It is relatively close to the former Corpse Lord's territory. And the second place is Shanyin Lake, which is just south of Liaoyangling. There is also a place that is an unchanging basin. It is located directly west of Liaoyangling. There is no ranking or even a name for it. And then there's this last place. The missing Corpse Lord is seriously injured and must be in a hurry to return to his lair. He offered to try his luck in the Twilight Cemetery, but Zhang Kai decided that they would go into the Hollow. Although the solar graveyard was not far from his lands, there was a good chance that many teams would go there. By the time they get there, the place will have already been turned upside down. Even if he really is there, there's still no point in going there. As for the lake, it's not so hidden and secluded. It is the closest to the city. So many teams will go there too. And the Hollow, despite the fact that the path is blocked by mountains and seems to be the most inconvenient path for a wounded Corpse Lord. But if you think about it, on the other hand, most adventurers will simply ignore this place. That's why he suggests going there. 2 hours later, an unnamed basin. Had they arrived at their exact destination? There is no need to study feng shui in this game. It is already clear that the atmosphere is so bad. There is a lot of space, so Yuanyu thinks that the Lord has enough space to hide. It's important for them to not only find him, but also to make sure the rest of these lands don't discover him. The task is not an easy one. Since the fallen Corpse Lord is afraid of being discovered and he wants to heal his wounds, he will definitely choose the most secluded place. It is nothing but a cave, tomb, or something like that. She revealed a potion that would help avoid major damage in the event of an attack. The effectiveness of the drug lasts for half a day. First, they will take the potion, and then they will already look to see if there are any caves and graves nearby. It was already deep into the night. Yuanju could no longer walk, so he offered to stop. But they have to keep going. Isn't he afraid of being attacked by the fallen Corpse Lord if Zhu lags behind? But he didn't even know if that was possible. Why not? The Corpse Lord is very hungry, so she thinks the Lord is acutely aware of human odor. He even felt as if a Corpse Lord was standing behind him, so he immediately ran. Kai advised Hu Yan not to scare him like that anymore. Juzi is very strong, but his spirit is weak. So Hu Yan thinks he needs to train more. He caught on a rock and fell. He could hear the guy's questions about whether he was okay. Suddenly the guy noticed something creepy. Zhu asked the guys if they could see it too. There was a tombstone there and it was broken. It's an abandoned grave. It's pretty well hidden because they almost passed it. But the grave was so small, so he didn't understand at all if the Corpse Lord would definitely fit in it. The grave was beginning to crack. Kai shouted for Hu Yan, Yuanyu, and Ai to move aside. The boys immediately ran away at the captain's orders. Kai himself jumped onto a tree and told Juzi to attack head-on while he prepared a trap. A green bright light began to glow from beneath the rocks. Kai told his friend to take offense if he couldn't beat him. The captain will apprehend the Lord himself. He agreed. After that, a huge hand came out of there. Zhu could feel the terrible pressure that came from the Lord. From there, a mutated fallen spirit lord that is at level 65 began to climb out. The Corpse Lord was clearly unhappy that his rest had been interrupted. The boys immediately got ready. Seeing the Corpse Lord start to approach him, the guy shouted for him not to do so. That monster is too scary. The Corpse Lord threw Zhu off with a shout of his own. He could no longer look at the situation soberly. It wouldn't work. So he decided to have a drink. Now no ghost could stand against the #1 warrior, Yuanju. Yuanju threw a punch at him, however. The Lord's armor was stronger. Of course, he didn't even feel it. And when Ju tried to stick his blade out, it was noticeable that it was stuck there. Yulia Yu also noticed that the blade was stuck. The situation was out of control, so Kai yelled for Ju to run. At the same time, the Corpse Lord decided to fully stand up. Ju is thrown straight back against a tree. The Lord of Corpses was preparing to finish this man off. But he had better not be in a hurry, for his opponent now was Jiang Kai. After that, some parts of the Lord's body began to explode. Hu Yin and Guango decided to pull Ju away. The situation is complicated, because they lost one fighter, but wounded the Lord of Corpses. But it's not that simple. The blade didn't go in very deep. Hu Yin asked Ai what was the matter. After that, she stopped realizing what it was at all. The Lord didn't die, and even the wound didn't do much damage. The boss had a skill called raising the dead. When the corpse falls, the Lord is mortally injured, but the undead's strength is restored. The wounds begin to heal rapidly. Even the wound on his chest was beginning to heal. The Corpse Lord attacked the spot where Kai was standing, but he was able to recoil. In a state of broken armor and with serious injuries, the fallen Corpse Lord is still not dead. He is very strong. Ai shouted for Kai to reach his heart. Otherwise, no matter how serious the injury to his body was, he would be able to recover. Now I see what's going on here. So you can't kill a lord unless you hit him in the heart. The lords from the corpse suddenly turned his attention to Ai, whereupon he startled her with a shout. The monster himself swooped in to kill the girl. Kai immediately ran after the monster, worrying about Ai. Of course, the lord noticed the pursuit, so he decided to attack with his hand. The hand began to move swiftly underground, straight towards the protagonist. Kai jumped up quite in time, for a hand appeared from there. However, he didn't have time to do anything before that hand grabbed him. He felt like his bones were broken. Kai didn't think this lord had that much strength in him at all, and he can't get out of that grip at all. The Corpse Lord wanted to eat Kai, whose body was trembling. At the same moment, Yuanju abruptly woke up. Juzi understood how this fatty dared to injure a great warrior's friend. After which, the Corpse Lord released a dark purple mist towards Zhu. As it turns out, this dark purple mist is a corpse poison. Therefore, Juzi must be careful. The corpse poison attack is one attack method that the fallen Corpse Lord is good at. The darker the color of the fog, the stronger the toxicity. Blue poison mist is very toxic. It can corrode the skin of a pioneer within a minute. And black toxic fog is even worse. Once it comes in contact with a person's body, they die instantly. Who would have thought that despite the injuries, the Lord would still be able to use the mist? Even if people don't die from its touch, the toxicity is very serious. Her medicine is unlikely to help. She wasn't surprised that the Lord was able to destroy a powerful guild, and even with such injuries, it seems like Juzi is not going to give up. But the difference in their strength is extremely high, so he can't withstand the onslaught. She heard Yuanyu's voice, who also couldn't believe that this monster dared to injure the Kai captain. He would not forgive him for this. He too decided to get drunk and join the battle. Yuanyu is no longer the weakling he used to be. Ai tried to stop him, but she was stopped by Hu Yan. It's better to stay here. She too assumed that this fog is very toxic. She is a healer after all, so she is their last hope for salvation. Therefore, she must protect herself. Those words meant only one thing. I tried to stop those girl by asking what she was up to. Hu Yan advised her not to approach, because it was too dangerous here, and she needed to get closer to cause rain. I could clearly see that everyone was desperately fighting, but why as a healer, she's good for nothing. Since she was a child, her sister had protected her from all the dangers of the world. I used to rely on her, knowing that she would always be there for her. But one day, the Devil's Star rose and divine beasts began to appear all over the world. Only after careful training and gaining superpowers can you fight these monsters. Her father had gone to the battlefield to stand against the beasts. She seemed to have grown up overnight, and was ready to join the army to become a hopeful support for her comrades. When Ai first went to the Devil's Star, she was lucky enough to meet Ju and Kai, and then travel all together. Thanks to Kai, she and Ju were recruited into the military. Ai followed her sister's example and enlisted too. She thought she was finally close to realizing her dream. But after the service, she felt the difference between herself and the others. Ai worked hard, but her grade was only a C. She comforted Ju, who also had so-so grades, while she herself cried quietly in the country. But can she become a true healer and protect the others? How could they have almost missed this fallen corpse lord? We have to hurry up and kill him because we don't want to waste any more time. Here we go again. She only watches her friends battle, while she herself stands aside. It's like being with her sister. She even begins to question whether she should have become a healer in the first place. The The Corpse Lord once again attacked them with corpse poison. Ju and Yuan prepared to block this attack, and Kai was still in the Lord's hand. I heard Kai's voice. Ju and Yuan fell down beside her. She immediately ran up to them. Not even a minute after the two of them were in the poisonous mist, and already there were such repercussions. She mentally tried to reassure herself. Right now, she must save them. That was paramount. While she was treating the boys, the rolls of thunder began to show. There was even hope in her eyes, for she knew exactly what it was. Hu Yan was able to invoke a prayer for rain. Thanks to her storm, the poisonous fog dissipated, though it was noticeable that she wasn't having an easy time either. The Corpse Lord let out another roar. It was too painful, and I couldn't breathe either. It began to creep into Kai's thoughts that he was still weak. During the battle on the Permafrost Island without the help of the steel skill, it would be unlikely that you would be able to kill the boss. And a mutated fallen Corpse Lord wasn't part of his plans at all. Still, he wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Hu Yan demanded that he let the cane go. I immediately ran over to her. Kai was wrong to rely only on himself. Will he even be able to make the Huang family pay what they deserve? His eyes began to close, but the Lord of Corpses again decided to attack the great warrior Yuanju. And also Yuan Yu, who was eager to approach the beauty. Thanks to Yuanju attacking the Lord was able to let go of the Kai, after which he was attacked by Yuan Yu. At that moment, Kai came to his senses. There was no way he could lose. Brother and Yingzi are waiting for him to return. So did everyone else. They're members of his team, so it can't end like this. He tried to catch his breath. His bones ached so much that he couldn't even stand up. I immediately ran up to him, who didn't understand what they were supposed to do now. Kakaya advised her to calm down. He also didn't think that Huyan's storm wouldn't last long. It looked like his bones were all broken. But could they do anything about it? Would they be able to come up with something? Now even he was asking for her help. Now I understood everything. The Corpse Lord grabbed the two with his tongue. He was going to swallow them. He was attacked by Kai, who yelled at him to take his time eating his friends. The Corpse Lord should spit them out right now. Thanks to this blow, the Lord spat out Ju Zi and Yuan Yu. Ju and Yuan Yu fell down in front of Ai. Kai relies on Ai. He jumped up from where he wanted to hit the boss. Given her current healing ability, she wouldn't be able to heal him 100%. Therefore, she decided to pass on the Immortal Bird's tears that she had accidentally gotten when she was in military training. After using it, Pathfinders above level 20 ignore all wounds on their body, gaining power. But there is a side effect where after using it for more than 1 minute, the Pathfinder loses consciousness and dies. Is Kai sure he wants to use this on himself? 1 minute is enough for him. Now it's time to play with this worm. The Corpse Lord clearly didn't like this, so he decided to release corpse poison. The storm had almost stopped. It wasn't a long walk either. He stopped and turned directly toward his opponent. The Corpse Lord decided to use the same arm trick. Fortunately, Kai was able to dodge it safely. Once the Lord managed to spend all the protagonist, but does he really think that this time it will also roll? He released the corpse venom again, but that didn't stop Jiang Kai from attacking him with his blades. The Corpse Lord tried to evade these attacks. There was an explosion. The monster began to look around as it appeared to have lost sight of its opponent. He even had time to react as more blades flew at him. The Corpse Lord ran to the place where the attack had come from, but there was no one there. Jiang Kai jumped out from behind him through the hole. That dumbass monster's head is spinning too slow. The blades went straight into the Corpse Lord's wound, after which he grabbed the Kai again. The Lord was clearly displeased that this little boy had made him run. Ai began to worry about him again. Now the boss wanted to eat the guy. Did that stinker really think that he could catch Jiang Kai a second time? Kai just fainted with wallops to get the Overlord hooked. Because of the infernal pain, he had to let go of the Kai. It seems to have worked, but 1 minute went by too quickly. After that, the Corpse Lord fell down and so did Kai. I ran toward him. Right now, he was ready to rely on her more than anything else. She proceeded to treat him. At first, I thought that Kai had missed, because those 3 blades were stuck in the wood. But that was the final blow. And after that, Kai used the comeback, and thus he pierced the very heart. But the Lord of Corpses is still not dead. She remembered the words about Kai relying on her. She has to do it. Her friends rely on her. I had already prepared to finish him off. But the Corpse Lord woke up and attacked the girl. On seems like the main goal was to escape, not just to attack. I realized it too. How foolish to hope that he could still escape. The Lord of Corpses was surprised. That bastard dared to wound her from her comrades. So let her prepare to die. The only thing that could be heard in this area was the cry for the boss. The next day, Ju and Yuan Yu were with a broken arm. Hu Yan was chatting with them. Ai advised him to stay still and rest more. If he took his medicine, he would be fine in 3 days. He looked at Ai and smiled. She even thought she had something on her face. Jiang Kai just thought that she had become very strong. Her journey was just beginning. Of course, Ai didn't even expect to hear such words. During the battle with the fallen lord, she could only rely on the others, being a healer. She was only slowing them down. But Caius turned out to be very much underestimating herself. Recently, Ai had constantly supported her comrades with her strength and didn't even think of complaining. Faced with a challenge from the other team, she knew she was no match for them, but she bravely stood her ground anyway. And after the corpse lord was on his last breath, she was the one who dealt him the decisive blow. Ai had saved her comrades many times by sacrificing herself. Even though healers don't have combat power, she's still very capable. Therefore, Kai is sure that she will definitely not give up. The girl has done a lot, and everyone about her sees her contribution. She has come a long way. For that, Kai praised her. They all need it. Those words even made her cry. Yuanzhu agreed with Kai's words. If Ai hadn't healed them, they would have died long ago. Kai didn't understand when they all managed to get here. Thanks to Ai, he was now much more relaxed to continue on his way. Hu Yan also began to encourage Ai. She admitted that she actually really needs all these guys too. 2 hours later, the main character asked the guys if everyone was ready. All of them answered that yes. Now it's time to open the chest. It is said that your corpse lord's chest holds a lot of special equipment. He also had a mutation rank, which was also very impressive. With the help of her watch, she recognized it as the Mad Flame Blade. An executioner's weapon of the 80th level. Appeared in the entire Shenyao only twice, and this was the 3rd time. The total amount reaches 350,000 star coins. That comes out to 3.5 million Shenyao coins. Naturally, it's a level 80 weapon. It's a pity that this team doesn't have someone of that level, although they can safely sell this weapon. After which, Jiang Kai took out his armor. Surprisingly, there was no record of it. You can see that this equipment has never appeared before. When Ai was in the army, she was given a card that could identify unidentified objects. After she left, she bought a few for a rainy day. The armor glowed sharply. It was the outer armor of a necromancer. You need level 60 to use this armor. It added 24 points to strength, 27 to defense, 30 to dexterity, and 71 to spirit. There were 3 special effects. The necromancer's power is able to lower the required level to level 40. The user becomes immune to spirit attacks for 3 seconds, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Enforces mental attacks that will make the enemy feel like they are being killed every second. But this effect can only take effect if the opponent is seriously wounded. If used for a long time, the caster's mental power is depleted. Kai noticed that the effects and characteristics are not bad. The lethal release of the first effect shows that this armor is suitable for level 60 travelers, but can be used on level 20 if desired. And the necromancer condition from the second effect is the essence of the necromancer's outer armor. Despite being immune to nervous system attacks, the activity duration is 3 seconds. But they will be able to withstand any sonic attacks, and this is a great chance for them. And as for death torture from the third effect, while it can be used after the opponent is seriously wounded, and is not very effective in actual combat, it is a good way to slow down an opponent when needed. 25 minutes later. Only weapons and armor fell out, but they have 2 high levels, so they're not suitable for the team. At least they could sell them. Wenju's attention was caught by the way something was glowing. He pulled out some kind of ring from there. The guys admitted that this ring looks cool. Ai should look for it in the watch, and see if it can be identified. At the same time, Kai noticed some kind of map. The system congratulated the user on getting a new card called God of Death, the main god card. The only weapon that is only available to gamblers without any level requirements. There are a total of 9 cards in the main set, and the God of Death card is one of them. After the Pathfinder moves to a new rank, the card can be used in real life. He didn't expect it to be one of the main cards. A Death God card with an exclusive plan. There's also no level restriction. It's perfect for him. And yet his other card is capable of making an accurate shot, raising the possible aim to 40%. Thanks to this card, the accuracy of shots will be increased from 120 to 250%. In other words, when using the God of Death card, the accuracy will be increased several times at once. But one wondered, what about the peculiarities? And did he really need to upgrade to a new rank? A special was a person who had reached the 80th level or higher. He decided to check things out at home for now. The Death God card can increase the wearer's 4 basic attributes by 20%. Increase penetration by 50 points and permanently increase critical strike speed by 15%. Also increase critical strike damage by 150%. The higher the Kai attribute, the higher the percentages of the card itself. Now I was wondering about the special effects. The first special effect is the hour is not yet upon us. When the God of Death card is activated, it plays 50 attacks, but the target does not have to die. But if the time to use the card has not come, it will simply drain energy, but it will increase the damage dealt by 50%. It's like telling your opponent that they'll get 50 attacks, but they have to survive them. The second special effect is Wrath of the Gods. After activating this effect, the Death Box card will start spinning at high speed. This causes intense and continuous damage. At the same time, if the target fails to dodge, the card's piercing power will continue to increase. Using Wrath of the Gods will require additional physical and mental strength. The third special effect is Artifact Recognition. The Death God card cannot be torn or disposed of, so the card won't be easy to handle. Even mentally, he will be able to control it. Kai thinks that even if he encounters the Huang family, they won't be able to find out what cards he has hidden up his sleeve. He didn't even think you could discover such a treasure. Kai had hoped for materials to elevate himself, but this Death God card is one of the main cards, so he wondered where the other 8 were. He heard something. The protagonist immediately used the focus of the ghost's eye. He noticed that another team was approaching, and they weren't in the best condition right now. If it turned out that they were the ones who killed the fallen Corpse King and got their hands on the treasure chest, they would definitely be looted. Kai quickly informed the guys that someone was coming, so it was time to get out of here. Meanwhile, Lan Lan entered the Commander-in-Chief's office to report that another country had detected a connection to the teleportation system. Because of the low degree of development of the Devil Star, the areas that are developed in each country are not the same, except that certain professions may enter the novice probationary areas of other countries by special methods. The territories of each country do not overlap. But a year ago, something strange happened. One by one, countries were opening up teleportation systems in lost lands. These teleportation systems are distributed throughout the Devil Star. All are connected to the same public area, called the Lost Land. And it's different from the places they've been to. First of all, the territory is very vast. The location changes every 6 months. Second, there are many mysterious, undiscovered places in the Lost Land called Lost Ruins. Hidden inside are rare treasures and powerful new advancement materials. Third, only first-timers who have not reached level 60 can enter the Lost Lands. Even more disturbing is that as soon as a human enters the Lost Land, the artificial intelligence transmits a message about the event. She welcomed people to the location of the initial competition. The team of participants must be 5 people, and the level must be below 60th level. When the number of countries participating in the competition reaches 80, the battle will officially begin. All first-timers will compete here, and in the end, Team 123 will receive 321 keys to the Lost Land, and then travel to the Lost Ruins to find rare treasures. Each participant can only participate in the same level once. So far, the Lost Teleportation System has been discovered in 49 countries around the world. Once the number of countries exceeds 80, the Lost Land tournament will begin, and they haven't found the teleportation system yet. Only if they get a place in the Lost Lands will they be able to explore the Lost Ruins. And the treasures that are hidden in those ruins are likely to change the fate of all countries. The inspector asked Wei Ying if he was listening to her at all. He ordered that the National Association be assembled for a meeting. 3 days later, Kai came out to the team and they were wondering if he had successfully sold everything. As soon as he put the goods on display, they were immediately sold out. He also bought the materials they lacked for the transition. Once they drink this, they will be able to complete the transition. Hu Yan, of course, knew that all the trophies they'd gotten were made of rare materials, and the price of them was not low. It seems like they're becoming more and more capable. I heard that the party held the National Association convention a few days ago. The procurement departments have stepped up their purchases of rare resources. It seems like it's all connected somehow. The others were talking about how the guild competition was about to start. There seemed to be many new and strong guilds that were willing to participate. And Xuanwu Guild will come to attach great importance to this year's competition. They think that the first place will be for this guild. Let that guild go to hell. The captain shouldn't worry. They'll do their best. But before that, Micaiah suggested we look into the guild. They were their own guild, so they didn't need anyone. I wondered if Kai had found them any associates. Since they went against the Huang family, no one else would want anything to do with them. Hu Yan asked where they were going. The guy replied that it was a secret guild area. Here they came. The guys clearly had doubts that they should join this particular guild. But why does it look so abandoned? The location is weird. Not a soul at the entrance. Not even a name. Only then did I assume that this building belonged to Kai. Kai solemnly acknowledged that it was. That's where the name came from. Guild of the Gods. Area C, number 319. The gates have opened. It was very beautiful inside. Kai welcomed them to the Guild of Gods. It really was like a place of paradise. Yuanju asked the captain when he had just had time to build a guild. He didn't even say a word about it. Who would have thought that the captain would be in the business of building his own guild? Of course, no one could even think of that. Yuanyu wondered how expensive it all was. He even guessed that it was somewhere around 100 million Shenyao coins. The captain's image seemed to have been transformed in their eyes. Kai revealed that he had been planning to start building for a long time. When he heard about the tournament, he immediately applied for his guild. When Kai first got to Devil Star, the other guilds refused to accept him because he went against the Huang family. In that case, he can only rely on himself and build his own guild. The system has begun to recognize the identity of the head of the Gods Guild. The recognition has been completed. After that, the verification of the guild information was completed. The Gods Guild was just the beginning, and now it was officially established. Thanks to that, they now have their own home on the Devil Star, and it's pretty cool. The next day, Yuanju was happy that he had finally risen to the top. He happily informed the captain that he had become a warrior. And now the boy was at the 21st level. And now he had a second talent, and his characteristics had increased as well. Kai wondered what it was. The name of the talent is Omnipotent Fighter, which can give 10% more characteristics. In addition, Ju will now gain 7 additional characterization points each time he leveled up. The career growth of martial arts is important in terms of improving qualities. Deserves to be one of Shen Yao's strongest professions. That wasn't all. During battle, he can now freely distribute all characteristics to occasionally reach a state of high sensitivity and high attack, and then restore the original characteristics after the end of the battle. Moreover, the talent helps to master new techniques many times easier. She couldn't even believe it was that cool. Now all opponents will fall in front of Ju. He would also be able to learn the techniques faster. Juzu would soon become the most powerful martial artist. But the guy thought that he still had a long way to go to captain. Hu Yan was very jealous, after which a sad Yuanyu walked in there. The others noticed his mood, so they inquired as to what his problem was. He successfully moved on to a new stage, but he was still a drunkard. His talent lies in easily mastering alcohol and enjoying it. Strength and dexterity will increase by 2 additional points per level, but the increase in physical form decreases from 3 to 2 points. After the 20th level of a general profession, each level can increase characteristics by 20 points. With the exception of special professions such as martial arts and warriors, few people can gain additional characteristics. Considering Yuanyu's specialization, he has a lot to enjoy. She thinks it's very rare too, but she was curious as to how one could enjoy alcohol, what kind of pleasure it is. The state of alcoholic fun will stimulate his subconscious more intensely, allowing him to go from a state of complete intoxication to a faint state between drunk and not drunk. He even thinks it can be compared to something. The boys wondered what it was with, but he asked me not to talk about it. They were left to speculate what was in this guy's head. Half an hour later. It's been so long, but somehow I still hasn't come out. Could it be that something had happened? Hu Yan felt that it was necessary to wait a little longer. Awakening is always a very time-consuming process. IA finally came out. Ju assumed that she had failed, so he tried to comfort her somehow, saying that she would be lucky next time. Hu Yan revealed that things didn't go smoothly with her first transition either. Yuan Yu asked her not to despair. They would always be by her side. The Kai don't think it's worth worrying about. II definitely has something to say to them. She didn't even think she would have a new talent called toxin analysis after switching to a doctor. With a talent for analyzing toxins, she can increase the effectiveness of drugs by 10%, the effectiveness of poisons by 50%, and the ability to recognize toxic substances and substances by 30%. So I will go the route of using poisons. It's not necessary. But as the saying goes, medicine is a 3-part poison. When making medicine, She can use this talent to remove the toxins from the medicine, and finally achieve the improvement of the medicine's effect. Now they've got it all figured out. Everyone has awakened very even, but they will still have very strong opponents. The other teams are controlled by the biggest guilds and are used to fight for a spot in the team competition, so they can't be careless right now. In the coming days, before the guild competition officially begins, you need to keep working hard on leveling up. They will all heed this advice. A week later, the guys collected many corpses of the elite forest wolf. After a week of battle, Ju feels the power that filled him, and he was already at the 25th level. I was at 24th level. Hu Yan had advanced to the 31st level, and her rain prayer skills were getting better and better. And Yu is at the 25th level, and now it's time to announce the rosters. The God Guilds have sent an introductory message. In this stage from level 21 to level 40, a total of 32 teams will participate in the competition. Each of them will play 1 game per day. Their opponents on the first day will be the instant kill team from the Xuanwu Guild, captained by Huang Da. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, they must come to the arena in the western district of Shenyao City to prepare for the competition. We need to eliminate all the opponents. She didn't understand why on the first day they were fighting the Xuanwu Guild, where Huang Da held a grudge against Zhang Kai. And now the only way to win is to kill all the opponents. Looks like the Huang family had a hand in this case. Zhu thought it was time to pay a visit to the military. Let them find out what the hell this Huang family was doing. Yu tried to stop him. Whether it was God's will or retribution, it just so happened that Kai had wanted to fight face-to-face with Huang Da for a long time. It happened just in time, so he's anxious to see what the bastard can do. The next day, arena. There are still 15 minutes until the start of the team competition, which will be between teams from levels 21 through 40. She asked the classes to take their seats. The teams participating in this game are teams such as the Instant Kill from the Xuanwu Guild, and the Fire God team from the Gods Guild. If they have already arrived, they can enter the stage. Others believed that the Instant Kill team would be unstoppable. All of them welcomed the team. Of course, the spectators were only supporting the Instant Kill team and the Xuanwu Guild. They were lucky enough to participate in the team of such a strong guild. Despite their good results this month, they shouldn't be too proud. After all, they might face some pretty tough opponents. She thought it was just a qualifying round. All the fun would come next. He advised Hong Shuang not to get his nose too high. There was a man among the competitors who had broken the 30-year record of the competition. Of course, they all realized that it was Zhang Kai who was being talked about at this moment. Huan Da noticed that Kai hadn't come yet, so he thought he had chickened out. No one even doubted it. Zhang Kai would definitely not risk fighting them. Huan Da began to confidently declare that Kai was just scared. Don't let him hide, and that their team had a name at all. At that moment, he heard his name being called. Looks like their team has already been called here. Zhang Kai wondered who was a true friend now. He had said something, hadn't he? Meanwhile, our military's attention was turned to Ai and Zhu. Everything is ready. During the game, they can evaluate Su Ai and Yuanju's performance at any time. Liu Jun turned to Professor Li that he might have to bother them to add one more person. The professor wondered if they didn't just need to evaluate Ai and Zhu's performances. Lan Lan conveyed the commander's desire to see the results of the other person's evaluation. This one wouldn't be a problem for him, so the professor inquired as to who they should add. Of course, they wanted to see the captain of the fire gods, Zhang Kai. The professor noticed that in such a short period of time, not only had they reached level 20 and completed the transition, but they were several levels ahead of him. Lan Lan clearly didn't expect such news. After all, she knew that about 20 days ago, their level was no higher than 10th level. So why did they develop so quickly after meeting Zhang Kai? In fact, it's not even surprising. Zhang Kai is a very interesting person in his own right. Once the contest has begun, no participating side may leave the field, admit defeat, or surrender. Killing all members of the opposing team is the only option for victory. A dome is placed around the battlefield. Zhang Kai's team understood the rules and was ready to fight. Huang Da's team didn't lag behind. In that case, she announces the start of the contest. Huan Da ordered his men to kill them. Members of his crew immediately moved out to carry out the captain's orders. Cai began to give out orders. He and Yuanju would go to fight, and Yuanyu should protect the girls. AI should keep an eye on the situation and give them medical attention if they need it. They took Kai's orders. This man didn't want to let these guys go at all. Zhu was a little intimidated by the fact that their opponents were approaching them. Kai tried to give him confidence. The other military men told Zhouzi not to be a coward. because their team is very strong. If he doesn't succeed, the captain won't keep him on the team. Ju must keep working hard. Ju's greatest weakness was his cowardice. Therefore, Li Bao didn't know if he could overcome his fear this time. But they were surprised by Ju's actions. Ju drank the alcohol that Yuanyu had prepared. Of course, no one could even think why he decided to drink right during the competition. Could it be that he wasn't really a martial artist, but a regular drunkard? Ju started claiming to be the best warrior. And this trash shouldn't keep harassing Kai. They're so annoying. Kai didn't expect this guy to get drunk so fast either. The opposing team had to dodge the raging Juzi. It was too slow for him. Didn't this guy literally just cowardly just now? And he's definitely a grade E. It's unclear what he's doing. But what is clear is that he's a drunk. He really wanted to see who could defeat the great warrior Yuan Ju. It seems like there's no stopping this guy. After that, he mentioned Yuan Yu. It was only then that he noticed someone whizzing right by him. The girl shouted that Yuan Yu was also drunk. Yuan Yu will never be weaker than anyone in his life. He will be the first to deal with the whole team. Another drunk showed up. The man decided to deal with him first, but it seemed to him that there was a pretty girl in front of him that he couldn't take his eyes off. He's on his way to see this little girl. The man stopped realizing what was even going on here. After which, he tried to unhook Yuan Yu, who wanted to kiss him. He flung it away with his foot. Kai just watched in silence at the fall of his teammate, but it even gave him confidence, because he adores girls like this. These guys were starting to get the idea that everyone on that team was a weirdo. Even she thought those guys were perverts. Hu Yan also realized that now everyone would think that the Fire God team were just perverts. After all, these two could only unleash their powers after getting drunk. Kai used the focus of the ghost eye. Juzi and Yuan Yu were now in an insane state, so we need to take control of the situation. Ju decided to use a crushing stomp, and it was quite a blow. It was indeed dangerous, but how fortunate that the man had enough dexterity points. He found himself behind Ju's back, preparing to strike him. He was immediately attacked by Zhang Kai with his weapon. The man, on the other hand, decided to activate the shield. Thanks to that, he was able to defend himself from the daggers. He made this shield especially for Kai. So as long as the guy doesn't break through the shield's defense, even a critical attack can't kill him. A blonde man decided to attack a doctor and a fortune teller who don't even have combat skills. It's better to deal with them first, Hu Yan said to hide behind her back. She will deal with that person. After which she used absolute ice magic. He didn't even expect that this fortune teller could also create frost out of thin air. In the past few days, she had been practicing hard with the jade that Captain Kai had given her. It was thanks to this that she had learned the technique. But a swordsman appeared in front of the blonde man and shattered the ice flows. And this attack threw Hu Yan back to Ai. Who would have thought a fortune teller would have such skills? The blonde man himself wanted to finish that annoying girl off with his own hands. But they were immediately pounced upon by the great heavenly warrior, Yuan Ju. The man used a crushing stomp, but he even got here just in time, because they're going to take care of this guy too. It's like flies to honey. He wanted to leave a piece of love on his beloved sweet peach. The man wished him dead, and wondered who he had dearly named here. Does he not see her at all, who stands before him? Since the shield protected Yuan Yu very well, the man realized that he needed to attack at his weakest point. He ran toward his opponent, asking his lovely wife not to be afraid. The man bounced out of his running trajectory, after which he attacked the guy from the back. These attacks were stopped by Zhang Kai. He immediately turned his attention to his new rival, and Kai wanted to draw his weapon back. The man yelled to the captain that the guy was using blades. Now Huanda has decided to enter the fray. He used a super magic crystal. Huyan knew what else it was, and why the compass wasn't even obeying. Ai's dagger also sucked in something. Ju's weapon also stopped obeying. Kai was having trouble withdrawing his blades. Did Zhang Kai really think that they had come here unprepared? This fragment was carved from the core of a top-grade supermagnetic stone. It was created specifically to resist the main character's blades. And now the Kai only had one blade, so Huang Da wanted to know what he would do now. But Huang Da is rejoicing too soon. He couldn't believe why the blades weren't affected by the crystal. But it's still their end. Zhang Kai sees the shield in front of him now. Today is the day he will learn what hopelessness is. Even Liu Jun thought that Kai would lose. This shield was originally used by superhumans. Even if its strength was reduced, it was still too high for him. On a Devil Star, the higher the weapon level, the higher the carrier level requirements. But if you lower the level of the weapon, the level of the carrier can be lower. Although this will have permanent negative effects on the weapon, it will still be very powerful. Who would have thought that they would level down? There is no weapon that powerful. Not only the shield, but also the supermagnetic crystal had been downgraded. All in the name of dealing with Jiang Kai. She really hoped that Ai wouldn't die there. Huan Da was ready to issue a new order to the assassination squad, and the order was to kill the entire Fire God troop, and their deaths must be painful. Huan Da wanted them to feel fully why they shouldn't have messed with him. As long as Huan Da controls the guns, then they can deal with the rest. The man wanted to kill that damned pervert too. The difference in equipment is too great. It seems like they don't stand a chance. Even if Juzi found a way to suppress his fear, it still wouldn't help him. They too thought that Jiang Kai was definitely the end of it. It seems like that guy is weaker than they first thought. All the squad members are wearing black rhino armor, so all attacks hardly reach them. Let them prepare to suffer in agony. He decided to draw all the weapons that were under his control. Jiang Kai should be dead by now. He's done too many nasty things to the Huang family. Huan was only going to take this miserable life once. He'll have it in pieces. But there was no way Jiang Kai would recognize such a fate. He advised this guy not to waste his strength in vain. Did he really think he could handle him with that throwing dagger? Let him give up those dreams. The protagonist used absorption and transformation using the Death God card. Huan Da didn't realize what had just happened. Su Lan Lan couldn't understand how Jiang Kai's throwing blade had turned into a map either. Lu Jun sensed a powerful killing energy. Could it really be a weapon with its own energy? Of course, in the end, it is not a throwing blade, but a unique weapon that belongs to the apostle of the card by God. Usually the gear on a dev star is girded for certain levels, but actually the highest rank S is SS and SSS. And the God card is an SSS rank weapon. The God card has a unique card set skill, the first effect of a set of God cards. For each God card added, all of the owner's body attributes are further increased by 10% and weapon strength by 50%. The second effect of the God card set. Absorption transformation. You can absorb other throwing weapons and inherit their attributes and properties. Absorption transformation does not affect the original property of a God card. Before the competition started, the God of Death pretended to be a throwing blade under the effect of absorbing the transformation. But it wasn't made of metal, so it wasn't affected by the magnet. Only Huan Da will be on his knees begging. Except Jiang Kai would not be merciful and would just kill him. He didn't understand what the little guy was up to. He used a skill called the Wrath of the Gods. Huang Da tried to defend himself with his shield. But even that didn't help him. And after all, this was the weapon of a superhuman who had undergone downgrade treatment. His opponent only has an unremarkable card, so Huang Da didn't understand how it could pierce through. And after a second, the shield broke and the attack reached Huang Da. He got right up against the barrier that was set up around the arena. A purple crystal fell out of his hand. The weapons were obeying them again, so the super magnet control is gone. Because of this, Yuanju was able to block their attack. Yuanyu was also able to control his shield. He advised his wife not to look at others. No one understood what this was even a joke and how the map penetrated the shields that looked so strong. Where did Jiang Kai get such strength from? Huang Da didn't understand how this was possible at all. But he couldn't lose to this scum. However, he wouldn't even be able to get up. Everyone saw the captain's pitiful condition. Now it is clear that we must run. When Yu and Zhu teamed up, Zhu began to claim that their opponent was himself. The longer they ran away, the more excited Yuan Yu felt. Huang Da was approached by Kai. He picked up a card from the pierced shield. The protagonist informed Huan Da that the show was just beginning. He decided to use an effect called the time is not yet right. Kai threw a punch at him. Lan Lan noticed that it was quite powerful, as the human eye could barely keep up with it. Huan told that brat to stop. After this, he's gonna kill this guy for sure. Huan Da still persists, but if he thinks that's all there is to it, he is deeply mistaken in his delusions. Deathlord's special effect. It's time. You can use a Deathlord card once. Deathlord can counterattack a target up to 50 times on its own. The target will take 50% additional damage, but will not die. Huang Da's screams filled the arena. They could be heard even beyond the barrier. Kai asked this guy if killing people was a regular thing for him. Since he doesn't care about other people's lives, Kai will let him experience the fear of death. He asked me not to. The special effect of the Lord of Death, 3 deadly tortures, deals a psychological blow to the opponent. The enemy will continuously experience death torture, and it only works on severely wounded opponents. It can be used until the caster runs out of spiritual power. Let him feel what it's like to be in the shoes of those he's killed. The man asked not to do it again. Kai used a deadly demonic cut. It was very painful. So much pain that he couldn't even think anymore. Who attacked him in the first place? His stomach feels like it's been pierced. Something must be eating his insides. He mentally pleaded, at least to someone, for help. His body was slowly turning to mush. But the most important question is, why isn't he dying? He couldn't take it anymore. The pain he feels now is less than 1/10 of the pain felt by those he killed. He asked for Kai to kill him. It was to be expected, from the time had come on the map of the Lord of Death and lethal torture. These skills complement each other perfectly. He kept begging to be killed already. Lan Lan didn't understand why Huang Da was still not dead. The extent of those injuries is incompatible with life. Lu Jun doesn't know, but it's likely that Guy will be completely incapacitated. He wondered what kind of secret weapon Jiang Kai had that he couldn't even recognize. Huang Da began to claim that he was remorseful. He shouldn't have touched Jiang Kai's loved ones. The man was wrong. He was literally begging to be killed. This is a great chance to kill Huang Da. He looked at Huang Tong and thought that this man wouldn't win anytime soon either. He didn't expect that even with such preparation, they still wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Kai. This guy is not killing Huang Da on purpose. He wants Huang Tong to get even more angry. The man turned to the protagonist. Finally, the guild leader entered the game. Kai wondered what he wanted. He knows what Jiang Kai craves. If he let Huang Da live, the man promised he would never touch him again. But why should Kai believe? Besides, if not his loved ones, maybe he'll get to others. The guy was advised not to cross the line. Kai just does what he wants. The youngest is already undergoing treatment, so he can't let the oldest go there too. Huang Tong now swears in front of everyone as the guild leader to guarantee the safety of Jiang Kai's loved ones. And if Kai doesn't believe him, they can make an agreement after the competition is over. The military will be witnesses. He agreed. He decided to stop ending it all. After today, if any of them dared to touch the Kai's loved ones, be it the guild or the Huang family, he would destroy them. After which, the head flew off Huang Da's shoulders. They should now realize the seriousness of this warning. He was beyond furious and angry. The guild leader was approached by a subordinate. He shouted at the stupid ones, not understanding why they were frozen like statues. Let them see how their youngest son was doing and find him other doctors. Jiang Kai should just wait. He was pleased with the work he had done. After which the guy suddenly felt dizzy. It was dangerous, for he had almost completely exhausted all his powers. They're at 0. With Huang Da, he's done. There's only 4 left. It's too soon to give up. As long as Kai is here, they will be hesitant to attack him. And as long as those guys are strategizing, their attention will be minimal. Ju's strength has been increased. These cowardly scum are trembling in fear, but they still dare to fight him. He attacked his opponent. It was noticeable that Yuan Ju was surpassing his opponent in strength. That blow pushed him back a few meters. The man himself didn't realize how this man's strength could have increased dramatically. Ju Zi is an all-powerful warrior. He can now move points and his characteristics between each other. Even level 40 people won't be able to stand against his strength. Ju was decided to be attacked by 2 more people. With his agility, he was able to leap between them. They clearly didn't expect this guy to be that fast. I mean, he said they're all just a bunch of lowlifes. Now even Li Bao had doubts that it was definitely Juzi. This guy is pretty strong. Someone started to claim that he was a real hero. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu was chasing after his dear wife. This was the first time they had ever seen a drunken fool chasing a level 40 warrior in the arena. A man would tell that pervert to go away from him. The drunk's defenses are so high. It was hard to hurt him even. If Jiang Kai had attacked others, the man would have been able to focus on his opponent. But this man never made a move. Well, why didn't he make a move? He was continuously attacked by Yuan Ju, who couldn't believe that this was all that the scum could do. Truly a disgrace to the warriors. There's obviously something wrong. Jiang Kai can easily kill them, so why is that guy standing there? What's the upside of that? But they seem to have missed a point. Jiang Kai's level was low, and he had also used strong techniques before. They guessed he'd just run out of power. The data is constantly changing. Wenju is really not bad, but the inspector didn't understand what kind of strength they had. Even Kai, who was at the 20th level, was able to defeat Huang Da, who was at the 40th level. And now, the calm Yuan Ju had changed. Anyway, she hopes that the Fire God's team will win. Then I will be safe. She can calm down. But Liu Jun felt that this was not a fact. Huang Da he is dead, and there are still a few opponents left. The battle is not for life, but for death, so they do not have many options. Jiang Kai is the one to worry about right now. He's just been standing there since he killed Huang Da. He may have run out of energy too. The man felt that he had definitely exhausted them. Besides, the members of Huang Da's team are guessing about it, and they seem to be springing into action. Jiang Kai had run out of strength, so he would continue to stand there and watch them kill his comrades. They were tired of doing nothing. Now it's time to make your move. 2 minutes later. It was quite difficult for him. Now they also noticed that Yuanju's strength was only temporary. As he increases his strength, he loses his speed and vice versa. Every time this guy lunges with his sword, his strength increases and his speed slows down. This guy may have a talent for redistributing characteristics. He looks strong, but if he hesitates even a little bit, he'll become weak. We just have to wait until Yuanju has time to distribute his characteristics. Jiang Kai had already been standing for a long time, so his strength must have really run out. Of course they won't hit for the best, they'll kill him right away. Didn't this guy say he wanted to fight them? This is the perfect time to continue. Of course, Yuanju didn't think of giving up so easily either. On the other hand, there was a man who thought that this person should have died long ago. He even thought that they had already dealt with him, only Jiang Kai was left. The bad thing was that they had adjusted their attack. It looks like this is the end for Juzi. At the same second Kai joined the battle, he couldn't believe that this scum really thought they could overpower their team. As soon as the main character's weapon hit them, the guys started losing their health. After a well-executed attack, the guy landed in the arena. They clearly didn't expect Jiang Kai to be back in formation. How is that even possible? Kai also noticed how surprised they were. The night before the competition, I noticed during dinner that Kai looked restless, so she asked what was wrong. But tomorrow there is a competition where Huanda will definitely start his revenge. Of course, as don't know what tactics he'll use, but understand that he's relying on the chase more than anything else, and he'll most likely target the Kai's weapon. I asked the captain if he had a plan. The girl must remember the same mysterious map he got from the chest of the fallen corpse lord. With it, he was more than 90% sure he could deal with Huanda alone. Only they're not the only ones opposing Huangda. In addition, using this card has a side effect. If they don't have a strategy, the probability of success of killing the entire team at once won't even reach 60%. Her phoenix tears ran out and she tried to find an alternative, but there was no way. It is the only pill that can restore 50% of its former state for a short time after taking it for 1 minute. But the price is that within 1 minute, Kai's takeover will be paralyzed. And not only that, this pill has another very strange condition. That is, everyone who takes it must exhaust all their spiritual powers beforehand, or it won't work. 1 minute of complete body paralysis is already extremely dangerous, and in a death contest to exhaust her spiritual powers on her own initiative is akin to suicide. So she thinks she has to think of something else. Suddenly Kai called her a genius. She clearly hadn't expected such harsh words from him. But now his confidence in killing the whole team at once had reached 100%. She would just have to wait and see. 1 minute earlier, he'd watched his boys fight with their opponents. Since Huanda is already defeated, and his spiritual strength is almost at its limit, so now he can use this pill. 1 minute countdown timer to restore the state. It's a shame these guys have already exhausted their chances. Yuan Yu inquired of his dear wife if she was playing cat and mouse with him. He couldn't believe he'd missed, and Juzi was already behind him. After which, the guy attacked him. He didn't understand how that was possible at all. These men must remember that to die by the blade of the first warrior is an honor. He began to mourn his late wife. He angrily asked Yuanju what was wrong with him in the first place. Juzi didn't understand what the problem was. He was the first warrior, so why ask such questions? Since his dear wife was gone, he hoped this guy would take her place. He really wanted to kiss him. It was only then that he smelled that very odor, whereupon he fell. It's so good that I gave the medicine, but now you have to be even more careful, or his ability to become intoxicated will deteriorate. Kai asked Hu Yan and I how they were doing. Meanwhile, the barrier that enveloped the arena began to fall. Hu Yan replied that they were doing fine, so the captain shouldn't worry about them. The bodies of defeated opponents began to disappear. At the same time, she wanted to announce that this round was over. But she was interrupted by Wenju, who wanted her to fight him too. It's probably the first time she's ever been offered one. They need to stop this asshole now. Kai and Hu Yan tried to stop him, saying that they knew he was the greatest warrior. So, let him finally calm down. You can't hit that girl. She quickly announced that the Fire Gods team was victorious. They would be expecting this team for the second round of the competition tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, after which she quickly left. Yuanju told the captain to remember that he would definitely cover for him in the future. Kai had already realized that. Let's get out of here, or this guy will kill everyone here. Yuanju was taken away on a stretcher, and even they heard the drunkard calling for his wife. And Yuanju shouted that the god of war was coming to fight, so he didn't know who would dare to interfere. It was only then that a realization came to all the spectators. The unknown rookie team instantly destroyed the team that had been saving up the achievement for a long time. In addition, they started to think that this fighter Yuanju was just a drunkard. They used to think that this was the most useless profession, but this guy managed to bring a person to the 40th level like this. Plus, they were curious about Jiang Kai's profession and what kind of card it was. Could it really be a cheater? Now she too understood why they were watching this battle. These guys won. Liu Jun didn't expect anything else from the protagonist. The team of fire gods would soon show them where they belong. The professor then announced that the results of the ranking were ready. Yuanju's rating level had reached SS, but Su Ai had no other abilities, so her rating remained at C. This was very surprising. After all, it had been a long time since Zhang Jun had a SS rank. If he could reach such a rank in such a short period of time without even reaching the 60th level, he could safely be sent to the Holy War Cathedral's preparatory camp. To combat the influx of evil forces, the countries created national and local councils of war. They created a preparatory camp to select and train talents capable of becoming gods of war. There are two paths to the preparatory camp. The first path is on the basis of outstanding fighting ability. You need to stand out in the local qualifiers, but this path is closed to most people. And the second, if the army chooses them, then after reaching the right level of profession, the person is recommended by the army and sent for training. But there are almost no people who will follow this path. A direct hit to the Holy Saint Cathedral of War Prep Camp. Even a War Saint Cathedral in a year can't find a single person who deserves to enter the cathedral. Therefore, she didn't expect Yuanju to have such potential. After which, Liu Jun wondered what Jiang Kai's ranking was. However, Professor Li was unable to determine the rank. There are some inconsistencies in the case data. First, his characteristics are at level 20. But given that his profession is unknown, they won't take that into account for now. Secondly, his stats fall short of 40 level tops, but his attacks show incredible destructive power. Even in testing, its attack ratios reached an incredible 24,000. And it's simply unbelievable. And this gun card isn't even in the weapons database. But it also caused a glitch in the computer program. The only thing that could be said for sure was that during the battle demonstration, although Jiang Kai had shown his full glory, but his strength ran out very quickly. And as the captain, he gave a lot of leeway to his teammates. And if there's a grade to be given, it's a D grade. That's a grade these two clearly didn't expect. Liu Jun thanked the professions for their help. He will send these results to the commander-in-chief. Even Lan Lan realized that Jiang Kai's ranking couldn't be like this. It was simply impossible. Liu Jun of course understood that this guy definitely didn't have that rank. In that case, Lan Lan didn't understand why the guy didn't object. There's no fault in the professor's assessment. The problem goes in the whole system. This grading system, although it uses countless samples and collects a huge amount of data, it didn't think of something. Namely that if a person has a different path to follow than others, it is clearly wrong to measure it using this system. Liu Jun and the commander-in-chief are both very much looking forward to Jiang Kai's further performance. The next day, the guys saw that there was an apothecary here, so Hu Yan suggested they stop by and replenish their potion-making supplies at the same time. They entered the shop. The shopkeeper greeted the customers and asked what they wanted. Hu Yan asked if they had the ruby stone, magic mushroom, and bird fruit. He just had everything they needed, so the man advised to follow him. He noticed that Ai had withdrawn somewhere. After that, he saw her near the medicine cabinet. Turns out they even sell prescriptions here. But he wondered what it was. There were recipes for eternal ice poison, a green water demon, and a kiss of blood. Ai told me that it was a recipe for poisons as well. It's strange, since the guild doesn't seem to have a green water demon recipe. This green water demon is very rare. It was recently pulled out of the water demon chest from the Taipin Lake. Are there really people who voluntarily go into the lake of water demons? Of course there are. Especially there is such a mysterious profession called cultivator. They like to go where there are few people, and where it is very dangerous. After all, maybe this time luck is on their side and they will come across the trophies they are aiming for. But the green water demon has a very strong characteristic. The process of creating it is very difficult, and it is toxic in itself. In addition, even if you can create it, it's not particularly easy to use either. So even though this recipe is rare, no one has bought it so far. So he advised to consider other options. I asked the master about the green water demon's poison. The green water demon is a deadly poison. Once a person is poisoned with it, it penetrates through the skin. The enemy must be completely submerged in water. Only then will the poison take effect. Since the condition of its use was water, they had an idea. The guys immediately turned their attention to Hu Yan. The master began to claim that they were preparing a green demon at the risk of their lives. Then they successfully poisoned the enemy with it, and it's still not enough. The enemy also needs to be lowered into the water. And if the place where they will fight does not possess a body of water, then all their efforts will be in vain. But against all of their host's warnings, they decided to take this recipe. Jiangzhong City, Shenwu Private Hospital. In the chamber sat Huanda himself. The man reported that his condition had only gotten worse. The gentleman's mind was very badly affected, and he was already suffering from pre-dementia. It is necessary to start treatment as soon as possible. He will no longer visit the Devil's Star. And they will give Mr. Huang Da at least 3 months of psychological treatment. But there is doubt that psychological counseling can help this guy. Even Xiao Wei was never cured, and he could have been the future hope of the Huang family. All this happened because of Zhang Kai. He promised in front of everyone that he wouldn't touch the Kai's kin, but let the kid not forget that he was out of the question. After all, this tournament wasn't over yet. Xu Fei came to the head, for they were looking for him. It seems that Huang Tong wants to talk about the tournament. The coming days' tournament between the guilds continued. Some teams, after seeing Zhang Kai's ability, ended up dropping out of the tournament, and the others still succumbed to the team of the Fire Gods after several hard fights. In the end, Zhang Kai's team and his team of Fire Gods entered the top 16. Hu Yan informed the captain that there was news about tomorrow's match. First of all, they were congratulated for reaching the top 16, and now, the opponents of the Fire God team would be the Demon Hunters from the Xuanwu Guild, the leader of the team, Xu Fei. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, they should be at the arena of Shenyao City West District to take part in the match. It's that guild again. Juzi felt like he had heard about this Xu Fei before. Yuan Yu thought so too. After which, Kai reminded them that Xu Fei and the team of Demon Hunters were the same team they met when they were searching for the fallen Corpse Lord. The Huang family can't seem to keep their cool, and now Yuanju remembered those very brazen guys. As far as Hu Yan knew, this team of hunters from Xuanwu might belong to the elite. It is said that there are few who can match them in terms of combat power. Almost all of the people on the team from high society have cool resources and superior gear. Xu Fei's team had gone through many battles due to their strong teamwork and transformative abilities. They had been carefully selected, especially Xu Fei. They say he's agile, so you have to be careful with him. He'll be sure to keep that in mind. The next day, the spectators gathered, for they thought that the duel between the chief hunters from Xuanwu and the Fire Gods would be very interesting. Everyone realizes that the duel between Zhang Kai and Xuanwu's members is a real bombshell. Xu Fei was said to have declared that he was Zhang Kai's nemesis. They finally met again. Kai probably remembers what he said back then. The men wanted to personally chop off his hands. Wenju demanded that the bastard didn't talk like that. They'll see who wins. He's tired of talking in tongues. It's better to speak the language of power. She asked the players to pay attention. This is the 36th open match and a battle of the top 16. Now, the countdown begins. The contest is about to begin. The audience has begun to count to 10. Lan was worried about her sister. Liu Jun wondered if Zhang Kai would be able to stand up to these hunters as well. She supported Juzi. The girl and the captain believed in him. The match has begun. They immediately moved to kill their opponent's team. The team of Fire Gods prepared to defend and attack. They were attacked by Kai first. There are a lot of them here. It's just a pity that they will fall at the hands of Zhang Kai's team very soon. The blade flew straight at Xu Fei. 2 men stood up in his defense. A map appeared in the man's hand. Now he's gonna show this scumbag what real teamwork means. With their shields, they were able to block the crane's attacks. Kai didn't even seem to be surprised by this. But the others felt shocked. It was too fast. While the whole team was breaking out on offense, they were able to quickly focus on defense. Nice blocking on offense. And even if there is an explosion, these people don't have the slightest hint of panic. It looks like they'll retreat in accordance with the force of this blow. She really wanted to deal with them. Although one team member is thrown off, the others continue the offensive at lightning speed. She really wanted to taste the ferocious fire abilities of the Fire God team. Even one of the spectators shouted for them to go into defense mode. The boys had to retreat so this attack wouldn't hit them. Earlier, she had heard about the names of the 4 hunters. And today was the first time Lan was watching them fight at such close range. Indeed, they are a team that has become famous for teamwork. Although the professional level of each member of the 4-hunter team is not particularly prominent in Xuanwu, but in a place like this with a lot of talented people, the team is simply top-notch. Kai wished he had his blades back. Of course, these guys are so coordinated and silent. After fighting so many battles, you don't get so hardened. But just from one attack alone, you can realize that the opponents are far scarier than any assassins. Shu Fei decided to use the super magnetic crystal. Looks like these guys have had enough of life.